Coletco for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, April 11th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here, and I have opened the chat, and I'd like to welcome everybody tonight to an incredible event that's about to happen. Our nightly sale. It's an incredible event every time we do it. Let me go ahead and plug up a device here while I start sharing. Hope everybody else cares enough to share. Sorry it's a few minutes late. I've been working with a lot of different stuff. Let me see if they're still up here talking actually. And then I got 2 phone calls, and then all right, so welcome. Here we go. Let me click on a few things over here too. Watch need new battery. No, I took a phone call. My tax accountant called me. I got ADT here. We're working on new cameras and more security for in and outside the store. Whew. So yeah, a lot going on. Another new Funko? Oh, that's awesome. Alright, I'll show those babies later. Okay, so I'm in the middle of figuring out what our first crate is. So yeah, Tanner told me, he's like, hey, ADT's gonna be here. And I was like, oh good. That means I'm not gonna start on time. And then I got a call from my tax accountant talking about this year's and last year's taxes. And he knows that I don't ever am available to take calls. So I went ahead and answered. And I was like, oh boy. And I told everybody, I was like, well, I hope everybody's ready. I'm definitely going to be late tonight because I'm going to have 2 lengthy phone calls. I've got to work on all this. And we're good to go, though. So here we go. Let's see what else I can do here. Let me open up this in here. And all righty. Let's get this shared. So first thing I'm going to do is pull up Coletco, and I need everybody to hit the like button as usual. I'm going to hit the share button, copy link, and then share it. I'm also going to share it over here in the groups. I'm going to share it in that group, and I'm going to share it over here in this group. And then I'm going to jump over here and hit copy link. And when I hit copy link, I'm going to reclose out the app and then reopen it. And it's finally Friday. It is. And I'd like to welcome everybody. Paul and Laura's here. I really hadn't had time to speak to much of them. I just know they're back there churning away. And Ed's still here. Jill's still here. Tanner's still here. He's up front still meeting with ADT. And I'm still here. And I'll be here at least until 1 midnight, maybe 1 a.m. We'll see what happens. Facebook Live. As always, it's like I start the show and I'm like, man, I got so much to do. But the most important thing is the show right now. Right, Ed? Ed says yes. Right now, that's the most important thing, the show. Let's hit the like button there. And I've got master's photos to share. I think I've got everything. I finally got all the pictures back from my brother. I think I'm about to post them. I was working on them on my way here, and he uploaded them to a Google file. So I was trying to figure out which ones I wanted to save because I bet he took like 300. So we got some good pictures though. First couple of years I've been, I hadn't really took all that many pictures there. I was just so engrossed and looking around, and I was like, yeah, I need to take more pictures. So I told Nathan, I said, take pictures of everything. So he even took pictures of like every piece of food he was eating. But we're here, and I'm sharing the links in the comments right now. We got Paul in the back, pricing and tagging records. Same thing for Laura. She's working on auctions. Jill's around the corner keying in some records that y'all have purchased. Ed's packing up orders. And like I said, Tanner's up front meeting with ADT. That's what I was doing. We're going to install a lot more cameras here. I like cameras, especially outside where I can see what's going on at night. I love that. Love being able to see what's going on. And then, like I said, it's tax time. So I was about done there, and I was going to come back here and start like at 5:15. Then I got a phone call, my tax accountant. I was like, oh boy, I better answer this because it's tax day Tuesday. And when I answered that phone call, that took about 15 minutes, and we kind of rushed it. So I was like, okay. And then ATT was still here. Then I walked around the store and talked to everybody for a few minutes. Paul, or really Ed and Jill, and next thing I know, I'm here starting the feed a half hour late. So I'm almost done sharing this, and I think we're good to go. Let's go back over here and click on this. And I think Paul's in the back listening to like a Neil Young bootleg or something. All right. All right. So let's get started. Welcome, everybody. Has everybody hit the like button, the share button, the tag button, all that? Give me one more second, and I'll be ready to go officially. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm good to go. Yes, I'm here. They're asking in the back. I'm okay. Yeah, I had to do a few more things over here before I was ready to go. Sorry. It's been a busy day since I've walked in. Everybody's like, hello? Anybody here? All right, so first thing I'm going to do is pull up the flip video here and get started. And let's go ahead and put up our first couple auctions. Sorry. And yeah, it's like, I think I'm ready to go. I think everything is here and good to go. Okay. That's why I don't take phone calls or try to reply to anybody after 4 o'clock. So, because I just don't have, it's going to delay the show. Everybody's going to be like, Chad, are you alive? What's going on? All right, so let's go ahead and put up what we normally do, our first couple auctions of the night. And let me move all these crates forward. And I think this is when we push for everybody to say, Chad, you need a personal secretary. And at this point, I'm like, yeah, I think it's very much well known at this point that I do. Otherwise, we're never going to get started. We're going to have to start doing like 4 o'clock starts, and then I'll be here ready to go by 5. Knights in white satin. And play that funky music, White Boy. Here we go. We thought the rapture happened, and Paul and I got left behind. No, I was up here. I was replying to that email, and I basically just muted my mic, and I'm going to have to again here in about 5 minutes reply to another one. So very important stuff about taxes, and trust me, that's got my attention. Okay, I want to make sure we pay our taxes. Not only the store taxes, but my taxes, and I pay enough in taxes, and I have to pay all these payments and estimations, and I'm like, oh my gosh, all this is fun until the IRS is like, all right, it's time for you to owe us a crap ton of money, and I'm like, holy moly. All right, but I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to pause my mic in just a second. So here we go. First 2 auctions. I have Knights in white satin, the Moody Blues. And this is a beautiful press. It looks like it's a Monarch pressing, original Durham, U.S. single, classic in the company sleeve, Knights in white satin, a $7 start. I have Wild Cherry, play that funky music, White Boy, in the original epic sleeve. And now this is going up for also a $7 start, and it already has a bid for $8. And taxes just fall today. Yeah, he's finishing mine up, and he's like, man, can I just get your attention for another half hour? I may have to send you some emails. And I'm like, sure. I'm actually right in the middle of doing a sale so I can sell even more and pay even more in taxes to the government. But yeah, so for I might have to mute my mic in about 10 more minutes, and I'll work on that too. And then I scheduled a pre-order for the group, and then I had to work on my other stuff over here as well. So here we go. So first thing we have is our first Japanese pressing of the night, which is Jefferson Starship. We had a sealed Jefferson Starship last night. Here's a Japanese pressing with Obi. That's going to go up for just a $25 start. And then we got Wild Cherry. And then don't forget about Knights in white satin here. What's the flip of that? Cities. That's great too. Moody Blue songs. That's now for bid. I thought Seth was my assistant. No, he wishes. He wishes he was. All right, let's go over here, and there's our first few auctions of the night. Let's go ahead and get started. So last night, we had an epic night. We had an incredibly epic night last night. The epic night was on sale new vinyl on top of the other new arrivals we had. We pretty much have had very little new vinyl this week, and we probably won't be getting a lot in until Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, just because it's record store day. My distributor says basically they're swamped, and they're not going to start shipping stuff again, which is very bizarre, till like Monday. And so for those that buy a lot of new vinyl, Jerry Stone, because it's record store day, and I'm not really doing record store day, we were not going to get a lot of new vinyl again until probably like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So what I went ahead and did is discounted all of our new vinyl. I'm going to go through everything now that's left in the store tonight and show it, because I purged everything and we cleared out everything, and we have all this great stuff that's still available. I think tonight's a great night to go ahead and go through all that, and I'm going to say it's like new vinyl for tonight. There's like 4 or 5 crates over here. It's great stuff. It's stuff I forgot we had. And then Ed's got his 3 putback bins, and then Paul and Laura's here working on other new records. So long story short, we've got another full-length show. Last night when I was purging even more new vinyl, you know what I had found? I found even more new vinyl that was eligible for on sale. So let's go ahead and say right now, I have more on sale records. I posted a flip video 11 hours ago over here in the group. I'm going to start pulling that. Everything in this crate's $24.99. Here's some stuff we've already sold. Pearl Jam, Iron Maiden, Avril Lavigne, Pantera, Pink Floyd, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Marilyn Manson, Mitski, Pantera, Pearl Jam, Creed, Spinners, Mo-Fi, Fickle Heart, Galactic Cowboys, Pearl Jam, Backspacer, Soundgarden Live, War Live in Japan, both Tyler Childers, Joe Satriani, Testament Metal, and Elvis. So that's where we're at. And right now, who has the high bid on Wild Cherry? Wild Cherry's now at 12. Final Call Moody Blues and Jefferson Starship's a $25 start. So here's kind of where we left off last night with some of the last stuff that didn't sell. And then the other half of this crate is new stuff that if you didn't watch the flip video or you wasn't watching late last night, you may have not seen. All this is on sale new vinyl. $24.99. We have Rancid self-titled, $24.99. Rancid self-titled, limited edition, anniversary colored vinyl. I have one left. Also, we have Old Crow Medicine Show. This is the 20th anniversary edition, first time on vinyl, $24.99 for Old Crow Medicine Show. I have one copy left of Huey Lewis and the News Sports, the classic album, a 40th anniversary edition. That is now $24.99. $24.99 on that. And we have one copy left of Melody's Echo Chamber, self-titled. That's also available new and sealed, $24.99 on Melody's Echo Chamber. I have one of those left. Also, Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting. We sold two. There's one left. And I know for sure, here's where some of the new stuff starts. Testament. And there was at least one of these sold. Testament is now discounted to $24.99. And I know at least somebody wanted one, Darren Wortman. Now, the original pre-order on this was nearly 100. So I feel like most people that already got one for $29.99. But I have a few left, and I just looked through the Hatchet Ed bins, and that's why I don't like putbacks. I think the Hatchet Ed bins have 2 or 3 others as well. Huey Lewis is sold to Joe Salamo for $24.99. No, that was on black vinyl. That's sold to Joe Salamo. Are we done on Wild Cherry? Wild Cherry is a final call to Jamie Diaz. Who was the other bidder? Jackie Ray. Jackie Ray, you're out. Nobody bid on Moody Blues. That's a $7 buy now. And nobody bid on Jefferson Starship Japanese pressing. That is a $25 buy now, okay? That's a $25 buy now. I just had 2 more phone calls since I've been live, and they're usually ones I need to answer. So I'm just going to ignore those right now, and maybe if they leave a voicemail, I can read the transcription right quick. Next is Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Pantera is $24.99, and Pantera, the first one that claimed Far Beyond Driven was Ivan R. Thank you, Ivan R. That's so do you. I pulled Concrete Blonde instead of Huey Lewis. I did. Thank you. See, I'm not focused yet. If I don't get focused, it's going to get really bad. We have Huey Lewis. That's sold. We sold Testament, Huey Lewis. There's Pantera. And then we have Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. Paul Brothers gets the Moody Blues. That's sold to him for $7. And we have the Misfits Static Age. This is $24.99. $24.99. Misfits the Static Age, $24.99. And the Lumineers, and this is Automatic. Lumineers, this is on Tangerine White Hot Splatter. That's their newest album, $24.99. That's their newest album on indie exclusive colored vinyl. And then Maroon 5, this is called V or 5. I'm not for sure what they call that one, but it's $24.99. Wild Cherries officially sold in for $12 to Jamie Diaz. Thank you, Jamie. That's so do you. Paul Brothers got the Moody Blues. Brian Call on the Misfits for $24.99. Melanie Jennings, unfortunately, only got one Huey Lewis, and it's gone. Our first spot now of the night was a no-bid Jefferson Starship. Just $25 on that. Japanese pressing. Let's go ahead and revisit some more singles. How about, Mae West? You asked to go upstairs like you're Mae West. That was on Seinfeld. White label promo. Mae West, Hard to Handle. That's a $7 star from Myra Breckenridge. Everybody was Kung Fu Fighting. Carl Douglas in the original company sleeve. That's also a $7 start. I got Pearl Jam Backspacer. Pearl Jam Backspacer. And this Pearl Jam is sold to Patrick Fu. Thank you, Patrick Fu. You get Pearl Jam Backspacer. That was sold to you. I have Radiohead. I might be wrong. Live recordings, $24.99. Let's go ahead and grab another sealed record. Boy, this looks interesting here. Let me see if I can scan it right quick. This is a sealed Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street. Yes, you heard me right. A sealed Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street. The barcode comes back to a 1987 U.S. pressing. It is sealed. It's a 1987 U.S. pressing. It's a barcoded reissue. It does have some serious spine damage, though. However, it's sealed and never been opened. The discs are presumed mint, a $15 start. A sealed Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street. That's now up for bid. Next is Violence. And Violence is Eternal Nightmare. I had 2 of these stray last night. And then last night doing some digging, I found the rest of them. I've got now 5 left. They're on Bloody Flesh marble vinyl. Of course, that's kind of a tougher, pricier OG to get. And that is now $24.99 if anybody wants that. We have Pearl Jam Aladdin Las Vegas. This is sold to Stacy Metternich. This is sold to Stacy Metternich, $24.99. Sean Holford gets a Violence for $24.99. Mae West is a $7 start. Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting is a $7 start. Sealed Stones is a $15 start, and we do have a bid. We got Slayer. Boy, we got a lot of S's tonight. Slayer Haunting the Chapel. This is $24.99. Slayer Haunting the Chapel. And I don't know if there was any Slayers claimed, but we're about to find out. I don't think there was. So that's still available. It's on red and white marble vinyl for $24.99. And Korn, Fall the Leader. Everything you're seeing right now is on sale new vinyl for $24.99. We have Rush Permanent Waves. That's now $24.99. Rush Permanent Waves. Pearl Jam. And this one is Versus, $24.99. I plan on going through this crate later tonight because a lot of this was added later. Not during prime time when we were selling off all this stuff. So a lot of titles in here that people have not got to see yet on sale. Slayer sold to Classy Lonnie Metal. The Stones is already up to 30. And yes, we have a slew of hardcore, punk, garage, rockabilly, all kinds of cool singles to do tonight. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And it is another Japanese pressing. And this is Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still. Dirty Laundry. Dirty Laundry. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Don Henley, there's one. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi, a $25 start. The notes on this particular, it's got high reviews, 91% for this particular pressing. It doesn't say anything about postcards in the notes on Discogs. It doesn't say anything about postcards. Ben Digert wants a Pearl Jam Versus. Nick Orlando could put Sibilance. And then we have Soundgarden. This is $24.99. $24.99, but it may, I don't know, it don't have any notes on Discogs. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Jamie Diaz gets a KC and the Sunshine Band. So I just showed a Soundgarden Screaming Life on sale for $24.99 and a KC and the Sunshine Band on colored vinyl for $24.99. Carl Douglas, you can Kung Fu Fight for $7 and you can sing with Mae West for $7. Those are buy it nows. Here's 2 more cool ones. Baker Street, a classic song by Jerry Rafferty, a double-sided mono stereo promo. That's a $7 start. And we have the Turtles. You showed me. What a bizarre picture sleeve there from the Turtles. Whoa. That's a $7 start on that. Never had seen that before. And we have Galactic Cowboys on red solar vinyl. This is sold on sale for $24.99 to Scott Snee. More S's. Scott Snee. Also, we have Misfits, Legacy Brutality. This is available. This is available for $24.99. And the Red Hot Chili Peppers, $24.99. Most of the stuff right here at the end is newly added stuff from last night. By the way, the blue juice is about to start kicking in. I can already feel it. I'm starting to talk really fast. And I hadn't even finished drinking it all. So let me go ahead and drink some more of it. That way I can talk even faster and we can sell all these records. Ah, delicious blue juice. It's actually called a Blue Yeti. If you pulled up to that coffee shop and said you wanted blue juice, they'd probably be like, excuse me? We have Misfits. This is sold to Brian Call. Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style is sold to Pat Fratt. Now we have CD for $7. That's Paul Brothers picking up Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting. Now, who has the high bid on the Rolling Stones? Jackie Ray has it for $40. The other bidder's out. Final call. Don Henley's a $25 start. And both Pink Floyd medals is sold. Pink Floyd Metal Remaster. We did sell one for $24.99 and we sold another for $24.99. And the first one sold for $24.99 was Patrick Lear, and I'm pretty sure there was somebody else. Who got the other one here? No? Yeah, Jim Sedal. Thank you, Jim Sedal. Those are both sold for $24.99. And then Iron Maiden, Power Slave, on sale for $24.99. One sold to Matt Shiker. And who got the other one? Nobody? Is it still available? Iron Maiden is still available for $24.99. And we have Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Who has the high bids on these? Absolutely one bid on Turtles with John Gollin for $7. That's going twice, going 3 times. Baker Street's a final call. We can go ahead and sell the sealed Rolling Stones. Let's make sure we put that in a new sleeve. Actually, I think I might want to have one over here. This is sold to Jackie Ray for $40. Is that right? Hold on a second. Let me confirm that again. Who won this for $40? Sealed Rolling Stones, 80s pressing. Yeah, Jackie Ray. Thank you. I mean, when you open that up, nice. I mean, new remasters are like $45. So this one has high marks on Discogs. So if you open it up and you don't mind the cover damage, you're going to rock out. Some say that's the Stones' best work there. Not my personal favorite, but it's, of course, highly regarded. I mean, it's classic Rolling Stones. How could you go wrong? Iron Maiden. So to Michael Peveler, Pat Fratt second, then Classy Lonnie Metal. John Gollin got the Turtles for $7. Jerry Rafferty's a $7 buy it now. And another buy it now Japanese, a classic Don Henley album. It's worth it just for Dirty Laundry. That's going to be a $25 buy it now. Next singles, The Fifth Dimension, Aquarius, Let the Sun Shine In the original picture sleeve. That's cool, $7 start. And yes, Love Will Find a Way, a classic song, 80s, yes there, $7 start on that. Make sure I didn't miss anything in here before I swap out crates. And if you're just hopping on, this is an on-sale new vinyl bin. Everything in here is $24.99. What happened to Fickle Heart? There might be some stuff in a different crate because I'm missing a couple things here. Let me see what's going on here. Everything in this bin is on sale for $24.99. First thing we have is Rancid. Limited edition colored vinyl, $24.99. Oak Crow Medicine Show, same price. These are all on sale for $24.99. Melody's Echo Chamber, Concrete Blonde Bloodletting, Testament, Practice What You Preach. These are all on sale for $24.99. Indiana Jones soundtrack, Raiders. Lumineers' new album, Automatic on indie exclusive. Maroon 5's $24.99. Radiohead's $24.99. Violence is $24.99. Ben Dagger gets Don Henley. Don Henley sold to Ben Dagger for $25. Next is a Japanese pressing of Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits. Near Minus and Pristine with Obi and inserts. That's a $25 start. Tim Graham gets Raiders for $24.99. Going through on sale new vinyl for $24.99. Slayer, Last Copy of Haunting the Chapel, $24.99. Korn, Follow the Leader, $24.99. Rush, Permanent Waves, $24.99. Last Copy of Pearl Jam Versus, $24.99. Soundgarden, $24.99. KC's $24, Red Hot Chili Peppers $24, and Experience Hendrix is $24.99. I have another crate like that to go through that's posted in the group. I just seen where Scotty Scheffler finished -5. Okay, I'm kind of pulling for Scotty Scheffler. I'd like to see McIlroy win. DeChambeau, Justin Rose would be pretty cool. Obviously, I'm rooting for an American to win, but Justin Rose has had such a great career. That'd be pretty cool to see him win. But I don't know. I'm kind of for, in this order, probably Scotty, Rory, even though he's not American, and probably DeChambeau. When the week started, I'd be, how cool would it be if like Fred Couples could win? But I think him and Bernhard Longer both missed a cut today. But they were so close, which is amazing. They're out there in like their 60s and they're still competing, beating guys out there in their 20s. That's just incredible. So, plus the way they have to walk that course, what a nightmare. I mean, I'm still sore just from walking it for one day. They're out there every day under intense stress and just in pressure. It's incredible. Next is Michael Peveler. This is sold to Michael Peveler for $24.99. And yeah, I was just watching when Scotty, boy, it's tougher conditions in the afternoon. If he could have went out this morning like when Rose did, I think he'd be leading right now. So all that's on sale for $24.99. Tom Cott never did make it. Tom Cott. Greg Norman's going to come back to this weekend. Let's see, Fifth Dimension. And yes is sold for $7. Mike Barley picking up Yes. Mike, you must be a Yes fan. Guess what? I have one more. This is pretty cool. This is an original single too. This is Total Mass Retain from Close to the Edge. And the flip is America. I love their cover of America. This is around VG Plus, but a really cool Yes single. That one's going to go up for $7. Yeah, Roy would be historic. I love historic Masters wins. And seeing Roy win would be historic. But Scotty winning back-to-back and having 3 green jackets at his age, that would be incredible. Jordan Spieth's kind of fell off. His game's not clicking right now. We saw Justin Thomas in Publix in Augusta. We was in Publix checking out. We were getting a pub sub in Publix, if you can imagine. Y'all know how much I eat Publix subs. We was in Publix. Tanner is across the store from me, and he kind of goes, hey. And he'd like, check your phone. And I look, and he sent me a text. He said, that's Justin Thomas. And I look around, and there's Justin Thomas, one of the biggest golfers in the world, two-time major champion, carrying around a box of water. And I'm like, is that really him? You know, when you see somebody that famous, it's like, is that really him? And of course, we went outside and was like, should we get a picture with him? I was like, I don't know. Those guys don't like getting bothered. And then he was parked like 2 lanes over from us, and we're sitting in my Tahoe, and it's like, sure enough, here comes Justin Thomas. And he was shopping at the Augusta Publix right before, that was on Sunday afternoon. And I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. But yeah, we didn't get a picture. And I think Tanner regrets it because that's one of Tanner's, I think that's one of Tanner's golfers. So, but anyway, here we go. Here's some on sale new vinyl for $19.99. Roy Buchanan's second album. Roy Buchanan. So now we're doing $19.99 on sale new vinyl. $19.99 on sale new vinyl. Roy Buchanan's second album, $19.99. And then we have Cheetah Girls 2. Cheetah Girls is $19.99. So this is a final discount on some of these. $19.99. And we have Mitski, Puberty 2, Mitski, so did Chuck Wilson, $19.99. Yeah, we felt kind of like stalkers. We were in my Tahoe, and he was returning his shopping cart, and I was like, Tanner's like, should we get out? I was like, if we all jump out of this Tahoe at the same time, he's going to think he's getting abducted. And I was like, no, let's just let him be. But we didn't want to say anything to him in Publix because then it would cause a stir because I don't think most people recognized him. And then next thing you know, the next day we're watching him walking around at Augusta hit golf balls in a practice round. I'm like, wow. Jessica Pratt, Quiet Signs. Jessica Pratt is $19.99. Jessica Pratt, that's $19.99. That's still available. And then Fickle Heart. This is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. That's sold to you for $19.99. Yes is sold to Mike Bartlett. Another Yes single sold to him for $7. The Fifth Dimension's a $7 start. And if anybody wants a Olivia Newton-John, it's a $25 buy now. So we already got a few no bids, but that was some of my first warm-up auctions I had laid aside for last night. Let's go ahead and get into this box of 45s of unknowns here and see what we got, okay? Let's go ahead and put some of these up for a $5 start. You never know what we're about to get into here. And we have first, we have Conspiracy A Go-Go. This is on red vinyl, Conspiracy A Go-Go. Looks like Laura got the auctions ready. Yeah, I'll make sure it's Laura before I say Paul, and then she comes back here and yells at me. This is Laura that's got the auctions ready as usual. Got some really good auctions pulled and ready to go for tonight. So hope everybody's ready for those. I'm about to start getting into those here any second. In the meantime, I got more Japanese to try to throw up, etc., etc. And we have the sellouts. That's our first couple singles there. Those are $5 starts. All right, back to the $19.99 stuff. I have first, Question Mark and the Mysterians, 96 Tears. This is $19.99, Question Mark and the Mysterians. John Mayall, The Hard Road, or A Hard Road. John Mayall is $19.99. On sale new vinyl here. Dr. Dog, Shame, Shame, that's $19.99. And Marilyn Manson, Hell is So Cold. That's a live Marilyn Manson unofficial. I can't believe it because I think we've sold probably 100 for $29.99. So that's the last one left. Also, we have the Budos Band. That's $19.99. And Caribou is $19.99. Swim. And the last Mondo soundtrack I have of Mission Impossible 3. That's just $19.99. War is just $19.99. Wow, lots of discount stuff in here. This is technically half off. This did get claimed. This is sold to Jeff Malwitz. Thank you, Jeff Malwitz. That's sold to you. John Dodd wants Caribou. We're going through $19.99 on sale new vinyl. John Dodd gets Caribou for $19.99. And then we got Tyler Childers. We have live on Red Barn here. Tyler Childers. And this first one here is sold to Ben Diger. Thank you, Ben Diger. That's sold to you. And then we have Michael Rudolph getting Marilyn Manson for $19.99. That's sold to Michael Rudolph for $19.99. Now, Ben Diger said both Tyler Childers. Did I skip over? Is there another one coming up? Let's see. Was there Purgatory in here? Did I already pull that? Let's see. Red Barn, Red Barn, Red Barn. There should have been a... Okay, it's up front here. Okay, let me go ahead and pull that right now. Sorry, I forgot there's 2 sections of $19.99 stuff. Okay, so this is This is sold to Ben Digert as well for $19.99, and that's the last of the old $19.99 stuff. So the last time we had a big new vinyl sale, which was about 1 month ago, that is now everything that's left after we went through about 8 crates. Everything that's left from this past sale is in the last crate and right here, and I'm about to show those one more time because some of them's already sold. Paul Brothers gets Mission Impossible for $19.99. The Fifth Dimension is Aquarius, Let the Sun Shine In picture disc. Aquarius, Let the Sun Shine In picture disc. It's beautiful in the company sleeve or picture sleeve, $7 start. These singles are $5 and $5 because I need Teresa watching. I need Tim Voldness and William Dragovich. They will bid on every one of these. I just got to make sure that they're watching. But there's the Sellouts and Conspiracy A Go-Go. And Jim B will bid on it if he thinks he can make a buck. Right, Jim B? He will bid on it if he thinks he can make a buck. Next thing we have is Foreigner, Agent Provocateur. And this is going to go up for what? Just a $25 start. I think the last two we sold for $35 and $45. This is I Want to Know What Love Is. Agent Provocateur. This is going to go up for a $25 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And let's go ahead and say that's now up for bid. Larry Smith. Larry Smith gets the Fifth Dimension for $7. Now, this next batch of records is $45.49. That is the on-sale price. That is the on-sale price, $45.49. I have the Young Rascals Groovin'. That's a 2 LP, $64.99. That is $45.49. I've got one. I've got two. I've also got Elvis Blue Hawaii, $45.49. That's another Elvis Blue Hawaii on sale, and this is sold to Tony Hall. Thank you, Tony Hall. That's sold to you over on Facebook from the group, $45.49. Two Young Rascals left, and then my last two Iron Maidens here. This is the X Factor. Now, Matt Scheicher commented Iron Maiden. I gave him a Power Slave. I hope that's which one he wanted. There's also the X Factor here. Nobody specifically said X Factor, so this is still available. And we have a last record. No, here's a new price. This is now $38. This is $38.49. That's the on-sale price. Opeth Heritage. Opeth Heritage. I found these last night. First time offering them live. That was $54.99, limited to 5,000. All right. Now, let's go ahead and do the sellouts. That's sold to Craig Thomas for $5. And if anybody wants Conspiracy A Go-Go, it's a $5 buy it now, okay? Hiram wants an Opeth. Make sure that goes in for $38.49. Rob Fordham wants an Opeth. Make sure that goes in for $38.49. Kevin Brown gets the last one. Make sure that goes in for $38.49. The next record is $32.89. That's 30% off of Kiss Alive 3. That was $46.99. So now that's just $32.89. Any more Elvis? That was the last Elvis. No, we sold one last night. That was the last one. The Spinners is $31.49. This is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. That's sold to you. Make sure that goes in for $31.49. And then Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits. The on-sale price of these are $27.99. And the first person who got this was Rebecca Howitt. That is 30% off of $39.99, $27.99. Let's sell the Kiss for $32.89 to Stephen Reeves. And we have Joe Satriani. The on-sale price of this is also $27.99. There's going to be one left. We sold one to R.K. Tucker. Kyle Tucker, thank you, R.K. Tucker. $27.99 on that. Clifford Umstead wants Soundgarden Live if still available. Now, Soundgarden Live, I wonder if he's talking about Screaming Life and Fop. Does that have live cuts on it? I thought that was a Screaming Life. He might have thought I might have said Screaming Live. I don't think this actually has any live stuff on it, but that was the only Soundgarden. I'm just now seeing that comment. So give this to Clifford Umstead for $24.99. That was from the previous bin. And then next is Joe Satriani. That's sold to Leslie Silverly for $27.99. Unfortunately, I don't have any more. Kelly, you were next in Sunday Morning Sessions. Foreigner is a $25 buy it now for Agent Provocateur. That is just a $25 buy it now for Agent Provocateur, Japanese pressing. If anybody wants that, let's go over here and grab some more singles right quick. Let's grab this one and let's grab this one, and it's going to go up for a $5 start. This one's called Half Off, Shoot Guns. That's a $5 start. And then we have Never Healed. Violent Minds. That looks like a split. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That's our next two singles. Also in here, we have Green Day's Greatest Hits, God's Favorite Band. That's now on sale for $27.99. That was $39.99. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. That's on sale for $27.99. These are records that are originally $39.99. Now they're $27.99. Leslie Silverly gets Foreigner for $25. Creed is only $27.99. It's already been claimed, though. Creed was sold here to Aaron Civic. Thank you, Aaron Civic. That's sold to you. And I have a problem, okay? Whoever bought the Marilyn Manson, I had already had a claim on that. I need to retract that. Who got this live? It was already claimed in the video to William Simmons. I messed up on that one. William Simmons. Who got this Marilyn Manson live? I'm going to have to retract this. Michael Rudolph, I'm sorry. There was already a claim, and I just now seen it. William Simmons gets the Marilyn Manson for $19.99. Sorry about that, Michael. This goes to, let's change this here to William Simmons and make sure that goes in for $19.99. Sorry, I'm just now seeing that. And now Brian Call wants Green Day for $27.99. And we have a few more 19.99s. Here's the last 19.99. Sonny Boy Williamson, Down and Out Blues. That's $19.99. Toxic Reasons, Bullets for You. That's $19.99. And Copycat Killer, Phoebe Bridgers. That's $19.99. And that's all that's left there. And I think the only thing that didn't get tagged was Kenny Cates. We already sold out of Pantera. Brandon Lack, we've already sold out of Backspacer. And everybody else that commented got what they wanted. Now, let's read through these again. David S. on Kiss, Creatures, and that's sold to him for $27.99. Violent Minds has a bid for $6. Half off's the final call for $5. Let's grab another Japanese pressing over here and run it for auction. I've got Peter Frampton. I'm in you. Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi and inserts. Peter Frampton's a $25 start. That's now up for bid, and there's not much left in here. Let's read through it one more time. We've almost filled up a whole crate here of just exclusively discount stuff. Tonight, we've got new arrivals from Paul and Laura, and then I'll be doing more discounts, and probably tonight it'll be more on the vintage pre-owned side. And I'm going to be showing lots of new vinyl from crates where I've condensed and found some stuff that I would really love to show y'all. So I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sometimes I don't see those claims on the video until I'm looking at them even closer. And I'm like, dang. And somebody's already bought it, and then I have to go back and fix it. So, all right. So the first batch of the crates, $19.99. $19.99 for Roy Buchanan, the Cheetah Girls. Also for Jessica Pratt, 96 Tears, John Mayall, Dr. Dog, the Budos Band. And then we got 3 Tyler Childers left live on Red Barn for $19.99. Jason Boxel wants Olivia Newton-John for the $25 buy now. That's sold to him. Chris Bryant gets Violent Minds for $6. Half off is a $5 buy now. Half off is $5. And then for $45.49, that's the most expensive on-sale vinyl. That's 30% off of what was $64.99. I have 2 Iron Maidens left. We've just sold so many of these. I think everybody that's wants one's got one by now. And the Rascals, that is $45.49. And then this is the last $27.99 record, the last copy of Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits. And then we have 3 more $19.99 records, Sonny Boy Williamson, Toxic Reasons, and Copycat Killer. Yeah, we have, we've got 3 Hatchet Ed bands too. So yeah, I've got a lot of stuff to go through. It's going to be another full-length show. And I do have 1, 2, 3 new titles that came in. And a box. Let's go ahead and tag this box set right now. This was a special request. Let me pull this up in case anybody else wants this. And we need to tag the price, please. This is Dio. And I think I still need to order another one for Gregory Roberts. Let me check here. All right. So I've got Justin. Okay. Yeah, this is sold to Gregory Roberts. And I still got to get one for MT Matt. All right. And if anybody else wants one, this is the Dio Complete Album Box Set. $329.99. $329.99. Make sure that goes in for that. And this is sold to Gregory Roberts. Gregory, that's in for this week. And MT Matt, I still got to get one for you, okay? And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me actually see if I need to go ahead and grab one for him. I can check very quickly on that. And I still hadn't, I'm going to have to mute my mic for about 2 more seconds here in a minute anyway, but we'll take care of that. All right. No, I think I should be good now. I think I should be good. Let me pull this up and see what I can find here. All right, that's an awesome box set, and yeah, they're still in stock. Okay, good, because I think I still need to grab one for MT Matt. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And if anybody else wants a Dio box, let me know. I'm not really going to stock it because it's a pricier box. So it's basically like you got to let me know right now. There's probably not going to be a chance to claim one live, but they will be in next week for sure. Like if you let me know right now, I can promise you when they'll be in. You won't get billed this Monday. You'll get billed the next Monday. That's when you'll get billed. Peter Frampton is a $25 buy it now. Miles Davis, Jack Johnson. I do not. Everything is sold. We have sold I think last night I went through 8 crates of new vinyl. And right now, I'm about to do a condense, including the crate of leftover stuff from last week. Everything left is right here. And we technically sold 10 crates last night. 10 crates. Tanner texts me. He's like, you okay? You all right after doing that? Like, everything okay? I was like, I'm fine. It was hectic, though. So that's everything. So if you saw something last night, it's all sold except for what's left right there. There's only one audiophile record. We sold 4 or 5 crates full of audiophile stuff. Analog Productions and MoFi. The Poor Young Rascals. That's the only thing that's left. We have sold everything. Now, back there's more, but that stuff I just got in. The Doors, Bitches Brew, The Doors, Leonard Skinner, Johnny Cash, The Doors. That's brand new stuff. Yes, back there. Genesis back there. Like, I just got those. So, I mean, they're going to sell. The Doors always sell. If for some reason they don't, in a couple months, you'll see them on sale. But I'm probably going to keep those at sticker price for a while to try to actually make something on them. Michael Rudolph gets Frampton, and the board's cleared, and we're ready for all new auctions. My crate's full, and I think the first thing I'm going to do is show you this other new vinyl that came in. I have this right here. These are $49.99. This is new. I told you I got a few records, Dio. Here's the other one, Tool. Absolute ultra rare. This is an awesome Tool bootleg. This actually has studio recordings like their cover of Led Zeppelin's No Quarter. This is $24.99. I think this is the stuff like from that Saliva or whatever. The Tool discography, there's some of it that's just kind of confusing to me. I'm not an expert yet, but there was a waiting list. Robert Vlodarchek, Fred Cardinal wants one, and Rob Fordham. So those are back in stock. They've been out of print forever. Okay, so I can get them. They'll be in next week. That's Tool, and that's absolute ultra rare. And let me go ahead and get those sold, and let's put up all new auctions. And let's start a waiting list, because that tells me they're back in print, back in production, and we can start a waiting list, okay? If you go on a waiting list, they won't be back in until next week. So Robert Vlodarchek was on a waiting list, Fred Cardinal and Rob Fordham. Brian Call and Classy Lonnie Metal, if it's okay with y'all, I'll put you on a waiting list. And this was $49.99. So those are sold. Let's get a waiting list going. That's a really cool bootleg. That's one that actually has, like, you know, not just live Tool stuff, but other pretty desirable rare tracks on there that's never been released. As y'all know, Tool's a little odd with their discography. So where's my price sheet? Because I've got a clutch restock, and I'm gonna have to get my laptop at some point. How about I go ahead and put up new auctions right now? Yeah, we got 45s rolling right now. The next 45 we got is this and this, and let's put these up for $5 start. And it looks like we got a lot of waiting lists. I'll read all those off. That's a great waiting list to be on. I'm glad I was able to show those tonight. This is called Violent BS, Age of Coral 2, Amon Duel. And then this is the Desco Concendios. And these are $5 starts. That's my best attempt at reading those. Those are now $5 starts. And let's grab some more Japanese stuff over here. We got top 40. Tonight, it's going to be a night of buy it now 45s as well. Hope y'all ready. I've got some pretty cool stuff lined up. Let's do 2 Beatles. We got Paul McCartney and John Lennon. These are going to go up for $25 starts. Tug of War and Double Fantasy, Japanese pressing. So here's the waiting list for Tool. Brian Call will be position number 1. Then Classy Lonnie Metal, Randy Klein, Leslie Silvley, John Kaiser, Brian D. Leon. 6 people. Those are $49.99. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. They should be on silver vinyl, too. Don't hold me to that, but for anybody that bought one from me, they probably can confirm that. All right, what's the first thing I want to do? Let's get right into a half-off crate, which I've got one picked up. Actually, we might do, what should we do? I'm going to show some, I have new vinyl over here that I could show almost like it's new arrivals because I feel like it's been forever since I've shown some of these. So let me go ahead and go through this, and I need to put some stuff out up front in the store. I cleared off our racks and restocked them last night. I didn't want people coming in here over the weekend and us having an empty store because we pulled all the stuff off the racks last night and sold it. Paul Brothers also on that waiting list. So here's new vinyl very quickly. This is all new and sticker price, of course. Metallica live in Japan. This is an unofficial Nagoya broadcast, 1986. That is $39.99. Also, we have Tyla, T-Y-L-A, that's $39.99. Deluxe version, 2 LP. I need to put a sticker on that one. The Zombies, half-speed master of their classic album, Odyssey and Oracle, with the original artwork. It's the time of the season. $38.99 for the Zombies. Five Finger Death Punch, got your 6. Five Finger Death Punch is $33.99. That's a 2 LP, new and sealed. And Social Distortion, Mommy's Little Monster, 40th anniversary edition, that is $34.99. No bid on Amon Demul, no bid on Desk, and then we have no bid on John Lennon and no bid on Paul McCartney. Those are all final calls, 5, 25, 25. Next is Small Faces. This is $34.99. Small Faces. This is Ochkin's Not Gun Flake. That is $34.99, and one copy of Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. That is a soundtrack, Joe McNeely, $33.99. Social Distortion, sold to Brian Call. Also, we have the Beatles Revolver. Speaking of Tax Man, thank you, Craig, for sharing those lyrics earlier. One of my favorite Beatles songs there. $36.99, the Beatles Revolver. For no one, I want to tell you. Fred Carnell, let's put him on a waiting list for Social Distortion, Mommy's Little Monster. That will be Fred on a waiting list. I'll go ahead and order a couple more. Fred's in on Amon Demol. Also, Green Day Dookie, $33.99 for Green Day. That's $33.99. This is the newest album by Charlie Crockett, Lonesome Drifter. Charlie Crockett's $36.99. And this is Steven Wilson. It's called The Overview. And this is the newest album by Steven Wilson, $36.99. Still got 2 of those, and that is on colored vinyl. And John Anderson and the Band Geeks, live, Perpetual Change. That's the newest band John Anderson has formed. John Anderson from Yes, and that is $54.99. That's a triple LP. Brian DeLeon wants Green Day Dookie. Amon Demal, this is sold to Fred Cardinale for $5. Descondidios is a $5 buy it now. Paul McCartney's a $25 buy it now. John Lennon's a $25 buy it now. You can grab all those. I'll go ahead and clear the board. Now Yearbook 1998, triple LP, $54.99. The Now Yearbook 1998, $54.99. If anybody wants that, it is available. It's a triple LP purple vinyl. Let's grab this record. Let's grab this record. And let's put these up for a $5 start. And this is Scare Tactics. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And I'm going to leave this in the sleeve. Rashomon Demo 2017. That's a $5 start. $5 start. Camera's awfully close. Might be. I bumped it last night after we had it set perfectly, and it almost knocked it off the table. So let me see here. It's on like a new gyro type deal, and there we go. Okay. Now Yearbook. That is $54.99. Fred says the 45. So you want the other 45 that's a buy it now, Fred? If so, I'll go ahead and give you that. That's the Disco CD on Indians. And that is sold to Fred Cardinale for $5, right? And so we still got half off for $5, Conspiracy of Go-Go for $5, Jerry Rafferty for $7, and Mae West for $7. Paul just dropped off a crate. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Is somebody still up there? Tanner? Who's up there? Oh, Tanner's up there? Okay. Yeah. Next is the Gary Newman Pleasure Principle album, $33.99. Here in My Car, Gary Newman. Also, we have Metallica Death Magnetic. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. That's Metallica Death Magnetic, $44.99. Also, a Black Sabbath Headless Cross, Black Sabbath. Won't see an OG of that too often, $33.99. The Best of the Pogues, The Rest of the Best, green vinyl. The Pogues is $33.99. Jimmy Buffett, Take the Weather With You. Jimmy Buffett's $29.99. Mississippi John Hurt, Today. That is a Bluesville, all analog, $39.99. Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy, $34.99. Analog, I think y'all know the deal on that by now, but if you don't have one by now, I'm disappointed in you. I've got 3 left. We sold 2 last night. Led Zeppelin live at the Texas International Pop Festival. That is $36.99. And Led Zeppelin Charlotte, 1972. That is $44.99. Scare Tactics is at 7 with Robert. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. If anybody wants the Rasha Mamandan Dimbo, it's a $5 buy now on that. Our first auction is going to go up right now, and our next auction, I should say, is Hall & Oates, and this is called Big Bam Boom, a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $25 start. That's now up for bid, and let's grab another $45. Now, that was a crate of new vinyl, and it was some stuff I've shown before, but it's some really good titles in there, as y'all can see. Here is our next single. Boy, this looks interesting. Circus Mind, The Telltale Hearts. That's Circus Mind and Flying, The Telltale Hearts. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Sunday Morning Sessions wants the Rashomon demo, and that is sold to him. The Led Zeppelin Live. So this is Volume 2. If you buy this wheel, I can put you on a waiting list for Volume 1. I don't like how they split these bootlegs, but you get a full concert if you buy both. This has Dazed and Confused, What Is She and What Should Never Be, Moby Dick, Whole Lot of Love, Rock and Roll, and Communication Breakdown. Of course, Dazed and Confused is probably, 20 minutes? Moby Dick's probably 15 minutes. Whole Lot of Love's probably 15 minutes. And then What Is and What Should Never Be, Rock and Roll, and Communication Breakdown. That's $44.99. All right, so let's go back to the top. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Now, Scare Tactics is 8. Robert's out. That's a final call for 8. That one's a $5 start. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. I think it's about time for our first vintage bin of the night. And it's going to be a discount bin before I start going into the new stuff that Paul and Laura has brought up here. So give me 1 second on that. Let me open this up and this up and this up. And the first thing I have is Bill K wants Led Zeppelin. Now, Bill K, do you want Texas or do you want Charlotte? And if you want Charlotte, let me know if you want Volume 1, but we'll see what Will wants first, okay? And then Will says he'll pass on Led Zeppelin. Okay, so Bill K, do you want Charlotte or Texas or both? And then let me know if you want on the other wait list. So Metallica, live, a 2LP, $39. We had Tila. We had the Zombies, Five Finger Death Punch, Small Faces, Star Wars, the Beatles, Charlie Crockett, Steven Wilson, John Anderson, Now Your Book, Gary Newman. We also have Metallica, Black Sabbath, the Pogues, also Jimmy Buffett, Mississippi John Hurt, the Jailbreak Thin Lizzy, Orange Vinyl, analog, remaster, art print, amazing. Amazing, okay? First thing we have is Scare Tactics. This is sold to Fred Cardinal for $8. Thank you. And over here, we have Circus Mind, and that's a buy now for $5 if anybody wants that. Brad has Hall & Oates for $25. That's a final call. And we have, he says, out. Okay, so I guess that means he's passing. So both Led Zeppelins are still available. Stephen Reeves gets a Metallica. Stephen Reeves gets a Thin Lizzy. Stephen Reeves gets a Thin Lizzy, and the Metallica sold to Ben Dygert. That was a great bin there. Let's go ahead and introduce a couple more singles over here. The next couple singles I have over here are the Roadrunners and the Briefs. And this is called The Briefs, Gary Glitter's Eyes, Looking Through. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have the Roadrunners, Goodbye, Be Mine, the Roadrunners. That's going to go up for a $5 start. First thing we have is a new Japanese pressing as well. And the next Japanese pressing we have is the Knack, My Sharona. Their self-titled album, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with Obi, a $25 start on that. I thought that was a great bin. And there's a revolver left in there. Very cool. Let me move some of this stuff around. There's that. Fantastic. Okay, so let me step around here and grab, let's pick out a half-off bin. I think I had one lined up last night. Is this it? Could this be it? Could this be it? Could this be it? Could this be it? Hey, there's Tanner. There's Tanner. There's Tanner. There's old Tanner. Okay. That's what they always say. Don't commit to anything. That's when you're buying a new car, though. Don't commit to anything. Seth just went and bought a new car, and I think he made a lot of bad decisions. I said, why didn't you take me? Seth's like, I've just bought a new car. I was like, oh my gosh. This dude probably just signed his life away. He has no formal training in negotiations. He'll say yes to anything. Oh, okay. That makes me feel better if he took Michael with him. Holy moly. Okay, let's go back to the top then. C-Note wants GN. And GN was for something in the last bin, right? GN, Gary Newman, pleasure principle. Yes, great decision. That is sold to C-Note. And then NAC is at 25. And then Tim Graham wants a Thin Lizzy. Tim Graham wants a Thin Lizzy. Now we're down to one Thin Lizzy. They're about to offer more VMP titles. Vinyl Me Please. They're about to re-offer all the Dollies and all those and some other big country titles. And I'm about to offer those if I can. Okay. I thought it might be in the no-bid pile. Oh, my bad. Am I missing something? Sunday morning session. Sorry. Never Hurt Healed. Can anyone tell me if that was sold? I was Never Healed. Yeah, that's sold. Never Healed. Wait a minute. The only stuff here that didn't sell was Circus Mind, the Telltale Hearts. I think it's the Telltale Hearts doing Circus Mind and Flying. Mae West, Jerry Rafferty, Conspiracy A Go-Go, and Half Off. That's the only 45s that have not sold. Sorry if I missed your comment on that. Never tell them what your payment to be. Yeah, they tried to do that to me, and I was like, that's not important. I want to know what my rate's going to be. And they're like, well, we got to go in here and run this. We got to get you to agree to the price first. And I was like, well, I don't like the price. I know how much it's going to cost. I want to know what my rate's going to be. We went back and forth forever, and I told this guy, I was like, I want to let you know right now, I run a collectibles business, so I negotiate like every day, all night, and like I know how this works. And then he's like, well, I've heard people say this before, and it was pretty funny negotiating, and we eventually struck a deal. But I was like, I'm just curious about like what the credit. Like I think I have great credit, but like I kind of need to know what they're going to say. Like, do I need to go to my bank? Do I need to go somewhere else? He's like, oh, well, we'll run those numbers for you. I was like, it was frustrating, but we got a deal done when I bought my Tahoe. The NAC's at $26. Randy Klein has that for $26. John Kaiser, you're out. And this was sold to Brad Waits for $25, okay? Now, what about these two 45s? I don't think they have bids, right? They don't. And these are buy it nows for $5 and $5. That's the briefs and the Roadrunners. What's the Japanese buy it nows? The Japanese buy it nows is John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and Jefferson Starship. Those are available for $25, $25, $25. John Lennon Double Fantasy, Paul McCartney Tug of War, and Jefferson Starship Earth. And then the NAC's at $26. So there we have it. I think they are pretty serious. These car lots, I think they are pretty serious when they say like these brand new like Tahoes and trucks, there's no discounts. I mean, they have a little room, but man, they sell them like instantly. These new Tahoes and Suburbans and trucks, they're like gone. Like a Suburban that's $79,000, they're not going to take 60 for it. They'll literally laugh at you. They'll be like, you're crazy. All right, let's do some half off vintage here, okay? Half off vintage. The price I'm telling you is the half off price. The first thing, it's not like you can go in there and get one of those brand new nice pickup trucks for like 40% off. Melanie takes Jefferson Starship for $25. That's sold to Melanie. And now let's put up new singles. Jim B has a question on the briefs, and he said, is it on black or turquoise? The briefs was on black vinyl. The briefs was on black vinyl, and we've got 2 Beatles related, and now the knack is about to be sold. Okay, so first thing we have is Willie Nelson Live. The half-off price is $7.50. We're going through half-off records. Willie Nelson is $7.50. Noel Harrison, the great electric experiment is over. Noel Harrison is $7.50. The Horse, Cliff Nobles and Company. The Horse is $10. Cliff Nobles, that is $10. And we have Seduction. This is $10. Sometimes shocking, sometimes beautiful, sometimes lusty, sometimes lyrical. Some kind of record here for adults only. Whoa. Be careful who you play that around. And then we have Jose Feliciano, Light My Fire. That's called Twin, $5. And Jesse Coulter, Diamond in the Rough. Jesse Coulter's $10. Doing a half off. Is Knack the first press? Yes. It's a final call for $26. By the way, just so I can get it out of the bin, I have another John Lennon for $25. And by the way, just so I can get it out of the bin, I have another Olivia Newton-John. We've already sold one. There's another one for $25. Robert Warner wants Willie Nelson. That's sold to him for $7.50. Now, the next 45s I'm about to put up right now are this one and this one. And they're going to go up for a $5 start. And those are, boy, these look hardcore here. Or at least one does. One looks interesting. Knack has a new bid for $29. We have Cobreth, K-H-O-B-R, no, Cobretti, hardcore. Cobretti is a $5 start. And Time Society, the Time Society, that's a $5 start. Cobretti and Time Society, $5 starts on that. There is a new bid on the Knack, and the bid or the title of Olivia Newton-John, it's Greatest Hits. We've already sold one to Jason for $25. There's one for $25. And we have Perginins. Is that what that says? And the half-off price is $5. P-E-R-E-G-R-I-N-S. $5 on that. This is the Pasadena's tribute right on. The half-off price on that is $5. And Porter Wagner, the farmer. Porter Wagner, $6.50. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. That's a great title here in the half-off bin for just $12.50, Paul. $12.50 on the Police, Ghost in the Machine. Elvis, the Sun Sessions. Elvis is $15. And we have Harry Belafonte, Love is a Gentle Thing. $5 on that. And Marshall Tucker is $7.50. Who is the other bidder on the Knack? The other bidder on the Knack was Randy Klein. Randy, I haven't heard back from you. Mark Lent bid $29. And it's a final call to him. We're going through a half-off bin. The Police is sold to Donna Mitchell. Thank you, Donna Mitchell. There's Marshall Tucker again, $7.50. Fresh Air, Manaheim Steamroller, $10 on that one. Jackie Russell wants this P-R-E-R-G-R-I-N-S. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Carla Bonoff is $5. Also, we have Carly Simon. Carla and Carly, 5 and 5. Pure Prairie League Can't Hold Back. That's $7.50. Kristen Barnett wants Elvis the Sun Sessions. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. Gary Wright, nice. The Dreamweaver, now just $10. Will was next on the Police. Kristen was next on the, or Robbie was next on the Police. And Alan Hagen next on the Police. Those are all available. Also, or those are all sold. And then there's Jefferson Starship Earth. That is now $7.50. We just sold a Japanese pricing of that. All right, the Knack is sold at Mark Lent for $29. Nobody bid on Cobretti. That's a $5 buy now. And the Time Society, Fred Cardinale gets that for $5. Thank you, Fred. That's sold to you. Next is the Best of Buck Owens. That's $5. And Sawyer Brown is $10. Sawyer Brown. Steve Winwood is $10. Also, Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose. Gordon Lightfoot's $10. Robbie Woods on JS. Jefferson Starship, that's sold to Robbie Woods. Jason Thomas was second on Jefferson Starship, and Jimmy Buffett somewhere over China. We sold a sealed original of that last night. There is a nice open copy for $10. Speaking of sealed records, I think I have at least one here to run. Maybe not. Let's go ahead and see what's some of the auctions here that's been tagged for tonight. Man, we got some good stuff. Zeppelin, The Who, Lou Donaldson, The Beach Boys, Roosevelt Sykes, Beatles, Mo-Fi, Led Zeppelin Japanese, Led Zeppelin Japanese. I mean, There are some fantastic looking records here. By the way, we need to tag this for Jen Baker at sticker price. That was a claim from the video. That's so to Jen Baker. I have a few more if anybody else wants ones. That's Analog Productions, Leonard Skinner, second helping, $46.99. That's so to Jen Baker from the video from 2 nights ago if anybody else wants those. Chuck Haley on Buck Owens. That's sold. Dan Moran on Jimmy Buffett. That's sold. And let's put up some new auctions, okay? I don't know what to put up first, honestly. I'm trying to chip away at these last few Japanese strays. And here's a couple better titles here that we haven't really offered yet. And this is Eric Clapton, another ticket. Japanese pressing. There is some sort of interesting sticker on the front, but that's a $25 start. And REO Speedwagon's a $25 start. And just one more reminder. Actually, let me try to bundle a couple of this stuff together. So we had an offer as well on John Lennon. I think I'm going to go ahead and take it. That way maybe somebody will buy the other one. But before I take action on that, right now I've got one, I've got two. That no bid hardcore is $5. Yes. Before I put that in a bundle, I bet Sunday wants that. Robbie Woods on Steve Winwood. That's sold to Robbie Woods for $10. And we have the Briefs, we have the Roadrunners, we have Half Off, Conspiracy A Go-Go, Jerry Rafferty, Mae West, and the Telltale Hearts. Instead of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, instead of all 7 of those for $35, how about all 7 of them for $21? $3 each bundle on all those 45s. They'll go ahead and get all those sold. Sunday, if you want that for $5, let me know. That's our next 2 Japanese auctions back here. REO Speedwagon for $25, Eric Clapton for $25, and then we have 2 John Lennon double fantasies, and we had an offer on one. I'd like to see the bundle price. 21, and if you get that one in there with it, 24. So if you want to go ahead and add the one you wanted as well, $24. And then let's see here. We got John Lennon, which was $25, which I thought was a great price. We had an offer for $20 with Fred Morris. Fred, that sold to you for $20. And then Richie Lander, if you want the other one for $20 and you want Paul for $20, I can't do $32, but I'll do $40. And then there's another Olivia Newton-John for $25. So Richie, I'll sell you Paul and John for $40. If not, Carl Berger says he'll take it for $25. So Richie, your call. You can have both for $40. If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to him. And Sunday says he'll take the bundle for $24. All right, that's all sold to him. So those are sold, everything from the Briefs to Crobetti. All right, those sold to Sunday morning sessions. Now, next in line was REO got a bid for $25. Carl is second in line on Paul. Thomas next on the bundle. Brian third. And Fred Cardinal fourth on the bundle. Richie says he'll pass on that. So let's go ahead and sell Paul McCartney then to Carl Berger for $25. And that means if anybody wants that last John Lennon, I've already discounted it to $20. And Olivia's still $25. Clapton's a final call for $25. And REO is at $25. That's where we're at. And now I'm grabbing our next auctions. And here's our next auctions. This is Knockout, which is sealed, and R Right and Trake. Both look kind of hardcore here. I'm not for sure, but they're $5 starts. There's one. Shakedown gets John Lennon, and that's a $20 start. No, the Japanese pressings are near mint minus and pristine. Okay? So ARRIGT, ANTRAEK, and then this is called Knockout, and it's called Que Cible la Guillotina. Probably something like I love guillotines. Now, back to the half off. We have Frank Sinatra. We're doing a half off vintage. That's a vintage bin. Half off vintage bin. Frank Sinatra, $7.50. REO has a new bid for $30. I love Oreos. We have Air Supply's greatest hits for $7.50. Unbelievable. Also, Elvis in concert. Elvis Presley, a UK copy. No condition notes. So far, everything in here has been extremely nice. That's $15 for Elvis. Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is $15. And Rick Wakeman's Journey to the Center of the Earth, doing half off vintage. That's $10. AA has a bid for $5. And now Rick Perrine wants the Sinatra. That's sold to him. And let's make sure Air Supply goes in for $7.50, please. It wasn't priced, but we usually mark those $15. John Denver Autograph is $5. 38 special is $12.50. And Willie Nelson, what can you do to me now? Willie Nelson, $7.50. Going through a half-off bin. Lloyd Price, Mr. Personality. That's a nice copy for $10. REO's at $30. Who was the first bidder? The first bidder on that was Brad Waits. Brad, you're out. Brad's back in at 31. Jason Thomas was second on Air Supply. Von Stom on 38 special. I had a feeling somebody would grab that. And now we have Christopher Cross with Sailing and Ride Like the Wind, just $5. Seems like a good price on that. Doug Reeder gets to Willie Nelson. That's sold to him. AA is sold to Robert Warner for $5. If anybody wants Knockout, it's $5. And Eric Clapton is a $25 buy now. Back to the half off. We have Minnie Riperton, Stay in Love. Minnie Riperton is $15. And The Sequence, Funk You Up from Sugar Hill. And that's now just $10. Leslie Silverly on CC for Christopher Cross. Dave Seretna was second on Christopher Cross. Scott Reimer third on Christopher Cross. And Jason Thomas says, I'm not seeing where I was second. Second on Air Supply. You wasn't second on Air Supply. You got Air Supply. Air Supply was sold to Jason Thomas. And then Rick Perrine got Frank Sinatra. And then REO's at 33. We sold Christopher Cross with several next people in line. Knockout is sold to Sunday Morning Session for $5. Shakedown on Sugar Hill. Doug Reeder gets to Clapton for $25. Fred next on Knockout. Brad out on REO. So that means REO is sold to Joe Salamo for $33. All right, auction block is clear. Let's go ahead and put up something else. What do I have left in the Japanese department? Let's grab this one and this one. Next is Steve Perry. This is called Street Talk. Steve Perry with Oh Sherry. The cover does have a couple spots of discoloration, but not bad. But what I like about this is it has the Japanese sticker insert. Boy, look at that. So unfortunately, a few have been stolen, but it does have a few stickers there left from Steve Perry. And it has a lyric insert. There is some humidity spots on the back. Steve Perry from Journey, his solo album, $25 start. And this is Wind on the Water, David Crosby and Graham Nash. That's a $25 start. Now, let me show a few more half off and then more 45s. The next half off is the Moon Glows, their greatest sides. The Moon Glows is $7.50. Gordon Lightfoot, if you could read my mind, $10. No condition notes on any of these. And Little River Band, first under the wire. Little River Band's $5. Dan Seals, the best of Dan Seals, $6.50. And Whitney Houston, self-titled. Whitney is $12.50. $12.50. And here's our next 45s. Did my mom distribute some of the Masters food tonight? I hope so. Paul, Lord, did everybody get a taste of the Masters? I bought enough where there should be plenty, because last year we had like a gallon of pimento cheese. I think it's in different refrigerators here in the store. Steve Ritchie said, Master's egg salad is so-so, I could destroy it. Now, I'm not for sure how to take that comment, but I did order, you can order food from the Masters and they'll deliver it. And I had that done, and I had about 3 pimento cheese sandwiches last night after the sale. After I ate some junk food that was up there, and then I was like, dang, I've got like literally the Masters concession stand in the fridge here. We don't have any Master stacks. Okay, well, I think up front in the fridge, there is pimento cheese, and I don't know where it is. I hadn't seen all of it. There's supposed to be like little bags of popcorn and chips, and it's somewhere up there, though. And there should be bread, so if you want a taste of Augusta, Georgia, there is pimento, and I think egg salad, and should be barbecue up there too, I think. I don't know. I've just seen pimento cheese, and I was the first to open it last night. So for those that may never get to go to the Masters, you can order that. I don't know if Laura and Paul's into pimento cheese, but oh, Steve is saying his egg salad's better than the Masters. Wow, you better be careful, buddy. They're pretty strict about you criticizing them down there. All right, Melissa Bailey got Dan Seals. Gabe Baez on Moon. That's sold to Moon. Gabe got Moon Glows. What's the bid on CN? $25 start. And final call, Steve Perry. And then here are the next. This is Allegation Final Full. Allegation's a $5 start. And Keck 66. How many times? And Land of Dreams. But pimento cheese is pretty good. It's got that sharp cheddar in it. It's pretty good. So I need to I actually need to go ahead and just take a break, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to go up there and eat it for the rest of the night and watch. I didn't get to watch the rest of today's round. I'm behind. I started watching when today's round started. I started finishing yesterday's round, even though I already know how everybody finished. But I hate missing a shot of the Masters. It's like I got 1 week and then it's over. And then I'm just like watching my clock for the next year. So I left off at Whitney Houston for $12.50. Sawyer Brown shaking. Sawyer Brown is $10. Dean Martin sitting on top of the world. Dean Martin is $5. Also, firing up Pure Prairie League. Pure Prairie League is $7.50. Kansas, this is Song for America. Kansas is $10. We're doing a half-off vintage bin, just FYI. Half-off vintage, and then I'm about to start showing some more new vinyl and new arrivals that I think Paul's marked right here behind me. We have Buffy, as in Buffy Santa Marie. That's $10. Crosby and Nash has a bid for $25. Allegation 5, Keck 66.5. Arnold Adams on Sawyer Brown. That's sold. And we have Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick, with the original newspaper cover. That's $15. Joe Salomo on Kansas. No, Joe Salomo on Dean Martin. And then Jason Thomas first on Kansas. Carl Berger second on Kansas. And we have Traffic, Shoot at the Fantasy Factory, $10. Also, I have an announcement, a sad announcement. One of our longtime customers, and he hadn't been with us for a while because he was sick, but y'all may have seen his name. He bought from me for years. Adam Stein, longtime Coletco customer, found out today he passed away. I think he'd been pretty sick since the last several years. So it just hit me because I just saw where somebody just sent me a text where they saw it as well. But he bought from us here, man, since I pretty much started. And then he kind of stopped because he was sick. And I saw today where he passed away. So I always hate to see a longtime customer. But I knew he was sick, and that's why a lot of the reasons he wasn't on here. But yeah, so you may have seen his name before. It was under like Amy and Adam Stein. He used his wife's account, and it was like one of those joint ones. But yeah, always hate to see that. Okay, so back up the top, and why don't you go on a Saturday and Sunday? I like the practice rounds. I've heard that it's kind of harder to see action on, the actual days. Stephen Riley gets Jethro Tull. That's sold to him. Homeland Conspiracy on F. And that was for Homeland Conspiracy. What was for F? And then first thing we have is Ivan R. on Traffic. Ron Burns next on Jethro Tull. Keck is at 66. And we also have Pat Travers Making Magic. That is $10. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Steve Perry is a buy it now for $25. Steve Perry's a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants that. $25 buy it now on that. But I knew he was sick a while back when he contacted me, and he was selling off a lot of his coin collection and memorabilia collection. And then after that, he kind of just stopped buying. So, okay. Next thing we have is Crosby and Nash, and this sold to David Johnson for $25. Now, Allegation, I think to my knowledge, Allegation just had that one bid with Robert Warner, and it did. That sold to him for $5. That sold to him for $5. And then Ben Dygert on SP, and that's Steve Perry buy it now for $25. And now Keck 66. Keck 66. Keck 66 is with Robert Warner for $7. Robert Warner for $7. That's the high bid. So Fred Cardinale, you're out. Now we need all new auctions, okay? We need all new auctions. Let me stir up my drink. I need some more blue juice. And it's always different when I know them locally and I got to see and get to know them. I need to confirm with Ed before I say any names, but we had somebody else about 2 weeks ago, and they were on here buying, and they were a longtime customer, and his wife reached out to Ed, and I need to confirm that name because they buy occasionally, but they hadn't been on in so long, and they got on and bought a poster, and then Ed told me that they had to cancel, and because he had passed away, and I don't want to say any names, and because it's not coming to me right now, but they bought from us for a long time, and I forgot who that was, but they hadn't been on in like a year and a half. And so when I saw their name pop up, it was bizarre. But and then I found out later, so that was actually a shock too. But when I get their information, I'm sure their family wouldn't mind me sharing that, because some of y'all get to know these people through the chat and just kind of get to know some of y'all, chat and friend each other on Facebook. And then it's always sad to find out someone's passed away. Carl Berger on Pat Travers. I need to ask Ed, and I try not to, I don't want to say the wrong name or anything. So, but I have a pretty strong idea who it was. But they were buying a poster they really wanted, and I think his wife told us, is like, yeah, he was pretty sick, and he knew he wanted it, and he didn't feel like he had much time left, and he was very glad when he bought it. And I think it wasn't, but just like a couple of days later, he passed away. So I was like, well, at least he got his last Coletco purchase in, but I don't think it ever made it to him, unfortunately. So I'm going to reach out and be like, hey, we'll go ahead and send it to him if you want it. If you want it, I think I'm just going to go ahead and offer it to his wife and be like, if you want this, I don't know if you do want it or don't want it, but if you do want it, I'll send it to you, since I think it was like his last, like, happy moment probably here. Pretty sad. Elvis Presley. I have a new Funko in. I think it's a restock. Elvis 68 comeback special. He's in his leather gear here. Elvis Presley, $14.99. That is the Elvis 68 comeback special. That is $14.99. I have 6 of them that just came in. Buffy Santa Maria is sold to Kevin Brown for $10, and we're right in the middle of a half-off bin. Keck 66 is sold to Robert Warner, and that is sold to Robert Warner for $7. The board is cleared, and let's go ahead and keep going here. Let me actually text Ed right quick. Hold on one second. All right. So, Gregory Roberts on E-Funk. That has already been sold. And then Corey Ross wants an Elvis Funko. That's sold to Corey. I have 5 more if anybody else wants one. Those are $14.99. All right, back to the half-off bin. Jefferson Starship Spitfire. That's $7.50. Pure Prairie League Live taking the stage. Pure Prairie League is $12.50. And Jimmy Buffett, you had to be there. Jimmy Buffett, you had to be there. That is $17.50 for Jimmy Buffett. And War Live is $15. If anybody wants that, it's a 2 LP. War Live. It has a gigantic hype sticker still on the cover. $15 on that. Gregory Roberts on Elvis Funko. Oh, E-Funk. I thought that was I think there's something in here called Electric Funk from earlier. Sorry. I think there was like a Sugar Hill. But yeah, sure thing. So Elvis Funko sold. And let me grab, I got them straight out of a case here. I've got six, so I've got 4 more. I've got 4 more here. All right, there's that. And then we have Jason Thomas on JS, and that's for Jefferson Starship. Dan Moran on Jimmy Buffett. Kevin Brown on War. There is some damage back here on the back, but the disc is beautiful, and it's got that really cool, huge hype sticker on the front. So, Kevin, that's sold to you unless you say otherwise for $15. Next is Carly Simon. Hello, big man. Carly Simon is $5. Lloyd Price is $10. Jesus Christ Superstar is $10. Jesus Christ Superstar, $10. Prince and the New Power Generation is $10. We have the Teen Queens, some sort of compilation here. Or is that the name of the artist? That might be the name of the artist. The Teen Queens. No, excuse me. Yeah, the Teen Queens, the birth of rock and roll. That is now $10. And we have Joe Turner, Jumpin' with Joe. That's $10. And here is this is what I was trying to think of earlier. Sugar Hill, Sudoku Bunch, Pretty Baby. That's now $12.50 a promo, 12-inch single. Kevin Brown on JCS, and that's Jesus Christ Superstar. Dave Soretna on Prince. Prince is sold today for $10. And we have Percy Sledge any day now. $10. We need new auctions. Let's do that right now. The next new auction. Let's get to the very first record that was advertised for the night. And it's going to go up right now. And that's Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is, 25. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is, 25. And that is on a limited edition 1000 on cream colored vinyl. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, $25 start. Robert Vladerchek on Sugar Hill Gang. That is sold to him. Robert Vlodarchek. Sorry, that didn't come out right. And we also have one more Japanese record over here that has not officially been shown. I'm going to put it up for just a $15 star. ABBA, The Visitors. ABBA, The Visitors is going to go up for a $15 start. Oh, man, let me text. Teen Queen. We're going to run through this bin very quickly one more time. This is $10. The Teen Queens. $10 on that. I think they're like a 50s girl group, honestly. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? I'd greatly appreciate it. We're about to go through a new Paul crate, maybe a new bin of new vinyl, so don't go anywhere, please. Do not go anywhere, please, okay? Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. 1 second here. I'm going to do one more thing here. Let me see what I got going on right here. Okay. And then over here. So, any more gel? Okay, where did I leave off? Travis Wade. Yes, he said he would take that. That's sold to Travis Wade for $10. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, 25, 26, 28, 27, 28, 35, 30. And then Carl Berger wants a jailbreak Thin Lizzy. You got it, and that was my last copy. Let's make a note to order more. And also, please make a note for me to check on the other VMP titles because they're available through pre-order. It's titles that's been out for like a year, but they're up for pre-order, like the Dollies and some of the other country that's been very popular. I don't think any's as popular as this one, but I can still get these if anybody else wants one. $34.99. Kenny Wayne Shepherd is getting lots of bids. ABBA's just a $15 start. Don't forget about our 45s tonight. I've got a very interesting bin over here. I mean, this stuff is, some of it's like bizarre. I know it's always bizarre, but some of it's like, I think very, very deep cut hardcore and not just standard New Orleans stuff. So once again, there's none left, so I'm going to keep selling them. First thing we have is Crime in Stereo, live on BBC Radio, turquoise vinyl or clear vinyl, $5, and Premature Babies, Cheat, and Steal. This is going to go up for a $5 start. That looks pretty demonic. That's going to go up for a $45 start. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is a 2022 Euro reissue, limited to 1,000 on cream colored vinyl. $42, the high bid on that. Now, this was a fantastic half-off bin. A fantastic half-off bin. And I think it's worthy of a fast read-through and just make sure nobody else wants anything in there. Half-off titles. And Sean Holford says he'll go down for a Thin Lizzy waiting list unless another one pops up. You never know about those things. They kind of like just randomly spawn in crates. So there may be even one. And don't forget, Hatchet Ed crates tonight too. Hatchet Ed crates. Now last night was very popular because we was going through on sale new vinyl and everybody was liking the post. Like the Facebook post had over 240 likes, I think. Not counting YouTube viewers, so please hit the like button. It helps me out tremendously, okay? Here is the half-off bin. Let's go through it one more time quickly. We have Noel Harrison, The Great Electric Experiment is Over, $7.50. The Horse, Cliff Nobles, $10. That's a classic. Judge, Baby, I'm Back. Seduction is $10. Also, we have Jose Feliciano, Light My Fire for $5. Jesse Coulter's $10, Down in the Rough. The Pasadenas, Tribute, Right On. The Pasadenas is $5. Porter Wagner, The Farmer, $6.50 on Porter Wagner, Classic Country. Harry Belafonte, $5. Love is a Gentle Thing. We have $7.50 for Marshall Tucker. Also, Manaheim Steamroller is $10. Fresh Air 4, Fresh Air 6. Carla Bonoff is $5. Carla Bonoff. And we have Carly Simon for $5. Bullet Boys has not come back in. Brad, as of right now, they're out of stock. Hadn't seen those in a while. $7.50 on Pure Prairie League, Can't Hold Back. Gary Wright, No One Needs a Dreamweaver. If you don't have it, you need it. It's a very classic album there. Great music on there. $10. Sawyer Brown is $10. And Gordon Lightfoot's $10. Let me pause there to tell you that Kenny Wayne Shepherd's now at $45. ABBA is just a $15 buy it now. I'm going to put it over here. Premature Babies has one bid for $5, another bid for $5. Robert, you're out. And Crime and Stereo has one bid for $5. Those are final calls. Next is Elvis in Concert, a UK edition. $15 on that. Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is $15. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. That is $10. And John Denver Autograph, $5. Arnold Adams on SB. Arnold Adams, SB, and that's Sawyer Brown, thank you. And then Seduction and Harry Belafonte. First, Belafonte's Acclaim and Seduction. I think this is music you listen to, and it seduces people. So it probably should come with some kind of warning label. Seduction. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. So be careful. Like I said, be careful who you play it around. You may be playing it around the wrong person. Jason Thomas on Dreamweaver, thank you. That's so to Jason Thomas. Crime and Stereo is at $6. Robert is out, just so you know, on this, right? Yeah, on that. Robert, let me know if you want back in. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd's now final call to Fred for $45. Looks like we need a new LP record. Looks like we need a new LP up for auction. And let's grab this right here. I got a sealed original Jackson Browne Hold Out. No saw marks, no punch holes, nothing. That is a Columbia Club copy, a $15 start. Also, we have Lloyd Price, Mr. Personality. That's just $10. Minnie Riperton was $15. Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind. Gordon Lightfoot's very clean. That was $10. Little River Band was $5. Also, Whitney Houston was $12.50. We got Phil Ott on MT and MT. First, let's pull Fred Carnell's Seduction record. Phil Ott on MT, and MT was Marshall Tucker. That's so to him. Crime and Stereo's now at $7. Kenny Wayne Shepherd has a new bid for $46. Sunday next to Marshall Tucker. Premature Babies at $7. Finley Depperstein on Whitney Houston. Also, Pure Perry League firing up. $7.50. David Shelton on Little River Band. That's so to David Shelton. Another Pure Perry League. That's $12.50. Carly Simon is $5. Hello, Big Man. Another Lloyd Price is $10. Percy Sledge is $10. And Joe Turner is $10. Those are all available. Those are all available. All right. One second. All right. So, back of the top. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. I got to go. Will you Steve Perry me for $20? Steve Perry already sold. Steve Perry already sold for a buy it now. Phil Freeman. That sounds like a Seinfeld line. Will you cut to the chase? And then Jerry said, who are you, Joe Hollywood? This is so to Phil Freeman, The Horse. Kenny Wayne Shepherd's $47. What's the songs on Percy Sledge? You have When a Man Loves a Woman. That should sell it right there. Boom, right off the bat. Warm and Tender Love. It Tears Me Up. Baby Help Me. Out of left field. I had to talk with my woman. The Dark End of the Street. Cover Me. Take Time to Know Her. Sudden Stop. Any Day Now. The Angels Listened In. True Travels on a Gravel Road. Stop the World Tonight. Help Me Make It Through the Night. And Sunshine. $10. I was asked by Cody Gray, does Rick Wakeman have the book? Excellent question. Excellent question. Does this have the book? Rick, do you have your book with you? And yes, Rick Wakeman does have the book insert. It's in there. Yes, it's in there. PB's out. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, $50. All right, Crime and Stereo. So, Fred Carnell, you got outbid on this. Natasha still has it for $7. Fred Carnell, just so you know, you're out. And then Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band's at $50, now $52. Cody Gray says will take the Percy Sledge. And then Premature Babies, since Jim B went out, we'll go ahead and sell that to Robert Warner for $7. Nobody bid on Jackson Browne. That's a buy it now for $15. It's a sealed original club copy. Now Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band's at $52. Brad Waits, you were second on Percy. Now, Fred Carnell third on Percy Sledge. But does anybody else want anything in here? I'm going to leave this out in case Donna does want Rick Wakeman, because I'm about to count these and try to offer them as a bundle deal, okay? I'm about to try to offer these as a bundle deal. Just saying. But first, so if you want something, now's the time. I'm going to start counting them. Crime and Stereo is sold into Tasha for $7. Ben Digrett's out on Percy Sledge. Final call to Fred for 52. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 21 records in there. 21 records left. If anybody wants everything that's left for $95. $95 for the remaining records in that crate, bundle deal. $95. The remaining records, everything in that crate, a bundle deal. We didn't get to do that. That's the first time I've offered it this week. So surely we got to have somebody on board. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and sell Fred Cardinal, Kenny Wayne Shipper Band for 52. And I'm going to make sure Donna Mitchell doesn't want Rick Wakeman. And if for some reason, if Donna doesn't want Rick Wakeman, I'll put Rick Wakeman in there as well. And I was about to sell it to her for 10. It was originally marked 20. Just saying. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions right quick. Next is going to go up right now. And what do we have here? Steely Dan. This looks interesting. This is a 2021 U.S. Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 10,000 worldwide with insert. The spine does have a small split, but this is Steely Dan for a $25 start. And this particular pressing has sold for as much as $80, okay? So Gabe Baez wants Joe Turner. And then Rick Barry wants the bundle deal, and then how much was Elvis? Okay, so that complicates things for a second. So what I'm going to do is I am going to sell Gabe Baez, Joe Turner, and that is right here. That's sold to him for $10. Now, I put back Rick Wakeman. So Rick Barry, if you're still good at $95 with Joe Turner going out, I'll sell you everything that left. And then David, I can't sell you Elvis because Rick's buying everything that's left. And Cody, you did get that. Steely Dan's now up for bid. So these are sold to Rick. Gabe got Joe Turner. As long as Rick is okay with the Joe Turner going out of there and me putting back in Rick Wakeman. And if he's good with that, then all these are sold. I'm going to move them to the front of the bin. I don't have room in my other crate to put them over here. But what I'll do is I'll make this the next beginning of the next crate, okay? So let me go ahead and put a sticky note on that. And Rick Barron said he'll do it from $90. Okay, that works for me. $90 for everything left in that crate. And that will be the beginning of the next crate. Let's go ahead and go through some new arrivals right quick. And this is a crate it looks like that Paul just delivered to me. So let's go ahead and get them going. And let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. Matt Barnhill on that. We do need the air horn. It's up front. Oh, no. I'm going to have to go get it. We need an air horn back here. There's 2 or 3 up front. I got to go get those because we cleared out like 8 bins last night. Of course, last night was a little bit different animal with on sale new vinyl. But yeah, that qualifies for air horn there. Thanks to Rick Barry and getting the rest for $90. Thank you, Rick, on that. Steely Dan's at $25. I've got to step up front anyway in just a second and grab a bottle of water. I'll go ahead and grab the air horn. And Rick, don't leave the chat so you don't miss your opportunity to hear your air horn, okay? You don't want to miss your air horn moment. All right, so what do we have? We got Steely Dan. I could have swore I had another batch of LP stuff I was going to auction tonight. Well, there's a couple more sealed records here. I'm going to try those, but I think we're about to just get into all the other stuff. Yeah, this is a pretty good record, I think, opened. Central Nervous System. It's a sealed copy, Music Factory. I Could Have Danced All Night. I think that's a pretty good record, just sealed. And that is a $15 start. Central Nervous System, I Could Have Danced All Night, Music Factory. This appears to be a sealed original, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. This is Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. Steely Dan, a 2021 U.S. reissue, Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 10,000 with insert. There is 1 split right there on the spine. Other than that, it's nice, near mint, Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. Bill Samus has it for $30. Matt Barnhill's out. Central Nervous System's a $15 start. Laura's delivering the rest of the auctions. And we have new arrivals as soon as I pop my net back into place. That felt pretty good. Okay, let me catch my breath. Laura is delivering auctions. This is a big moment in history. We have no idea what's being delivered. Actually, we kind of do. All right, here is a bizarre looking sleeve. Whoa. French cut lust. You just never know what's going to come up for sale here. French cut lust. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And then we got Viacon Satin. Viacon Satin. I think it's the other word, but either way, it's going to go up for a $5 start. Wow, what a bizarre batch of 45s there. Let's go through some new arrivals and see what we got here, okay? I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to step up front and grab that air horn and water. Nice, great start. Eric Burden declares war, and it's a 1970 U.S. original promo. And it's a promo, EX 27.99 yellow MGM promo label. Eric Burden declares war, 27.99. We have Detroit Emeralds. You got it. You want it. You got it. Detroit Emeralds is a 1972 US VG Plus 19.99. Street Corner Symphony. This is in VG condition, $9.99. And Kenny Vaughn. Kenny Vaughn is a 2011 US EX condition, $36.99. And we'll pause right here at Fleet Foxes Shore. Fleet Foxes is a 2020 blue marble vinyl pressing, VG Plus, $34.99. Quick update. Central Nervous System does not have a bid for a $15 start. Steely Dan's at $32.35.40, now $45. French Cut is a $5 start. And this right here is a no bid looking for a $5 start. If you're just joining us right now, here's our other no bids. Jackson Brown Holdout is a $15 start, or excuse me, a $15 buy now. It's a sealed original club. ABBA's a Japanese pressing for $15, and Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits is a buy now for $25. Just saying. We're going through new vintage arrivals, prices marked. We have The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, a 1968 U.S. original. There's two notes on the back from Paul. Essential and classic. Sounds like something you need then. I am the God of fire, and I messed that up. I am the God of fire, and I bring you fire. That is Arthur Brown, VG Plus. I'm pretty sure Carl Palmer from Emerson, Lake and Palmer is playing drums on that, or at least toured with them, something like that. We have, this looks interesting here, Lee Stevens, Red Weather. This is a 1969 U.S. Blue Cheer related. It is VG minus, but that's something I've never seen before. That is $14.99. And in the tradition, Dave Van Ronk with the Red Onion Jazz Band. This is a 63 U.S. mono, VG $11.99. Now, is that the same Olivia Newton-John? It is. What about Steely Dan? Bill Samus, you're out. Matt Barnhill has it for $50. Satin has a bid for $5. French has a bid for Fred, this already had a bid for $5, and then I think 7, VS 6, and okay, so first of all, let me make this a buy it now. Central Nervous System's a buy it now for $15. I'm pretty sure Fred just bid $6 on this, and then he bid $5 on this, but there was already other two $5 bids. And now Bill Samus is done on Steely Dan, so Matt Barnhill has that for $50. The next comment is, what is the next comment? Price on AB. Arthur Brown was VG Plus $19.99. Arthur Brown is VG Plus, VG Plus $19.99. Olivia Newton-John is sold to George Samberez. Paul's delivering another record, and he's throwing up a peace sign, which is an indication that he's leaving. Thank you, Paul. And this Olivia Newton-John is sold for $25, and Cody Gray is in on satin at $8. Thank you. Okay, now Fred's in on French at $6. Robert Warner, you've been outbid. Next is the following. Eddie C. Campbell, the baddest cat on the block. This is EX $17.99. Tawana Bennett wants the Lee Stevens record. That's so to Tawana Bennett. Also, Craig Weatherford on Arthur Brown. Let me make sure that Vintage Vinyl South Carolina doesn't want it. If you pass, somebody else does want it. And we have Cactus Restrictions. Cactus is VG condition, $14.99. It also may be an indication he's wishing you peace. It could be, but if you've ever played Super Mario Brothers, that's usually meaning he's exiting the level, and Paul has left the building, just like Mario. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm out of blue juice. Wow, I turned around. I forgot the auction bin just got restocked. Good golly, Miss Molly. The auction bin is restocked. Okay, next thing we have is we've pulled Lee Stevens. We got 2 people pinning on Arthur Brown, French out. Jackie on CNS. CNS for Jackie Reynolds. CNS for Jackie Reynolds. I'm honestly not sure. Central nervous system. Yes, central nervous system. That's so to Jackie for $15. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve. French is at 7. Satin's at 10. Does ABBA have Dancing Queen? No. Carl Berger gets Cactus. That means Craig Weatherford gets Arthur Brown. Yeah, Craig Weatherford gets Arthur Brown. And now Viacon's at 11. Okay, now my crate's also full. So let me swap out. And just for whoever's tagging, the next crate, the first thing in it's going to have the bundle deal. Just because I didn't have space in that crate, obviously. So the first thing in the next crate's going to be that bundle deal to Thomas. Okay? Now, Steely Dan, we can roll this over to Beethoven. And this is sold to Matt Barnhill for $50. Thank you. Very cool Steely Dan record there. French cut and Viacon satin. And Fred has that for $11. And the French is at 7 with Tim. Fred Cardinale, you're out on that. As always, really interesting stuff here that Paul has prepared for us. I think I'm going to move my camera over just a hair like that. I think I like that better. Okay, a little bit more where you can see the back corner. Alrighty, what do we have here? So what time is it? 7:28. I'm looking right at a Led Zeppelin physical graffiti. Okay. A 1975 US PRC Richmond original with the original insert with a Led Zeppelin button. We doubt it's original to the LP, but it came this way. VG Plus, a $35 start. Wow, so this is an OG Led Zeppelin physical graffiti, a PRC Richmond press. Both discs average out at a VG Plus. And then also, it has all the inserts and it's complete with all the inner sleeves and inserts. And it has a physical graffiti button that someone has pinned through the cover, which I guess is a pro and con. One, they've pinned a button through the cover, but also you get possibly a vintage / original Led Zeppelin physical graffiti button. That's pretty cool, honestly. $35 start, OG Led Zeppelin. Via is sold to Fred for $11. French is sold to Tim Voldness for $7. All right, those are sold. Now we're down to Led Zeppelin for a $35 start. Let's go ahead and show a few more LPs here. Funny Papa Smith, 1930, 1931, the original Howlin' Wolf. 1972 US repress, VG Plus $39.99. Janis Joplin Pearl, that's in shrink wrap, and that's $24.99. Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus $24.99. We have Cotton in Your Ears, James Cotton Blues Band, a white label promo from 1968, EX $17.99. EX $17.99 for James Cotton's Blues Band, and Joe Walsh is VG Plus $14.99. Funny is sold to Michael Butler. Thank you. Now let's introduce another. Since we're doing Led Zeppelin, let's go ahead and do Robert Plant. Manic Nirvana. This is always popular. 1990 US original with the original inner sleeve. $35 start. It does have a saw cut there, but 1990. That's why this one's always desirable. I mean, by 1990, vinyl production was very low, and this is a beautiful copy. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the original inner sleeve and a really nice jacket, just that one saw mark. $35 start on that. Robbie Woods on JW for Joe Walsh. That's sold. And we're looking for a $35 start on Led Zeppelin. Also, Little Milton is EX edition, $22.99. Robert Plant already has a bid for $35. And next is how much was Howlin' Wolf? Howlin' Wolf. I don't know there is a Howlin' Wolf in here. There's not a Howlin' Wolf in here. And we have the band. This is VG Plus, $24.99. the band, self-titled, orange capital label, $24.99. So let me go ahead and introduce a few more 45s. I still got to go up front and get that air horn. I'm going to do that right now. Let me go ahead and get the 45s up and rolling, though. We have the Fair FUCK and the Hell City Kings. Here we go for $5 starts. Hell City Kings, the Wolf EP, that's a $5 start, and the Fair FUCK, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Let me go ahead and make a few more tags here before I go anywhere. Led Zeppelin 40, Robert Plant 45, Natasha on JJ for the Janis Joplin. And I'll be right back. I'm going to go get an air horn, so I would be prepared for whenever I come back. And also, Thomas Baumhart, make sure I know that you're watching, okay? Let me make sure Thomas is watching so he can do that. And I'm going to go up front. I'll be right back. All right, let's tear into this thing. Glad you have decided to spend your Friday night with us. First thing, shout out to Mike Massey. He supplies us with our air horns. Thank you, Mike Massey. He started a tradition of supplying us with a lot of stuff, including air horns. And is Thomas Baumhart watching? He never did say yes. He may miss his own air horn. But we did a bundle deal. We need to bring out a... Boy, this one's got a red nozzle on it. I don't know what that means. It says U.S. Coast Guard. This may be like military grade. This might like blow the roof off of the store. I hope not. But U.S. Coast Guard. Limited edition aircraft carrier edition. We have one in the chamber, I think. Or is that... Hold on a minute. There might be a box of, I don't know. Let me check tonight. I mean, we never can have enough, but Thomas Baumhart, I hope you're watching. That makes up for the what am I trying to say? That makes up for the bins that we emptied last night. So, okay. So, we go back and figure out where I left off. So Robert Plant got a bid for 50. Robert Plant 55. Fair 5, 6, 65. And we're good. Okay, so what happened on Led Zeppelin? Let's take another look at that. I think we're just at 40, surprisingly, with Craig. Craig Honeycutt has this for $40. It's a 75 USPRC Richmond. And by the way, this pin can be removed very easily with very little noticeable damage. So Led Zeppelin is at Led Zeppelin. The last bid on this was $40 to Craig Honeycutt. That's a final call. And that is a 75 USOG, a nice VG Plus. Now we're at 41. And then we've got two 45s there, the Fair and Hell City. And the high bids on those are 6 and 6. Fred has both. And then Robert Plant is at $65. Robert Plant is at $65. That's the high bid on that. Next is Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die. Traffic is VG condition, $9.99. This has some damage to the cover, has a promo sticker though. Let's see if it's a promo label. Not a promo label, just $9.99 there on Traffic. Somebody want to know the information on the band? The band is VG Plus, $24.99. Led Zeppelin has new bids for $42.45. Robert Plant's at $66. And out there, Eric Dolphy. That's a 1982 US reissue, EX $27.99. So these are sold for these are sold to Fred Cardinale for 6 and 6. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. Those are sold to you for 6 and 6. Those are sold to you for 6 and 6. We also have Johnny Young and Big Walter, Chicago Blues, 1963, I think, 68 US. That's VG, $19.99. Matt Barnhill and Eric Dolphy. That's sold to Matt Barnhill. And Do It If You Want To, Snooky Pryor. This is a 1973 white label promo, VG condition, $9.99. And The Best of Jeff Beck, a Netherlands import, VG condition, $9.99. The Best of Jeff Beck, VG condition, $9.99. And Van Morrison, Wavelength. Van Morrison is VG, $11.99. And Nat McCoy's Soul, a 1979 Soul album, VG Plus, $34.99. Last thing was Diego Sanchez on Snooky Pryor. Colin Butler second on that one. Kevin LeBady said he will take the band. And Robert Lee Bunch on The Best of Jeff Beck. Now, where are we on Robert Plant? The last bid on Led Zeppelin was $45 with Sunday Morning Session. He bid $45 first. Craig is out, Brad's out, and that last bid on Robert Plant that came in is now final call to D-Kong for $68. Edwin Blom, you have been outbid. Richard Ziner, second on that. Did you see the comment about Howlin' Wolf? Yeah, Michael Butler still wanted it, though. Michael Butler was first, and he got funny, and it was called the original Howlin' Wolf, but Michael Butler wanted it, and he did get that one. Also, we have Slim Harpo, Knew the Blues. That's a 1970 US EX edition, $36.99. Slim Harpo, Knew the Blues. Okay, now let's jump over here and see what I have in this Buy It Now box. And yeah, let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to start trying to work some of these in tonight at $6.99 Buy It Nows. Let's see what we have here, and let's go ahead and grab some right now, okay? Now, first thing is new 45 auctions, though, before I do anything else there. And those are going to be here, and these are going to go up for $5 starts. Gouge Away, Consider. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Gouge Away, Consider. That's our next 45. And we got School Jerks, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Those are now up for bid. Those are $5 and $5. Next thing in the crate here is Little Milton, We're Gonna Make It. Little Milton's a gold stamp promo, 1986 US, EX edition, $17.99. And the Sidewinder, Lee Morgan, an 85 remaster, classic jazz album is the note on the back from Paul. VG Plus, $34.99, Blue Note. All right, these 45s I'm about to show is $6.99. The Eurythmics, Would I Lie to You? The Eurythmics is $6.99. MacArthur Park, Richard Harris. MacArthur Park, Richard Harris. The Tie Me Kangaroo Down Sport. This is Rolf Harris and the Big Black Hat. Susie Q, CCR, Surfing USA, and The Warmth of the Sun by the Beach Boys. Those are all $6.99. Going to have to start doing some Buy It Now 45s. So we got Surfing USA, we got Susie Q, we got Tie Me Kangaroo Down, and MacArthur Park and the Eurythmics, okay? I don't see 45 bid before me. The 45 bid that came in before you was over on YouTube. Sunday morning session bid 45, and then you bid 45. Also, Brad Waits had bid 43. Now, since then, Brad Waits, I don't think has set out, and neither have you, but it is Sunday mornings at 45. Edwin Blom, however, did go out on Robert Plant, and this is sold for $68. And as soon as I said that, George Jones's comment popped up and says, info on Robert Plant. It is sold to D-Kong for $68, Manic Nirvana. Brad Waits gets CCR for $6.99. We have Fred Cardinal on the Eurythmics for $6.99. We have Fred Cardinal on the Beach Boys for $6.99. And we have School Jerks is at $6. Brad Waits said, I set out. Brad Waits is out. Sorry, that actually didn't come through on my screen. And then I looked again, but I didn't see it. MacArthur Park and then Kangaroo. Those are still available if anybody wants those. School Jerks looks like there's a 6. Gouge Away, no bid on that. Craig says he's out on Led Zeppelin. So we're about to sell that to Sunday then for $45. We are about to sell that then for $45. Next is Guitar Slim and Jelly Belly, Carolina Blues. That's an original 62 US. VG condition, $14.99. That's Guitar Slim and Jelly Belly. That's $14.99, VG condition. And This Old World's in a Hell of a Fix. The Gospel according to Skip James, Fred McDowell, Sam Collins, a 71 Blues comp with a really wicked cover here. VG Plus, $34.99. Wow. VG Plus, $34.99. School Jerks is sold to Tim Voldens for $6. If anybody wants to gouge away, it's a $5 buy it now, and that means Sunday morning session, you do get the Led Zeppelin. Let's be careful with this one, whoever's tagging, because of this button. We might want to take that button and go ahead and remove it and wrap it up so it doesn't cause any damage to the other records. So I'm going to leave it right there, and I'm just going to make sure we put that, or maybe take that off and put it in a separate place. The Allen Bound, that's VG $14.99, and the Isley Brothers go all the way. The Isley Brothers is EX edition, $12.99. All right, next thing we have is a whole empty auction block. So first is this right here, a 2009 U.S. Sundays pressing of a classic Psych album, The Inner Mystique of the Chocolate Watch Band. This is a 2009 U.S. Sundays press, EX, a $25 start. Fred Cardinal wants the blues comp, but before that, Diego got Guitar Slim. Fred Cardinal gets the blues comp. There's the Chocolate Watch Band. That's a 2009 press. And let's go ahead and put up another killer-looking Led Zeppelin here. Oh, man, I see a Led Zeppelin with Obi. We got some great auctions here. First is a 1976. This is a hold on one second. This is a 1976 Japanese pressing, a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 3. And this is a $55 start. Now, the Obi is torn up here at the top. The Obi is torn up here at the top. It lays down on the jacket really nice. And then here is the insert. Okay. The vinyl, though, is your typical near mint minus and pristine. That is a $55 start. Gatefold cover has a working wheel. But the Obi here, it is attached to the cover because it lays inside of the gatefold, but it is torn up here at the top, okay? But that is a superb copy of that $55 start. Samuel, that's Led Zeppelin Chocolate Watch Band. Let's get some other ones. But over here, the last 245 sold, which was Richard Harris and Wolf Harris. Excuse me. Yeah, Wolf Harris and Richard Harris. They're both sold for $6.99 and $6.99 to Samuel Kopich. All right, back to the new arrivals bin that Paul's marked here. We got Frank Zappa Hot Rats, a German import. VG Plus, $34.99. Frank Zappa, VG Plus, $34.99. Also, Junior Parker, I'll Tell Stories, Sad and True. This is a 72 US, VG Plus, $19.99. And Get Out of the Cool, the Gil Evans Orchestra, an original US stereo copy, VG condition, $24.99 on that. All right, now, the next thing that I have is... What do I have? I need more 45s. Let's grab those right now. The next 45s I have is Psychotic Reaction. And let's see what this is right here, the Rights. Let's put these up. So the first thing I have is the Rights. and this is going to go up for a $5 start. And details on chocolate watch band. Details on chocolate watch band. That's a 2009 Sundays reissue. 2009 Sundays reissue. Boy, I don't know if I can get the Psychotic Reaction. This is one that Amoeba, this is from Amoeba Records, and they've like took shipping tape and completely sealed the sleeve where it's you can't get to the disc. Let me see if I can get into it. Let me get my box cutter and or this pen here. This might be best. Yeah, I always like to make sure at least the right disc is in here. I don't want to sell a. It's not really sealed. It's just in a sleeve that's been inside of a. It's been inside of a sleeve here probably since what, the 90s. There we go. All right, let's check it out now. So first thing we have is Psychotic Reaction. Very nice. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Now, right now, no one has bid on the Japanese Led Zeppelin 3. It's a $55 start, and Chocolate Watch Band's a final call for $26. Let's keep going through this new arrivals bin. Mississippi John Hurt, 1928, his first recordings. This is VG Plus, $29.99. Mississippi John Hurt, his first recordings, VG Plus, $29.99. Little Milton, Blues and Soul. Little Milton is VG Plus, $14.99. Little Milton, Blues and Soul. VG Plus $14.99. We have the best of Slim Harpo, an original 69 US, VG Plus $34.99. Freddie Hubbard, Straight Life, VG Plus $34.99. And Bad Company, Straight Up, a 71 Winchester, VG Condition $19.99. Bad Company, Straight Up, VG $19.99. And Coco Taylor, produced by Willie Nixon, it says, EX $27.99 on that. So the current bids is Right 5, Psychotic Reaction 5, Psychotic Reaction 5, Psychotic Reaction 6, Michael Butler on Mississippi John Hurt. That is sold to Michael Butler. Diego Sanchez on Little Milton. That's sold to Diego Sanchez. The Rights is at 6, the Rights is at 7, Psychotic Reaction 7. Jackie Reynolds on Badfinger, Rights is out. John Gollin on PR, and PR was for probably something already sold. John Gollin, and I said Badfinger, not Bad Company. I may have said Bad Company. Badfinger for sure, and that's what Jackie Reynolds wanted, right? Then John Gollin put PR, and might have been autocorrect, and now Watch is at 30. That's because, Fred, nobody bid against you unless I don't say something. Okay? And then there's a bid on Led Zeppelin. I was about to make it a buy it now. So let me clarify a few of those because that got kind of confusing for me, and I might have misspoke on a few things. So Michael Butler got Mississippi John Hurt, Diego Sanchez on Little Milton, and then Jackie on Badfinger. I think John Gollin was going to bid on Psychotic Reaction. And then Fred bid 30 on Chocolate Watch Band. But who did outbid you, Fred? Because I don't see any other bids. And then I was about to make Led Zeppelin a buy it now, and Michael Peveler has bid. So now it's a final call to Michael Peveler for 55. Psychotic Reactions at 9. Now it's at 10. And then the Rights is a final call for 7 with Fred Cardinale. Sorry. And then Coco Taylor is a gold stamp promo, EX edition, $27.99. Coco Taylor, EX edition, $27.99. The original Chess Masters. UFO, Lights Out, EX edition, $22.99. And the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. The Mothers of Invention is VG Plus, $74.99. This is called Freak Out. It's a 66 US mono. VG Plus, $74.99. The Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. VG Plus, $74.99. That is available. Now, there is a new bid on Led Zeppelin for 56, and Psychotic Reaction just got a bid for 11. All right. Okay. So, Fred Cardinale got Frank Zappa. Now, I think you bid, Fred, honestly, I think you bid 3 times all against yourself. I don't know how that happened, But I'm going to go back to your original bid. I think you bid 26, 28, and 30. Unless there's somebody invisible, then I'm going to sell it to you for $26. I don't know how that happened, but I think you bid against yourself 3 times. So let's sell that to Fred Cardinal for $26. Michael Peveler, you're out on Led Zeppelin. The high bid's $56. Psychotic Reactions now at $12. And the last bid on the rights is also with Fred, and he gets that for $7. Okay? Now, we got everything else caught up, and we're good to go. That was a very good crate. Lots of variety there. It's definitely worthy of another read-through. And Michael Peveler, just so you know, you're out been on Led Zeppelin. Listen to some of these auctions we got coming up. Santana, Black Mass, Iggy Pop, John Lee Hooker, Fleetwood Mac, Stevie Nicks, MoFi, a tough one to get. I don't recall ever seeing this before. Oh, never mind. That's not a MoFi. Never mind. I saw this right here, and I thought it said Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. I was like, boy, I've never seen that one before. It's just a regular album, though. Eno, Pharaoh. I do have an interesting story about that record, though. Frigid Pink. Let's put up Frigid Pink. This is always a cool record. This is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute. 1970 U.S. Terre Haute Frigid Pink. VG Plus condition. A $25 start. Frigid Pink self-titled. That always catches your attention, doesn't it? VG Plus, a $25 start, a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute. Psychotic Reactions now at $12, and that means Fred Cardinal, you're out. He says he's done, so that's sold to John Gollin for $12. Unfortunately, okay, Michael Peveler says he's out, so Brad Waits, you get Led Zeppelin for $56. Thank you. And I don't know why that didn't bring more. I was expecting like 110, so Brad, consider that a deal. Thank you. And that's sold to you for $56. Okay. Frigid Pink already has a bid for $25. Now we need another new LP. And how about this right here? This is the 13-4 Elevators. And this is called Fire in My Bones. And it's an unofficial 1985. Side A is live material from their appearance on Something Else, a TV show. In 1966, Side B is various live and studio material from 1966 to 1967. EX edition, a $25 start. The 13-4 Elevators, Fire in My Bones, that's going to go up for a $25 start. That's up for bid. Frigid Pinks at $28, now $30. Let's read through these one more time. Eric Burdon Declares War is a 1970 promo copy. It is a yellow promo label, $27.99. Detroit Emeralds, you want it, you got it. VG Plus, $19.99. Street Corner Symphony, Little Funk Machine, VG $9.99. Kenny Vaughn is EX $36.99. Also, we have Shore, and this is called Fleet Foxes, VG Plus $34.99. In the Tradition, Dave Van Ronk, VG $11.99. ADC Campbell, The Baddest Cat on the Block, EX $17.99. Cotton in Your Ears, James Cotton Blues Band, EX $17.99. Little Milton, EX $22.99, Little Milton. Clifford Umstead on Eric B. Eric Burdon, the first record, a promo copy. Looks like we need 2 new 45s and then some Buy It Now 45s. So let's introduce 2 more 45 auctions and then some Buy It Now 45s, all right? And let me grab these next 45 Buy It Nows then. First thing we have here is MSI. MSI from 1989. This is going to go up for a $5 start. I believe that's a hardcore punk record. And this looks very interesting. Toho. Toho is on green vinyl. That's a $5 star. Very good, interesting crate here of Paul stuff as usual. And the high bid right now on Frigid Pink's 40. 13-4 Elevators. Lots of bids on that. Little Milton, so did Diego Sanchez. And now let's go ahead and put up some Buy It Nows. These are $6.99. Layla, a white label promo with pictures with company sleeves, $6.99. The Dillards, Close the Door Lightly. The Dillards, Floyd Kramer in a picture sleeve. Your Last Goodbye, Floyd Kramer. And man, I might have to put that one up for auction. I've never seen a 45 from them. Mercy, 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 Cannonball Adderley, Ambrosia, The Biggest Part of Me, and Billy Joe Royal, Gabriel, and Movies in My Mind. That's a promo. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Okay? First thing we have is MSI has a bid for $5. Whoop, let me go back up. Hold on a second. Diego got Milton, 1330, 1331. Slicker got Cotton and not Toho. No, it's Toho, not Toto. 1332. George Jones got the Eric Clapton. Kevin LeBady on DVR. That's Dave Van Ronk. Man, most of everything in this crate's going to end up selling. Toho with a bid for 5. Jason second on Layla. John Gollin third on Layla. The obscure here, Floyd Kramer picture sleeve sold to Larry Smith. 1335, 1333, 1335. Nick's next on Layla. Toho 5, 6, and Billy Joe Royal sold to Donna Mitchell for $6.99. That left Ambrosia with their big hit song, The Biggest Part of Me. Also, Cannonball Adderley, Mercy, 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 which was a Joseph Zawinul song. And then the Dillards, Close the Door Lightly. The old Dillards there. That is all $6.99. That's the only 3 left there. That's the only 3 left there. Okay. Now, quick update. The last bid I said on Frigid Pink, I believe, was $40, which is now a final call. FP Samuel Copage at $40. That's a final call. If anybody else wants in, now's the time. 13's at $40. Very interesting bootleg there. And then MSI and Toho. Boy, MSI, isn't that the band Chris Bryant was asking me to order? He's always requesting the... Chris, are you watching? Isn't that one of Chris Bryant's bands, one of his punk bands there? MSI? I think it is. I don't know if he's watching, though. This is why you can never leave the chat. You're going to miss something. Fred Carnell wants CA. Is that anything left in here? CA. I don't think so, unless it's for Campbell. Let's keep going. We're going to end up selling most of the stuff here in this Paul crate. Great Traffic album. John Barleycorn Must Die. VG Condition, $9.99. Chad, I think, said Fred got Zappa. It was me that claimed it. Okay. You're talking about Zappa. Let me make sure this goes to the right person. Make sure this Zappa here, the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. Chris Bryant. MSI. MSI. Isn't that a band that you just had me request to order some LPs from? MSI. Maybe Chris is still watching. How about Johnny Young and Big Walter, Chicago Blues? 1968 US, VG Condition, $19.99. Van Morrison, Wavelength. Somebody asked earlier, what was the name of this album? VG, $11.99. Van Morrison, Wavelength. Nat McCoy, Soul. This is VG Plus, $34.99. And then Cannonball Adderley, that's the single. Sorry, Fred. CA was Cannonball Adderley. So that's sold to Fred for $6.99. We got Slim Harpo. He knew the blues. Slim Harpo is EX Condition, $36.99. Slim Harpo knew the blues. Also, Little Milton, We're Gonna Make It. Another Little Milton, 1986 US, that's EX $17.99. The Sidewinder, classic jazz album. VG Plus $34.99. Joe Kolosky on Johnny Young. And let's go back to that. And that's sold to Joe Kolosky. Michael Butler on Slim Harpo. Slim Harpo sold to Michael Butler. And now Frigid Pink. I don't think anybody else bid. FPFP, they did. Hiram bid $43. So Samuel Copage, you're out on Frigid Pink. There's a new bid on Frigid Pink. Samuel Copage, you're out. It's MIA. Okay, MIA. I got my acronyms mixed up there. Sorry, MIA. MIA. Sorry, I got my acronyms mixed up there. All righty. So let's update these then. So we got MSI and Amazing Feet. This is still classified, I think, as punk and hardcore. MSI, Robert bid 5, and that's the only bid, and that's a final call. And then Toho, TOHO, Robert bid 5, after Fred bid 5, and then Robert bid 6. Okay, so that's at 6. And there's a ton of bids on 13.4 elevators. Chad's about to sneeze. Chad didn't sneeze. False alarm. It's almost hard to keep up. There's so many bids on... There's like 4 people bidding on 13.4 elevators all simultaneously. So I'm trying to sort through the comments just to keep up. Sidewinder is not OG. No, Sidewinder is an 85 remaster. There's a note, classic from Paul. OGs of these can get quite expensive. This is a 1985 remaster, VG Plus, $34.99. The Allen Bound is VG $14.99. Isley Brothers was EX $12.99. We have Frank Zappa. There's another one. Hot Rats, VG Plus $34.99. Hot Rats, VG Plus $34.99. What's Frigid Pink at? Samuel, you got outbid. The high bid's $43. 13.4 Elevators is at $65. We have Junior Parker, VG Plus $19.99. Gil Evans Orchestra is VG $24.99. The Best of Slim Harpo, an original 1969 on Excello. Very cool, $34.99. And Freddie Hubbard, Straight Life, a 70 US, VG $34.99, VG Plus $34.99. And Coco Taylor, EX $27.99. And UFO Lights Out. UFO is EX edition, $22.99. UFO Lights Out. Paul Oakley on Alan Bound. Paul Oakley on Alan Bound. Michael Butler on Slim Harpo. Michael Butler on Slim Harpo. And now Frigid Pink still getting bids. We just sold Alan Bound. So MSI is sold for $5 to Robert. Toho is sold to Robert for $6. And the 13.4 Elevators is a final call to Fred Carnell for $66. Slicker Van Slyke, I think it's between you and Fred. Okay? And Samuel and Hiram are still bidding on Frigid Pink. Here's our next single. This is the one I just set aside. The Cranberries. I don't see too many singles from the Cranberries. This is called Free to Decide and When You're Gone. And those are singles from 1996. Let's go ahead and start the Cranberries for $5. I've got a few more Buy It Now singles here for $6.99. Kenny Loggins, This Is It. Big hit song from him. Natalie Cole, This Will Be. An Everlasting Love. Is that same song? This Will Be. And then Henry Mancini, Experiment in Terror. Wow, Experiment in Terror and Tootie Twist. Farrah Fawcett and Jean-Paul Vingon, You. Spanking Our Gang, Like to Get to Know You. And Herman's Hermit, Silhouettes. Those are all available for $6.99. There you have it, folks. All righty. Here we go. So, Frigid 50, 13.470, Cranberries 5, Matt Barnhill on Kenny Loggins, This Is It, Edwin Blom on the Farrah Fawcett, Jason Jones on Herman's Hermits, Fred Wants to Experiment in Terror by Henry Mancini, and that leaves Spanking Our Gang, Like to Get to Know You, and Natalie Cole. Who does that song? It's on This Will Be an Everlasting Love. It's on a Austin Powers movie, isn't it? It's on that Goldmember movie. Who does that song? I never hear about that much. This Will Be an Everlasting. Is that Natalie? Is that what that song is? Natalie Cole? I don't hear much about that, or I don't hear it. I think that's the only time I think I have heard it's in that movie. It's like at the end, I think. All right, Frigid Pink. So 55. Still bidding on that, and the Cranberries has one bid for $5. Great crate. Let's keep rolling. We might go ahead and go straight into another one. Okay? Jackson Brown 20. The Seal Jackson Brown was only $15, I'm pretty sure. The Seal Jackson Brown over here, yeah, it was only $15. The Seal Jackson Brown, yep. If that's the one you're referring to. All right. Alan Bound's gone. That's long gone. Somebody claimed it, and then since then, about 5 people have asked about it. It is long gone. It is. It didn't sell the first time, and then the second time around, Derek Clark recommended it, and then about 10 people wanted it. Actually, 4. All right, let's go ahead and go through this next Paul crate here. This is a non-check condition bin. Let's see what other goodies he has here. What is the Cranberries? And then somebody just else asked, what is the Cranberries? All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is take our first stack of sold 45s in here before I have a disaster with them. Let me go ahead and take these in here in the operations room. It's going to be a big 45 night, a big new arrival night, and a big vintage discount night. So I hope everybody's ready. Ben Diger said he will take the sealed Jackson Brown for $15. And now, let's update everything. This is the cranberries when you're gone and free to decide. I don't think I've ever had a cranberries 45 before. 1996, it has one bid for $5. The 13-4 elevators is at $72 with Slicker Van Slyke. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Frigid Pink, Hiram's out. The last bidder was with Samuel Kopich for $55. We're about to go through another new arrivals bin here from Paul. Let's see what happens at this moment right now. First record is Uriah Heep. Look at yourself. Uriah Heep is $19.99. Look at yourself. New arrivals, Uriah Heep. Look at yourself. We have the Mothers of Invention. Weasels Ripped My Flesh. This is in shrink wrap. Mothers of Invention, $39.99. Weasels Ripped My Flesh, $39.99. Banana in your fruit basket. Bo Carter. Red Hot Blues, 1931, 1936, $34.99. Cranberry soda Travis Wade for $5. 13-4 elevator sold to Slicker for $72. Frigid Pink sold to Samuel Kopich for $55. And boy, do we have some other great auctions to run. Next is Green Onions, Booker T and the MGs. A 1968 U.S. reissue, a Terre Haute reissue. The grade is G. Laura says it looks rough and is definitely noisy, but it played without skipping. G condition, low grade. That's why the other night when I had one of these in the non-payment bin for like $72, that was nice. It was like, somebody probably needs to go ahead and grab that. Also, now available, $10 start. Don't forget, I got 3 Hatchet Ed crates to do. I may do one of those next. So as of right now, not counting the stuff that will be delivered later from Laura, I've already got, and this crate, I've already got 5 more crates to go through. So everybody just bear with me. Samuel gets Mothers. We also have the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. 2018 Anniversary Edition sealed, $39.99. The next auction is Billy Idol. And it's a 1983 U.S. Pittman original with the original on her sleeve, EX condition. Billy Idol's a $20 start. Craig's in on Booker T for $10. Let's step over here and grab a few more 45s then. Let's grab this one. And let's grab this one. And then let's grab some more Buy It Now 45s. Okay. Let me grab some from the middle of the box here. I think I've already shown everything that I've brought over. Yep. Okay, so here's our first auction 45s here. And those are just a little bit of Sherry Davis. Sherry Davis, $5 start. And the Dukes of Hamburg, It's My Fault. The Dukes of Hamburg, that's a $5 start. I'm going to start showing some more 45s in just a second. But right now, we have Booker T 10, Billy Idol 20, Billy Idol 20. Back to the new arrivals bin. Hubert Laws, Then There Was Light. Hubert Laws is a white label promo, gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Freddie Hubbard and Stanley Turrentine in concert, 1974 U.S. This is $19.99. This is Freddie Hubbard and Stanley Turrentine, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, this was not for resale. It's a promo sticker on the back, not for resale. The Rolling Stones 2018 Anniversary Edition, sealed, $39.99. Billy Idol 25, Billy Idol 26. The UFO in the last bin. There's several in those I can't believe didn't sell. Here's the first one. UFO was EX $22.99. EX $22.99 on UFO Lights Out. We have the Virtuoso guitar of Scrapper Blackwell. No condition notes on anything in this bin, so this is a nice one here on Yazoo. That's $29.99, Yazoo. Also, we have Juke It, Lucille Bogan and Walter Rowland. Unknown Year, a Yazoo sealed record, $34.99. Brad Waite sold on UFO, Unidentified Flying Object. Now we have these two 45s, final call for 5 and 5. Booker T just has one bid for 10. It is G condition. Billy Idol's already at 25, now 26 of Jeremy Rourke. So Chris X, just FYI, you are out on that. Back to the bin. Bobby Keys, Lovers Rockin', the Lost Album. Bobby Keys is $24.99. Also, we have the Rolling Stones from the vault, The Marquee Club live in 1971. Wow. 2015 with DVD, $59.99. The Marquee Club, 1971. So the Dukes has a bid for 5 of William Dragovich. Final call on Sherry Davis for 5. And Savoy Brown, a step further, $14.99 for Savoy Brown. Here are some buy it now 45s. We have Fleetwood Mac Paper Doll from 1992. Carly Simon, Nobody Does It Better. That's from James Bond, The Spy Who Loved Me. That's a James Bond theme. Lou Rawls, You'll Never Find Another Love Like Me. Julian Lennon, Well, I Don't Know. Loverboy, Hot Girls in Love. The Association, Wendy. Miami Sound Machine, Words Get in the Way. And we have Pat Benatar, Invincible, the theme from The Legend of Billie Jean. All those 45s are nice, clean, most of them in the original company sleeves, and they are $6.99 each. $6.99 each on those. Hold on a second, I got to move some cables around. I'm trying to charge my other phone over here. And let me move this and plug in this. All right, so the other auctions in the back were final calls. And first thing we have here is Bill Samus on BK, and that's for Bobby Keys. Hubert Laws details. Hubert Laws is right back here for Adam Bernardi. Adam Bernardi, this is a white label promo. Then there was Light. Hubert Laws, then there was Light Volume 2. A beautiful white label promo, no condition notes, $19.99. Billy Idol has a new bid for $30. And now starting on the buy it nows, Brad Waits on Loverboy for $6.99. Jason Thomas on Pat Benatar for $6.99. James Vasquez was second. And then we still got Miami Sound Machine, The Association, Julian Lennon, Lou Rawls, Carly Simon, Fleetwood Mac. And we have, what else do we have here? There's the other, let me get all the other no claims so I can keep them here. Maybe we can do a bundle deal later. All right, Craig Weatherford, you got the Booker T for just $10. Thank you. That's so to you. There is some other claims coming up, but give me 1 second. Let me put away this auction. And then let's make Sherry Davis. Let's make Sherry Davis a buy it now for $5. William Dragovich, oh, that's Dukes. This is sold to, the Dukes is sold to William Dragovich for $5. Sherry Davis is a buy it now for $5. Billy Idol was at $27.30. And Chris X went out. So Billy Idol's a final call to Jeremy for $30. And then next is the sticker in under the shrink or on there. Let's see here. This is, it's on top of the shrink. Yeah, it's on top of the shrink. There is a tear in the shrink right there too. There's a tear in the shrink. It's weird for a Stones album from 2018 to have a promo sticker. Adam Bernardi on Hubert Laws. What is the Scrapper? The Scrapper was Scrapper Blackwell, the virtuoso guitar of. No condition notes, $29.99. Rod Bryan on Sherry Davis for $5. Jason Thomas wants the Fleetwood Mac Paper Doll from 1992 and the Miami Sound Machine. And let's see here. Figured there'd be at least one James Bond fan wanting Carly Simon. Nobody Does It Better. And then Billy Idol is sold, and that is sold to Jeremy Wart for $30. Then there was one other question from David Hoy. Is the Freddie Hubbard Stanley Turntime Concert a 2 LP? This is a single LP. This is a single LP, David. 1 LP with this one. 1 LP. Okay. There we go. All right. Now, all new auctions going up right now. First is, let me go back to the front of the bin here. Let's do Black Mass Lucifer. This is a 1973 U.S. reissue. Lucifer is Mort Garson's electronic music project from a few years before he released Fantasia, or Plantasia. Not Fantasia. Fantasia is from like 1938. Plantasia. Plantasia. VG Plus, a $15 star. Black Mass Lucifer. That's going to go up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Just a $15 start. And earlier, it seemed like there was a lot of interest when I mentioned Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman. How about the original album in mono? Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman, a 1966 U.S. mono with the original Atlantic inner sleeve. The vinyl is VG, what actually isn't bad for this kind of record. $20 start on Percy Sledge. So Black Mass and Percy Sledge. Back to this new arrivals bin. Let's see what's next. We have Lucinda Williams, World Without Tears. Lucinda Williams is a 2003 press, $49.99. We have Blue Cheer. This is a 1968 pressing. The note on the back says super clean, $49.99, outside, inside. That is extremely nice for Blue Cheer. Another one of those bands that's always just kind of beat the heck. St. Paul and the Broken Bones, Half the City, a 2014 press on pink vinyl, $74.99. St. Paul and the Broken Bones. All right, let's put up another couple 45 auctions right quick. Let's grab something out of here. And let's see what this is right here. And we're going to put these up for a $5 star. First is Gumball. What you're going to do and read the news. Gumball is going to go up for a $5 start. Gumball. And then we have Staring Problem. Staring Problem, Ghost, and Lifelines. That's going to go up for a $5 start as well. Black Mass is VG+. Percy Sledge also has a bid for $20. Moving on. Next thing we have here is Starcatcher, Greta Van Fleet. This is on the milky clear with glitter colored vinyl, $24.99. Wow, that's pretty cool. I don't know if I've seen that particular variant. $24.99 on that. And we have Goose, Dripfield. Goose is on white vinyl, $39.99. And Frank Zappa, Apostrophe. No condition notes on this. Zappa is $39.99. Gumball does have a bid for $5. Percy has a new bid for $22. Black Mass is a final call, though. Let's do some buy it nows. And let me grab a new handful over here. So far, 45s have been pretty good. About to get into another box. I'm going to jump around in our boxes, though, just so I can kind of keep it mixed, because I think there's different, types of records in different boxes. But, man, see some pretty cool stuff here. First is a promo copy of Jim Croce's Time in a Bottle, a double-sided mono stereo with the original sleeve, Jim Croce, with radio station markings. That was probably played over the airwaves in 1972. $6.99 on that. Carla Bonoff, Personally. Carla Bonoff is $6.99. We have Jefferson Starship, No Way Out. Also, Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie, Jay and the Techniques. Another promo, Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., You Don't Have to Be a Star. Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. And Chain, 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 Chain of Fools, Aretha Franklin. Very cool. That's $6.99. Now, back up the top, the last thing was Gumball 5, Percy 22, Goose Details. Goose Details. Goose Dripfield, white vinyl, $39.99. That's about the only thing written on it. Can I see the Ghost? No Ghost. It's called Staring Problem. The name of one of the songs is called Ghost. And that's at that's a $5 start. Now, we also have another bid on Black Mass for $15. So Classy's bid $15 and Fred's bid $15. And Fred, since then, you've been outbid because there was already a bid for $15. Now, George Jones put JC, and that's for Jim Croce for $6.99. Jason put JT, and JT was for Jay and the Techniques. And then Percy got a new bid for $26. And then Jason got Aretha Franklin. And we somewhat put Jim for $8, which doesn't, Jim Croce was $6.99, and you was second. These are not auctions. These are buy it nows. And then somebody else put Jim 6. That's already gone. What is Black Mass's bid? Two people's tied at 15. Now Percy Sledge is at 27. Now Black Mass is at 17. And Edwin Blom wants Goose. Now Percy Sledge is at 28. And now George Jones wants Scrapper Blackwell. All right. So that leaves for $6.99, Spanking Our Gang, Marilyn McCoo, Billy Davis Jr., Jefferson Starship, and Carla Bonoff. Black Mass has a high bid of 17 with Ivan R. He's the high bidder. Now 20. Now Percy Sledge is at 33. And now Edwin Blom wants to put back Goose. Staring Problem is a buy it now for $5. And Gumball is sold for $5. And Gumball is sold for $5 to Rod Bryan. All right. Now, we have Leon Bridges coming home, $24.99. Leon Bridges coming home, $24.99. Also, we have Elton John and Leo Russell, The Union, a 2010 press. That's $34.99. Elton John, Leon Russell. Betty LaVette, The Scene of the Crime, 2017, $24.99. So Percy Sledge is now at 33 with Samuel Kopich. Brad Waite says he's done. That is a 66 mono original VG final call. And Black Mass, Adam Bernardi has it for 20. The bidder before him was Ivan R. Ivan, you're out. Okay. Next is I Just Dropped By to Say Hello, Johnny Hartman, a 2015 pressing. That is $29.99. And Billy Cobham, Life and Times, with John Schofield, $19.99. New 45 auctions. And the next 45 auction is going to be this. Oh, here's some of the... whoa, okay, never mind. This is, I was like, what is that? That's some of the Record Store Day stuff. I'm about to get into that as soon as we make a few more dents in this other box, okay? I think we got a couple more hardcore type records here, so let's see what we have here. And let's get going, all right? I don't know if that's a legitimate bid. I don't think that's the... I don't know. Let me check on that account. I don't think that's a legitimate bid. Emily... I don't know who Emily Flitch is. I don't think that's a... Is that a... hold on one second. Yeah, that's a... I think that's just a bot or something. Hold on one second. I saw some comments earlier. Yeah, this person is just randomly commenting on our post right now because I kept on getting notifications. That's not a legitimate person. And this is what really messes it up. When I try to ignore people purposely, y'all can still see it. And yeah, they're commenting randomly on our post right now. So they just reply. They're going through our post, just randomly replying to people. So let me block this person. Those accounts really mess me up because y'all think somebody's bidding and I just try to silently ignore them, but y'all can see it. And then I have to remove them. I have a very strong sense when somebody's actually real or not without even clicking on their profile. They just don't say the right stuff. They're commenting oddly on other old posts. And then they get on and just start bidding on something. They're either crazy or they're some sort of odd bot. It's probably more so they're crazy. And they create Facebook accounts and then just cause mass hysteria on the internet. And that's their Friday night fun. Okay, so the last thing we had was Billy Cobham and So Did Jared Inc. John Dodd on Goose. That's So Did John Dodd. Goose. Percy Sledge is sold to Samuel Kopich for $33. And now just to confirm, Black Mass is at $20 with Adam Bernardi, and that's a final call, okay? Now, our next singles are Violent Minds, Riot EP, that's a $5 start, and Broken Patterns. And I'm going to leave this one in the sleeve because it has a Broken Pattern sticker on it, $5 start. Yeah, don't send Emily your checking account number, Social Security, driver's license, a photo front and back of your driver's license and your debit card. You might wake up tomorrow in a financial hurting. All right. If you're going to send anybody your credit card, send it to me. And I'll send you records in return. She'll send you nothing. I'll at least send you something, okay? Here's our next auction. There's been a lot of people want me to run this since it was posted in the hot picture from the new collection. Look how nice. It is a 1975 UK reissue, It is a 1975, but it's a UK, I believe maybe pressed in Germany. Typically these are. Beautiful Captain Beefheart, like super clean, near mint minus. 75 UK, beautiful, gatefold, $45 start. Black Masses sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Robert Warner has Violent for $5. Broken's a $5 start. Back to the new arrivals bin. Some really cool stuff in here. Bill Evans, Eddie Gomez, Montreux 3, $24.99. We have a Love Supreme John Coltrane remaster, $29.99. And we have Santana. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. In Search of Mona Lisa. Santana's a 2019 US, and that is $19.99. New auction going up right now. New LP auction, that is. Then Chad's going to have to pause for a water break. That water I went and got earlier, I hadn't got to it yet. Wow. What an incredible record here from The Who. So this is sealed, and this is interesting, okay? So this is a sealed Who, the first U.S. album, My Generation, with a hype sticker that says, including the hit single, The Kids Are All Right, not to mention My Generation, and I love the song Legal Matter that's on here too. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Based purely on the catalog number and any other indicators, we don't really know if it's OG or not. But the latest, it's only going to be 1971. So, as usual, you can't tell if a record's OG or not just by the catalog number. Sometimes you can, but you have to be able to see the disc to run the matrix. So this is a sealed Who. It's either a 1966 OG. The latest it could be, though, is just 1971. Still very early for a sealed Who record. And I don't know if you could maybe research and maybe match open copies with that hype sticker. I've never seen that hype sticker before. Never. But that catalog number is either OG and at the latest 1971. And I'm kind of looking at it. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Of course, there's no way to tell. But this is sealed, and I'm liking the shrink on it because it has some tears. Sometimes if the shrink's perfect on these, I'm worried about reseals, but I was looking at this one earlier, and it has breaches. It has signs of wear where the shrink has busted through, which tells me it's never been opened. It's a true original seal. This should do very well if the right people's watching. $55 start. Sealed copy of The Who's My Generation with hype sticker. That's a cool record. $55 start. I mean, even if it's a 71 and you opened it and it was in shrink with hype, that would be a killer record. Next is Santana, In Search of Mona Lisa. Santana is sold to Susie Breelove. The silver sticker says factory sealed for your protection. Factory sealed for your protection. The Who's at 55. Back to the bin, new arrivals. We got Budgie. Wow, that's crazy to see that in a bin. And it's a white label promo. Budgie is $34.99. Budgie. The Who has a bid for $55. Betty Davis, Is It Love or Desire? A 2009 US, $59.99. Now The Who's at $57. And Armageddon, a killer proto-metal supergroup, is the note from Paul, $39.99. Violent is sold for $5 to Robert Warner. Broken Patterns is a $5 buy it now. And Captain Beefheart is just this is a surprise, a no bid, just a $45 buy it now. Wow. So The Who already has several bidders. And we have a $45 buy it now on Beefheart, and that's sold to Matt Barnhill. Okay? There it is. And then we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $14.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy, $14.99. That is a good point Scott just made about the hype sticker. Why would they put a hit single, The Kids Are All Right, on a later pressing? That is a good point. And that's typically like with a lot of Beatles records, some of those early hype stickers are collectible, not just because they're hype stickers, but also because they help indicate it's definitely an earlier pressing. So that's a really good point, because if this was The Kids Are Alright was not a hit single in 1970 or 71. That was more so in, 66, I guess, if you could track the charts. Of course, the Who albums are weird here. They had stuff out in the UK before the United States. And really the first US album was that one right there. So kind of bizarre how they released their stuff. They had UK, US. Gets kind of complicated. Kind of like the Stones. Even kind of like the Beatles, they were putting out different stuff in the UK than in the US. You have UK Rolling Stone stuff, you got UK Beatles stuff. It's different albums, different track listings than US albums. So basically, if you want to collect a band like the Who or the Beatles or the Stones or any of those other British groups, they have a whole discography of UK albums and a whole discography of US albums. So next is Heimer Aponte on Armageddon. Adam Bernardi wants Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And speaking of the Who, it's at $85. Now, let's keep going here. We have Journey Frontiers. Journey's $24.99. Journey Frontiers, that's $24.99. And we have Blackfoot, no reservations. Blackfoot, EX $16.99. I just saw an article where Roger Daltrey has pretty much said he can barely hear and he can barely see. He's pretty much almost blind and pretty much almost deaf. He's lost a lot of his vision, and he's lost a lot of his hearing from all those loud concerts. Man, have y'all ever been to a Who concert? They were loud in like 2012, and they were really loud back in the 60s. This is our next auction. Check this out. Led Zeppelin, a 1976 Japanese pressing. A Japanese pressing of House of the Holy. It has the original cover strip to cover up the nudity there. It also has the obi. The vinyl's near mint. A $55 start. $55 start. I want y'all to look at the vinyl. Just look at it. Are you looking at it? Just take a look at it. No quarter. Beautiful inner sleeve. Beautiful original or beautiful insert, a beautiful original inner sleeve. Hey lady, you got the love I need. Now this obi here, the top, what I call the title strip, it's actually a little crinkled, but at least it still exists. So this thing is complete and nice. A $55 start. Wow, we got two heavy hitters back there for the 8:30 hour. A sealed Who and a Japanese Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. Excuse me. All right, and then the next question is, stereo or mono? The Who is a stereo copy. The Who is a stereo copy. Mike Ospaw gets Blackfoot. The Who's at 110, 125, 135, 150. Led Zeppelin's at 56. All right. Now, next in the bin is April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. April Wine is VG plus $12.99. Olay ELO, great compilation here in shrink wrap. Olay ELO, $19.99, and Foreigner 4. Foreigner 4 is VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Led Zeppelin 58, Led Zeppelin 60. Let's grab a couple more 45s over here, including our next handful of Buy It Nowers. Let's see what else I have over here in our Buy It Nowers to do, okay? Got some pretty cool stuff, I think. Let me grab this box. I'm going to start pulling from three. We got 3 full boxes of 45s, and I hope by the end of the night we have made a big chunk in some of them. Oh, yeah, here's some right here I was looking for. All righty, here we go. So these are all $6.99, but first, let's pull Foreigner for Brad Waits. Let's pull April Wine for Todd Saw. And now we have the Four Seasons, Big Man in Town and Little Angel with the picture sleeve. St. Elmo's Fire, Man in Motion, John Parr. Sweet Georgia Brown, the Harlem Globetrotters. Minnie Riperton, Lovin' You. Son of a Preacher Man, Dusty Springfield. It is an oldie series. And one more, Bruce Hornsby, The Valley Road. Bruce Hornsby, The Valley Road. All righty, there's those. And those are all $6.99. Led Zeppelin's at $65. The Who's at $170. First is Jason Boxell on the Four Seasons for $6.99. Larry Smith was second. St. Elmo is so to Brad, then Kelly, then Robert, then James. And that leaves Sweet Georgia Brown from the Harlem Globetrotters, Minnie Riperton, Loving You, Son of a Preacher Man, and Bruce Hornsby. All right. Now, Led Zeppelin's at 66. Our next auction is Section 8. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Cornflakes and beer. Let's put that up for a $5 start. That's already a new sleeve, so we'll leave it with it. All right, let's show a few more buy nails. My crate's full, but I'll keep showing. What's going on here? The Sensational Alex Harvey Band. VG Plus, $14.99. The Sensational Alex Harvey Band. Tomorrow Belongs to Me, $14.99. And we have Lucinda Williams. Down here, The Spirit Meets the Bone. EX Edition, $32.99. Also, Bill Evans at Town Hall. Bill Evans Trio. An original 1966 US stereo. VG Plus, $34.99. That's an OG Bill Evans. And Sonny Boy Williamson, VG Plus, $19.99. Wow. And Doug Sam is a 74 US promo, VG Plus, $34.99. So the final call on the Who is Samuel Coppage at $170. Sealed. We can't confirm the year, but we know it's either 66 to 71. Really cool hop sticker, and that's at $170. Led Zeppelin got up to 65, and that was with Mark Riley. And then 66 with Michael Peevler. Fred Cardinal wants The Son of a Preacher Man, which is right here. This is sold to Fred Cardinal. Section 8 has bids for 5 and 5. Now Led Zeppelin's at 70. That leaves Minnie Riperton, Sweet Georgia Brown, and Bruce Hornsby. George Samberez on the Bill Evans. A slew of great records there. Let's put Bill Evans in there for George, and let me swap out crates right quick. Let's get a new empty one going, okay? And let me go ahead and grab this. That's heavy. It's full of vintage OG vinyl being shipped all over the world. Literally all over the world. Appreciate it. Thanks to everybody watching tonight. Thank you for spending your Friday night with us. I'm going to keep you entertained for, at least 4 more hours, hopefully. The Who has a new bid. Led Zeppelin has a new bid. And now they're bidding on Section 8. All right. Now, that was a killer crate from Paul. I don't know if I want to go back through it in detail. First thing I'm going to do is finally take a drink of this bottle of water. I've got kind of that dehydrated feeling. So give me 1 second. I feel much better. Okay. Welcome back. Sorry, I had to take care of some stuff on my phone. Okay. All right. Now, Who 80, vintage vinyl on AH. Vintage vinyl on AH. Alex Harvey, thank you. Led Zeppelin 75. Who 185. How Do I Do the Four Seasons? Paul, It's Already Gone. Led Zeppelin 78. And now, okay, so first thing we have is The Who sings My Generation, a sealed copy. George Jones has this for 185. Samuel Copage, it's back out to you. And I think it's just down to y'all two, okay? I'm going to go ahead and put it back in the sleeve. I knew this would be quite the competitive battle. I love that sticker on there. And now Led Zeppelin's at 80. That's a beautiful 1976 Japanese pressing, like perfect, fantastic music. And then Section 8. I think we're still tied at y'all's $5 bids. We are. Jim B bid 5, Robert bid 5. So, Robert, technically you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And then we had a claim for Journey with Pat Fratt. And this is a killer Paul crate with lots of great stuff. And then what's the Lucinda Williams? EX 32.99. And then somebody asked about Doug Sam. Doug Sam is a promo copy. It's not a, they didn't do white labels for this one. It's just marked promotion, not for sale. So that's VG Plus 34.99. The Who My Generation is a sealed copy. It's either 1966 all the way to 1971, but it is sealed with hop sticker, and it has a new bid for 195. Led Zeppelin's at 85, and now Adam Bernardi's out. We're also doing Great Buy It Now 45s, and I'm about to grab another handful. I think I've hit a pretty good batch here. This is really cool here. This is, I think, from the album Classic Yes, the UK edition. It was a bonus 45 that came with an album. Roundabout, and I've Seen All Good People. That is $6.99 for Yes. America, The Border. Hang On, Sloopy, Hang On, The McCoys, a classic. Nancy Sinatra in Sugartown. How about Paul Anka, Put Your Head on My Shoulder, and Rocket 88, Jackie Brinston. I think that's, of course, Muddy Waters is on the B-side. I think that's they call that the first true ever rock and roll song, Rocket 88. That is $6.99. Hatchet Ed's coming up next. Yep, Hatchet Ed's coming up next. All right. Let's keep going here. I think this Paul crate's definitely worthy of another quick, fast read-through, and then the next Hatchet Ed. So we got Uriah Heep, Look at Yourself with the mirror cover, $19.99. Banana in Your Fruit Basket, Bo Carter, Red Hot Blues on the Yazoo label. Red Hot Blues from 31 to 36, Yazoo label, $34.99. Juke It, Juke It. Lucille Bogan and Walter Rowland, sealed for $34.99. Another Yazoo, Unknown Year. We have the Rolling Stones, The Marquee Club, 1971, $59.99 with DVD. Savoy Brown is $14.99. A clean copy of A Step Further. Also, a sealed copy of Beggar's Banquet. It's a 2018 anniversary edition. Sympathy for the Devil, Street Fighting Man. I like this song here, Jigsaw Puzzle. That's a cool one. And it has a not for sale sticker on the back. Odd. For a 2018 pressing, $39.99. And Freddie Hubbard and Stanley Turrentine in concert, $19.99. Let me pause there and update The Who. The Who is a sealed copy, like I said, with a hop sticker. The kids are right. We really don't know what year, but it could be as early as 66, but no later than 1971. Either way, still cool. Samuel has it for $210. George Jones, you're out. Led Zeppelin's now moving to a final call because Adam Bernardi. 1976 Led Zeppelin Houses, $85. Section 8 has a new bid for $6. Jim B wants to see the vinyl. This is called Cornflakes and Beer by Section 8. The vinyl is near mint minus. Anna Bernardi gets Yes for $6.99. Larry Smith on AM, and that was for America for $6.99. The Black Crowes box sets came in on Monday, yes. I actually have the master list around here somewhere, but Michael, if you pre-ordered, you should have got one. Fred Cardinell wants Rocket 88. The Who's at $215. Is Banana open or sealed? Banana in your basket is opened. It is near mint. It is $34.99. Bo Carter, Banana in your fruit basket. Who's $215? And then Paul Fritch on the Snoopies. That's sold to Paul Fritch for $6.99. Fred Cardinell wants the Beggar's Banquet. Jetstream wants the Fred and Stan. That's sold right here to Jetstream. Now Section 8's at $8. Paul Fritch, these 45s, some of them are buy it nows, some of them are auctions. You just bought Sloopy, okay? There's no bidding on that one. This was $6.99. If you want one of these 45s, the only thing you have to do is put Sloopy and hit send, and that tells me you're buying it. There's no bidding involved. Now, if I say this one's up for bid, that means it's up for bid. And there it is, like Section 8. And then you bid in the comments, like Jim B. and Robert Waters doing. Now, if I lay this down like Paul Anka, Put Your Head on My Shoulder, that's a classic song, Put Your Head on My Shoulder, Paul Anka. If I lay that down and say it's $6.99 and you want it, the only thing you got to do is put Paul or Paul Anka or PA or Paul A or Put Your Head or Head on My Shoulder, and that means you're buying it. That's all you got to do. Those are still available if anybody wants them. Okay? Now, the Who is a 215 with George Jones, and the Led Zeppelin is sold. And the Led Zeppelin is sold, and that's sold to Mark Riley for $85. Thank you, Mark Riley. That is sold to you. The Black Crowes. Yeah, I think Paul tagged all those on Monday. I think when Paul did the show on Monday, I think he tagged all those. Pretty sure. Right. And now a very late bid just came in on Led Zeppelin. Section 8 is at, Section 8's at 10. They're still bidding on the Who. The last bid on the Who that came in was $215 with George Jones. Samuel Kopech is out. Okay. First we have Lucinda Williams. That's $49.99, a 2003 U.S. World Without Tears, $49.99. Blue Cheer, a beautiful copy. Paul's note says super clean, 68, $49.99. St. Paul and the Broken Bones is a 2014 press on pink vinyl, $74.99 on that. Starcatcher, Greta Van Fleet, Starcatcher, their newest album, and it is on clear with sparkle vinyl, $24.99. And we have Frank Zappa Apostrophe for $39.99. Leon Bridges Coming Home is $24.99. Leon Russell, Elton John, The Union, that's $34.99. Did Samuel Kopech say out on the Who? I have not heard back from Samuel Kopech. Final call to George Jones for $215. Betty Lavette, a 2007, $24.99. Samuel's back on the Who at $225. We're not done yet. Our next auction is going up right now. John Lee Hooker, Traveling. John Lee Hooker is a U.S. reissue. Most likely a 70s press. It's around, this is VG++ EX, and that's a $25 start. John Lee Hooker Traveling, a $25 start. Sections now at 14. Jim B was at 13. Robert's out. Now 14 with Tim. I just dropped by to say hello. That's Johnny Hartman, $29.99. This is Bill Evans, Eddie Gomez, Montreux 3, $24.99. We have A Love Supreme, John Coltrane, a remaster, $29.99. Budgie is a white label promo, impeccable. Budgie, a white label promo, $34.99. Betty Davis, Is It Love or Desire? $59.99 for Betty Davis. Olay ELO, VG Plus, $19.99. Sonny Boy Williamson, a 79 US, VG Plus, $19.99. Lucinda Williams, another one. Down Here Where the Spirit Meets the Bone, EX $32.99. Boy, this is heavy. Feels like 3 LPs. Yeah, 3 LPs. Feels like 180 gram times 3. Doug Sam is VG Plus, $14.99. Section has a new bid for $17. They're still bidding on the Who. Final call on John Lee Hooker. And yes, we're about to go through a Hatchet Ed crate over here. Not before I grab some more 45s for $6.99 each. And let me grab these right now and see what we have. These are $6.99. We have Randy Newman, Short People. We have Petula Clark, Color My World. Mendocino by the Sir Douglas Quintet. Marty Robbins, Knee Deep in the Blues. That's early. Mark Dining, Teen Angel. Groovy Summertime, The Love Generation. Reelin' and Rockin', the Dave Clark 5. Billy Joe Royal, Hush, Hush. World Without Love, Peter and Gordon. Those are all $6.99. Hooker has a bid for 25. Section has a bid for 18. Betty Everett is sold back here. Betty Lavette is sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on Randy Newman. That's sold for $6.99. Michael Rummon on MR. And that was for Marty Robbins. That's sold to Michael Ruttman. John Gollin wants Teen Angel. Teen Angel is sold to Mark Gollin. Also Hush. That is sold to Mark Gollin. The Who's now at $240. And Jetstream on Doug Sam. That's sold to Jetstream. Fred, I got to keep all these sticker price right now since they are new arrivals. That left Peter and Gordon, Dave Clark 5, The Love Generation, Sir Douglas Quintet, and Petula Clark, if anybody wants those. They're still battling out over the Who. And now Hooker's the final call. Let's grab that first, what we call Hatchet Ed bin. Hatchet Ed bins are non-payments and putbacks. Sometimes it's a lot of putbacks. Sometimes it's mistagged records. Sometimes it's people who just don't pay for invoices. And he gave me a lot of names earlier. He told me a lot of names. He said, here's the names, okay? And I looked at the names, and I said, I'll remember those names. One person bought 15 records one night. They were bidding on auction, seemed pretty legitimate. They registered, had a legitimate profile, had a long YouTube account, and then we never did hear back from them. No payment was ever sent to us. That happens sometimes, so I'm pretty good at weeding them out, but every once in a while, there's somebody that'll fool me. All right. 1 second. Now, up at the front of this crate is some auctions, and that's always interesting. All right. Okay. So, first thing I have here. Jetstream got Doug Sam, right? Yep. Who 245. Cooper Garden is the next comment. Cooper Garden. Not sure on that one. Who 250. Whoop. Who 250. Who 255. How much is Hooker? It was a final call for $25. Hooker was a final call for $25. Hatchet Ed crate, you're looking at it. This is it. Just like the Kenny Loggins song. All right. So the high bid on John Lee Hooker was $25. And this was with Adam Garvey about 3 minutes ago. So Adam already had it for $25. Section is sold to Jim B. Jim B gets this for $18. And the Who, My Generation, has been quite the battle, sealed with hop sticker. And the most recent bid is George Jones at $255. Okay? Now, Fred Carnell wants St. Paul and the Broken Bones from the previous bin. Let's pull that for him. Thank you, Fred Carnell. That's so to you. Next 45s are being grabbed right now. I'm about to get into some of the record store day stuff I was showing y'all last night. I wish I knew more about them. But here's what we'll do. We'll put them up for $7 starts and $5 starts, and we'll see where they end up. Not all of them's record store day. Some of them are like just new singles. Like this David Bowie, Just a Gigolo. That's actually from Music on Vinyl. Is a record store day. David Bowie, a $7 start. And some of these new singles are expensive, new. I mean, look at this. This was new for $25. Mad Parade, Underground. Mad Parade, Underground. So let's put those up for $7 starts. Those are now up for bid. Now there's a new bid on Hooker for $30 with Michael Butler. So Adam Garvey, you're out on John Lee Hooker, and we're about to sell the who. It was Gordon Chad. I'm not for sure what that is. Gorden. To my knowledge, we have not had anything with the name Gordon in it recently. All right, let's see what we have in here. Some of this stuff's new and sealed. Some of it's OG. So there's our first couple singles. And we have Buck Cherry, $59.99. Buck Cherry 15. The 20th anniversary expanded 2 LP, first time on vinyl, limited to 1,500 on metallic marble, $59.99. $59.99. 7 Mary 3 American Standard. This should be pretty desirable because these are now out of production and they're only making black vinyl now. 1,000 on black and clear marbled. 7 Mary 3, $38.99. Pink Floyd Animals, we actually just restocked this, the 2018 remix, new and sealed, $34.99. Waylon Jennings Greatest Hits, a picture disc, $34.99. Waylon Jennings, this is a picture disc, no condition notes, an original release. And Waylon Jennings, Singer of Sad Songs, a 1970 Rockaway press, VG Plus, $34.99. The Who is officially sold to George Jones for $255. Michael Butler got John Lee Hooker for $30. Mad Parade is at $7. And David Bowie has bids for $7. And then Gregory also bid something on something. Did the invoice for the Black Crows go out? No, those came in on Monday, which means you'll get an invoice on Monday. So those started a new invoice when Paul went live on Monday. So $7 in limited shipping, that started on Monday. And that means everything sold between then and now is all combined and will be invoiced on Monday. Here is our next auction. A 1989 U.S. Carrollton Original Club, Columbia House. A super clean copy, original inner sleeve. This is a $25 start, the other side of the mirror. Interesting note, we had an autograph copy of this. Let me tell y'all how expensive Stevie Nicks' autograph has got. We had an autograph copy of this that I sold reluctantly. It was the night, one of the first nights we did Dale's Pittsburgh autographs. We had a copy of this that said, "Love, Stevie Nicks." It was JSA authenticated. I think it was even Beckett authenticated. I sold it that night for $975. I thought I would start it at $975 and it would sell for like $2,500. Well, it only got one bid, and we sold it for $975. I was on a website the other day looking at signed autographs, and I found that exact same Stevie Nicks record, because it's our JSA LOA, the same letter, and they have it listed, I think, for $8,750. And I think one of the last really nice signed copies of Belladonna that sold was like 6,000 or something crazy like that. So just saying, if you have a signed Stevie Nicks album, make sure you have it somewhere in a safe place, because her signed albums have gone extraordinarily high. I think like right now, if you want to get online and buy one, I regret I sold that one. I was telling a lot of people when we were selling those autographed albums for like $2,000, we sold a couple for like $2,000 and $3,000. I remember telling people, I was like, guys, I know these seem expensive, but like some of these I'm selling for $2,500. I really think they're worth like $7,500. And we were just going ahead and letting them roll that night. Signed Blind Faith, signed Stevie Nicks, signed Eric Clapton albums. Even some of those Neil Youngs, I think I sold for $1,200 or more like $3,000. So she don't sign anymore. She don't really sign, and she doesn't really, interact a lot. So her just stuff is really expensive. So just saying, be on the lookout for those if you ever see a deal. David Bowie, but that exact same copy I have, I saw it I saw it listed for sale for what, 6,000 more than what I sold it for here. So David Bowie 7, Gregory got 7 Mary 3. Thank you. So back to that. Paul on Waylon Jennings. Now there's two here. Which one do you want? They're Singer of Sad Songs and Greatest Hits. You'll have to let me know which one. Fred next on that. And then we have Testament, Practice What You Preach. I've actually already got these discounted for $24.99. So $24.99 if anybody wants one. Hawks is $12.99. Hawks is $12.99. Hawks is $12.99. And Motorhead Bomber. This is a black and blue half-speed master anniversary edition. $33.99 on Bomber. $33.99 on that. And Steelheart is $33.99. Steelheart is $33.99. Brittany Fox, this is a limited edition 750 on white colored vinyl. That's $39.99. And we have Metallica live. We just sold one of these. Nagoya, Japan, $39.99. Stevie Nicks is just a $25 start. Fortunately, or unfortunately, she hadn't signed this one. It's just a $25 start. It's really nice. It's super clean. It's a $25 start. $25 start on Stevie Nicks. David Bowie is sold just one bid for $7, and that is sold to Robert Warner. Nobody bid on Mad Parade. It's a $7 buy it now. Stevie Nicks is a $25 start. Also, we have Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, green vinyl, gatefold, new and sealed, $33.99. Ace Frehley now playing. We actually just discounted these for $19.99. I told Ed, I said, I went through his putback bin. I was like, great. A bunch of stuff we just discounted has ended up back in the bins. That is how that happens. How much for both? They are $34.99 and $34.99. Your pick at $34.99 each. Brian Call on Mad Parade, and that was that's the single. Sorry, that's sold to Brian Call for $7. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. How about MoFi Beatles White Album? Ooh, I forgot about some of this other stuff. That's definitely coming up. What else is in here? Man, I forgot we had some pretty cool auctions like this. It's a 1984 U.S. Carrollton original, uncensored too. Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, the original uncensored cover. We've temporarily censored it with a sticky note. This is going to go up for a $55 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. That's going up for a $55 start. Brian Call on Mad Parade. We pulled that. And then Paul Fritsch wants the Greatest Hits picture disc. David Shelton wants Ace Frehley. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. And we still got Testament, which is discounted for $24.99. Next is Route 66. That's $14.99. Route 66. That's $14.99. That's in shrink wrap. Nelson Riddle. Scorpions, Love at First Sting. That's new and sealed for $33.99. And Metallica, Garage Inc. That's a triple LP, new and sealed, $59.99. Commander Cody, Flying Dreams. Commander Cody is $19.99. And Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. This is sold to Sean Holford. He should have went on a waiting list earlier. I told him these could spawn randomly in bins at any time. Sell that to Sean Holford, and there could be another one pop up, but we were starting a waiting list for that. So if anybody does want one, let me know, and we'll get you taken care of, okay? Final call on Stevie Nicks, just one bid. No one's bid on Roger Waters. Final call. Let's jump back over here to some more singles and see what we have. Well, here we go. By the way, I've got two more David Bowies. So if anybody else wants a David Bowie for $7 and $7, new sealed music on vinyl singles, Record Store Day, 2019, I believe. So those are $7 and $7 if anybody wants those. Now, let me actually pull our next auctions. Also about time for some Buy It Now 45s. Give me 1 second. And let me pull this and this. And I think I got a couple. Let's grab this one and this one here. A couple random singles here we'll do for $5 starts on these, okay? So first thing we have is this and this. And these are going to go up for a $5 start. This is the Subtones, $5 start. And Spot, a threat to society. Those are going to go up for $5 starts, okay? Now, the next thing is Brian C. on Hawks. That was a few back, but it's still in here. That's sold to Brian C. And then we have Bowie sold to Adam Bullock. Bowie sold to Susie Breelove. Ivan R. was next. Then Kristen Barnett. What is the Roger Waters info? Roger Waters is a 1984 U.S. Carrollton original, OG, uncensored cover, EX or better. It's a nice copy. It's uncensored. It's original. Has the original on her sleeve. There's just one problem. There's no bid. We're looking for a $55 star. Stevie Nicks sold just one bid for $25, and that's to Tim Holloway. So 25 for an unsigned or 5,000 for a signed. Your pick. Next is our next LP auction. This is Eno, Another Green World. Eno is a 1975 U.S. Santa Maria original, still in the shrink, VG Plus, a $25 start. $25 start. Let's keep going through this bin here. Boston, third stage. Boston is $34.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. Nice and clean. New and sealed Testament. Souls of Black Testament is $44.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work, that's in the original shrink wrap and the original on her sleeve. If you notice, the shrink wrap is red. $24.99, mastered by Bob Ludwig. RL and the Dead Wax. Foghat Night Shift. Foghat is $14.99. And we have Foghat Energized. Foghat's $14.99 and Foghat Stone Blue. Wow, VG Plus $9.99 on that one. So Foghat. Also, the Mamas and Papas 20 Golden Greats. This is a Gatefold 2 LP compilation of Mamas and Papas. $24.99. Spot has a bid for $5. I can't believe it, but Roger Waters is a buy it now for $55. Final call to get a bid on Eno, and Eno was a $25 start. And final call to get a bid in on Subtones. Ivan R is in on the Eno at $25. I think this is the first time I've ever had one of these not get a bid, and not only that, probably not bring close to like $100, especially being so nice and, of course, with the uncensored cover. So that comes kind of a surprise to me. But there it is. If anybody wants it, $55 buy it now. Eno 25, Eno 26, and then a Spot is a final call, and then there's that Subtones again. Let me show a few more records here. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. That's $19.99, and Cosmos Factory, CCR, VG Plus, $19.99. Cosmos Factory, VG Plus, $19.99. Nice inner sleeve. If I can get the record to go back in there, VG Plus, $19.99. Now, Eno 25, Eno 26. Let me go ahead and grab some buy it now 45s. These are going to go up right now. This is going to go up as a buy it now for $6.99. And the first thing we have here is going to be a Ricky Nelson picture sleeve. This is Ricky Nelson Sings. That's $6.99. Queen, Radio Gaga, and I Go Crazy. So Rick Nelson, Queen. Every Mother's Son, Pony with a Golden Mane, a Yellow Label promo in the year 2525, Zager and Evans. Also, Bob Seger, Shakedown, and Bob Seger, Trying to Live My Life Without You. Those are all $6.99 each. Eno, Ivan R., let me know if you want back in. Let's go ahead and sell Fred Cardinal, Roger Waters for $50. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. That's so to you. Larry Smith on the Rick Nelson for $6.99. Robert Vladerchek on the Queen for $6.99. That leaves Bob Seger, Zager and Evans, Every Mother's Son. The Subtones is a $5 buy it now. JK gets Spike for $5, and Eno's got a new bid for $28. We have Little River Band, Time Exposure. Little River Band's $9.99. Donna Summer was $9.99. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99. Michael Peveler wants 1, 2, 3 fog hats, all sold to Michael Peveler, thank you. And Sticks, Paradise Theater, $19.99. Our next auction is a mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pressing of the Beatles, as in the White Album. The White Album is technically called The Beatles, self-titled. This is original master recording. That is the kind of brand title strip there when you see MoFi. 1982 US, conservatively graded VG Plus with the inserts. We're going to go ahead and start it for $75. $75, and that is the Beatles. And that is the White Album, a MoFi copy. $75 start on that one. Moses E on Shakedown, and that was for Bob Seger for $6.99. And how much for what's left of these 45s? This is Every Mother's Son, $6.99. Zager and Evans, $6.99. Bob Seger, $6.99. Now, back here's the unsold stuff. I'm about to bundle them before the pile gets too big, but I'm going to read through them one more time. But right now, they're $6.99. Eno, somebody had a couple questions. Eno is on Black Island label. It's a 1975 U.S. Santa Maria original. Still in the shrink wrap. And that's a final call to Ivan for 28. I have not heard back from Scott D. Roche. Scott, if you're still watching, let me know on that. Back to the bin. We have Jefferson Starship for $14.99. Sticks, I've already showed those. It's happening. Dinah Ross and the Supremes with Neil Diamond. That's $12.99. And Orc, Scrimnosium. Orc is a prog supergroup sealed. That's $29.99. And The Tangent, Songs from the Hard Shoulder. That's another prog album on blue vinyl, $29.99. Also, Walt Disney's Lady and the Tramp, a picture disc, $19.99. All right, Paul Fritsch wants Bob Seger. We'll give him that last Bob Seger for $6.99. Eno has a new bid for $29. And then let's go ahead and put up some more 45 auctions, okay? We need some more 45 auctions. Let's do that right now. And let's see what I have here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so let's try this. I showed a couple of these last night, some more Record Store Day stuff. That we're going to try for $7 starts. I mean, for example, these new were, let's see, this might be kind of an original sleeve that came with it. It's got the price tag and stuff, but, I mean, these new were $17. Light in the Attic. Nancy Sinatra, Lee Hazelwood, Some Velvet Morning. That's a $7 start. I think that's just that's a secondary sleeve. I'm going to leave that because I don't know. I think that might have been the sleeve that came in originally. So I'm going to leave that on there. But I'm going to take this out. J.J. Cale, limited edition, Stay Around. That's sealed. That's a $7 start, okay? So those are $7 and $7. Those are now up for bid. Let's go back with that. Back up the top. Tracks on Donna Summer. Give me 1 second. Tracy Miller gets Lady in the Trap. Eno's at 30. Fred Cardinale on Orc. Fred Cardinale on Blue Prog. And then did you have Motorhead? I did. Motorhead is right back here. It's called Bomber or The Bomber. And it was a half-speed master on colored vinyl. What happened to it? It's right here. It's $33.99. Now, no one's bid on the Beatles Mo-Fi VG Plus, $75 start on that. But those are $7 starts and $7 starts there. First, let's see. Let's go ahead and bundle these. So we got the Subtones, Broken Pattern, Staring Problem, and Gouge Away. Instead of 5, 10, 15, 20, we'll do 3, 6, 9, 12. So $12 for those 4 unsold kind of, quote, New Orleans records, if anybody wants those for $12. And then I'm about to bundle some of the $6.99 stuff after I do some more buy it nows. And here's some more buy it nows. The Stylistics, I'm Stone in Love with You. The Jimmy Castor Bunch, Trog Delight, Caveman. Linda Ronstadt, Ooh Baby Baby. Robert Palmer, Hyperactive. And Eric Clapton, I've Got a Rock and Roll Heart. Brian Call gets the 4 record bundle for $3,333. That's $12 total. Nancy has a bid for 7, and they're still bidding on Eno. It's now at $32. Rod Bryan, you've been outbid. Let's keep showing some new records here. Air, Moon Safari, that's $33.99. Also, we have Texas Harmonica Rumble. Texas Harmonica Rumble is a 1991 French pressing. That's $19.99. Fred second on the bundle. Ivan third on the bundle. Brian C. wants Jimmy Castor Bunch. That's sold to Brian C. for $6.99. Also, we have another 7 Mary 3. If you missed out on the other one, $38.99 on that. J.J. Cale also has a bid for 7. So these 245s are at 7 and 7. Now Nancy Sinatra's at 8. And Loverboy, Get Lucky, $19.99. Loverboy, Get Lucky, $19.99. I probably need to look in. I don't even filter. When I'm ordering new vinyl, I don't even filter looking at new singles because to me, and I probably if you kind of if you adjust it for inflation and you judge what some of these cost, but to me for a new single like retail new, some of them I've seen as much like a new 7-inch single, they're $22. And I don't even bother posting the pre-order because sometimes, like, I had one single one time, I think it was a 7-inch too, and the MSRP was $21.98, and my cost on it was $19.98 or something. So it was like, the cheapest I could get it was $19 to sell it for $21. And a lot of them are like 5 and the retail on them is like $7.49. And so by the time we kind of order them and post them and tag them and ship them, it's really not something that we can really make any money off of. So, but it looks like this guy that we bought all this inventory, looks like he had a ton of 45s, and I think there's more back there. So, you know, but I guess it's something, if you're selling them in a store, it makes more sense. But if you're selling them here like we are, that's why I never have any new singles, because you really make like $2, maybe $3 on them. And by the time you do everything we do here, you're not making any money. So, but if you're just selling them in a store, it makes more sense because you don't have to list them, pack them, or try to sell them live and then do all the costs that we have. So, but if anybody ever sees a single coming out that you want to pre-order, let me know, okay? Here's another 7 Mary 3, and this is sold to Tim Colino. So this one just sold, and this sold to Tim Colino. Now Nancy Sinatra is at 9, and Ken Helplin wants Loverboy. Kevin LeBeatty second. And we have the Beatles is a 75. Wow, no bid on the Beatles MoFi. $75 buy it now. Put all these back there. JJ Kell just had one bid, though. We'll go ahead and sell that to Mike Ospaw for 7. And let's keep going. We got Michael Jackson Thriller. That's $24.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, $24.99. Also, we have Lee Michaels, $12.99. And YOB, or Yob, orange and blue vinyl sealed, $34.99. Now, it looks like we're about to get into some auctions. So, here's how the no-bid auctions work. Some of these have tags, what they originally were, like pressing, condition, etc. I'm going to try to show it to you and figure out what it is. And if you want to buy it, okay. But some of them I may not be able to figure out pressing plant, year, everything that typically people like to look up on Discogs to see exactly what they're buying. Some of these, the stickers are here. Some of them's not. Okay? Was it sealed or not? I don't think this came sealed originally. I don't think this came sealed. I think it came in just a loose baggie. Light in the Attic, I don't think they shrink wrap their stuff anyways. I'm not for sure, though. That's now at 10, 10, and then 11. Okay, and then Eno is sold because Broad Brian went out. This is sold to Scott D. Roche for $32. Condition on Beatles MoFi. VG Plus, maybe VG Plus Plus. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and put up 2 new LP auctions. As soon as Chad stretches. Masters coverage is wearing me out. It's an exhausting week trying to do everything I'm usually supposed to do. I will look at the record. I kind of don't like handling it because I think it's new. I think it's pretty much never been out of the sleeve, but we'll take a peek at it since it's technically not sealed. It's got like an Obi cap on the bottom. I guess I'll just take that off. Yes, it's on orange splatter. Yeah. Of course, that's a single from their very popular album. All right, and then Gregory Roberts said give his 7 Mary 3 to Fred Cardinale. Fred Cardinale, you're getting Gregory 7 Mary 3, if that's okay. And we'll get that changed. Now, the Beatles. Somebody wants to see it in detail. So here's LP1. I mean, it's everything I'm seeing is very nice. I'm sure Laura has graded this ultra conservatively for a MoFi record. You know, I mean, we don't want you to be surprised. MoFi stuff, typically, you know, I think if this thing was dead mint, I personally, as a Beatles collector, I would no way be trying to sell this less than 100. If she would have brought this up here and the note would have said super clean, near mint, I'd be like, yeah, we're not taking definitely no less than 100 for this. There's both inserts. Now, I don't think MoFi came with posters and photos. It came with 2 inner sleeves here that look like the lyrics to the posters. I don't think it actually came with a poster and photos like an original press. But yeah, this one just has some light scuffs on it, and that's why it's VG Plus for a MoFi record, and that's why it's only $75. Okay, and sorry I hadn't sold Nancy. I was just putting it in a different spot. Okay, so that tells me that ST has Nancy Sinatra for 11. Phantom Canuck, you're out. Travis Wade says he's done. Then we had a question on the Beatles and other Beatles. We had a question on this. I've answered all those. We swapped that. And then 2 other people won a 7 Marry 3. The 7 Marry 3s are going to be just randomly shown in these Fred or these Ed put-back bins. This record was originally offered as a pre-order. We had some extras. We sold out. And since, this has been discontinued. This is no longer being made. It was a one-time deal for Music on Vinyl when we posted the pre-order. And I cannot get any more of these. So they're gone. Could there be more in the next bins from Hatchet Ed? Very much so. Just make sure you're watching. Because those are kind of a first-come, first-served deal when those pop up. But right now, we've only had 2. And they've both been claimed. That one went to Tim Colino. The other one went to Gregory. He's putting it back and giving it to Fred, who was second earlier. Okay? Nancy Sinatra's at 13. I'm making sure I've answered every question. I think I've answered every question. Now I'm going to put up a new auction. And that next new auction is going to go up right now. It's the Fuzz Tones. The Fuzz Tones is a 1984 US original EX Plus condition, a $25 start. And this is called Midnight International Records. That's the label. What's the name of the album? Leave Your Mind at Home. Leave Your Mind at Home, the Fuzz Tones, $25 start. Now, Jason, you can have the Beatles at $75. If not, Rod Bryan says he wants it. Also, they're still bidding on this, and we have another offer on the Beatles. Rod said he would already take it. Let's grab another new auction right quick. And that is right here. Okay. And let's grab something different in the box. Here we go. Next auction, we have Mad Brother Ward and the Screaming Street Trash. Am I cool or what? That's going to go up for a $5 star. Jason gets the Beatles for $75. Okay, that's so to Jason. Fuzz already has a bid for $25. Nancy's at $15. Now, here's these auctions, okay? First come, first serve. This is Kiss for $68, Rock and Roll Over. It was a Japanese pressing. The cover and inserts was about $65 start. The vinyl's really nice, typical for Japanese, $68. So these are some unclaimed auctions. Next is Rush Archives. Rush Archives, really nice on that disc. Really nice on that disc. And the third disc is also really nice. Archives, $55. Cyndi Lauper is a $35 buy it now. True Colors. These are unpaid auctions, just a few. A Japanese pressing of Van Halen, Women and Children First. That's $35. A Japanese pressing of the Jimmy Page soundtrack, Death Wish 2. That's $35. Now, let me pause there and update all the auctions. Fuzz Tones is at $25. Nancy's at $15, $16, $17. MT Matt gets Rush for $55. That's sold to MT Matt. We also have Michael Schenker Group, Built to Destroy, $35. Bob Marley sold at auction for $30. Same price again on that. Bob Marley, $30. Rod Bryan on Van Halen. That sold to Rod Bryan for $35. And then John Lennon was a Japanese pressing, Shaved Fish, which is a compilation, also really nice, $35. Fuzz has 3 $25 bids. Mad Brother Ward has no bid. Final call for 5. R.K. Tucker, you've been outbid on Nancy Sinatra, just FYI. Bob Marley sold to Gregory Roberts for 30. And before I show this record, let me check the matrix. I'm trying to figure out what happened with this one. Okay, this was a Robert Ludwood cut, a Bob R.L. of Yes, 90125 we sold for $45. Master Disc RL, Master Disc RL. That was about EX condition. That's Yes, 90125. That's $45. Janet second on Bob Marley. Cyndi Lauper is $35. Yes. Adam Bernardi wants shaved fish for $35. R.K. Tucker, Nancy Sinatra is at 17. I haven't heard. He did say out. This is sold to ST for $17. The condition of Bob Marley, it looked like it was EX or better for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's really nice. Yes, nothing wrong with that one. It's still yours if you want it. Ryan was second on John Lennon. Kristen Barnett wants Cyndi Lauper. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. Thank you. And then Mad Brother Ward is a buy it now for $5. Our next auction is the Leg Hounds. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Now the Fuzz Tones is at 28 with Talks of Ravens. If you're not Talks of Ravens, you don't have the high bid on the Fuzz Tones. The Leg Hounds is going to go up for a $5 start. A couple inserts just fell out of it. I don't know what these are, but we're about to find out. Looks like some little advertisements. The Leg Hounds, $5 start. Gregory does get Bob Marley. All right, so what I'm going to do, so the unsold auctions in that bin was Yes for $45. Michael Schenker, $35. Death Wish for $35 and Kiss for $68. Now, if y'all want those, they're available. If they don't sell tonight, we'll re-auction them tomorrow. They'll either bring more or less or the same. I don't think there's any option for any other price. They'll either bring more, less, or the same. Fuzz Tone's now at 33. And then Kristen Barnett, I had to mute to talk, didn't I? It just sold last night. What did I miss? I'm not for sure what you're talking about. But if you clarify, I will answer your question gladly. The Fuzz Tones is at 35. Leg Hounds, $5 start. Okay, our next auction is going to go up right now. And it is Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. A 1983 UK pressing. VG Plus, this is going to go up for a $35 start. Pink Floyd's debut album, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. This is a 1983 UK. This is a $35 start, Pink Floyd. Fuzz Tones is at 35. What is the name of the Michael Schenker group? I think it's called Built to Destroy. Japanese pressing. Looks like it got a bid for 35, and that's what it sold for. Built to Destroy. That answers Shannon and Scott's. Now, this was a Hatchet Ed bin. This is a Hatchet Ed bin. And let me sort OG from sealed stuff. And I'm just going to read you some titles that's left. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm going to show you the sealed stuff first, as in new and sealed. There is some stuff in here that's like pre-owned, but it's sealed, like that, and maybe that. There's that. And the rest of this back bin's all new and sealed, okay? Now, Rush is sold. Pink Floyd has a bid for 35. And now we're ready for some more Buy It Now 45s before I do that. Here's the next Buy It Now 45s. These are all $6.99. Chain of Fools, Aretha Franklin. Wham, Bam, Shang-a-Lang by Silver. Where Did I Go Wrong? D.D. Sharp. Joe Simon, Power of Love. Paul Simon, Kodachrome. Bill Doggett, Big Boy. And the Four Seasons, Bye Bye Baby. Those are all $6.99 each. $6.99 each is Michael Schenker sold. Only if Shannon Lee wants it. Shannon say sold or pass on Michael Schenker. If not, I think Scott Smith wants it. Chad Wood is in the bin on your left. Rush did sell. Pink Floyd 35. Is Pink Floyd an original? Info on Pink Floyd. What is the Pink Floyd? Is Pink Floyd available? All righty. Sounds like I need to tell what Pink Floyd is. Pink Floyd is The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, a 1985 UK reissue VG Plus condition. It has one bid for $35, going once, going twice. I just laid all these down for $6.99 each. Shannon Lee passed on Michael Schenker Group. I'm going to go ahead and give that to Scott Smith if he wants it for $35. Thank you, Scott Smith. Aretha Franklin is sold to Paul Fritch for $6.99. Did Chris Knapp say out on the fuzz tones? He did. Final call to Fred for $35. And Scott Smith got Michael Schenker. Mad Brother Ward is sold to JK for $5. That's sold. And over here are the rest of these singles for $6.99. Bye Bye Baby, Big Boy by Bill Doggett. Kodachrome, Paul Simon. Power Love, that's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Tawana Bennett was second. An early D.D. Sharp single there on Cameo. And Silver. Kodachrome also sold to Paul Fritch. Nobody bid on the Leg Hounds. They're a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants that. All right. We're about to sell Pink Floyd for $35. And we're about to sell the fuzz tones for $35. I have stuff for sale. All you got to do is send this page, CollectCo, a message, and Paul will reply to you. We're looking to buy large, extraordinary record collections or small and precise collections as long as it's close and stuff we're looking for. But if anybody's out there, we're looking to buy large and extraordinary record collections. All right. Chris Bryant, no one has any punk. No one has any punk records. Here's what we have. Air, Moon Safari, $33.99. Testament was $44. Metallica, $59. Scorpions is at $33. Testament, already discounted, $24.99. Disturbed is $33. Metallica, $39. Britney Fox, $39. Steelheart, $33. Motorhead, $33. Pink Floyd, $34. And Buck Cherry, $59. Fuzz Tones is sold to Fred Cardinal for $35. I can't believe it, but Pink Floyd is sold for $35. Pink Floyd is $35, and this is sold to Ryan Eaton for $35. That's sold to him. All right, the board's cleared. Let's keep going. All right. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions right now. Chris, I don't think you realize the extraordinary difficulty of getting punk records. It'd be like winning the Masters. That's about how difficult it is. No, let me rephrase that. It's about as tough as winning the Masters back-to-back. I have a better chance of playing in the Masters than finding a big punk collection. We have T-Rex, the slider. 1972. This is a Santa Maria original with a company inner sleeve. VG++, EX condition, the slider. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is T-Rex, the slider. This is a $35 start. That's up for bid. And then the rest of these were OG or pre-owned records. If you want a price, let me know. Waylon Jennings, I'll go ahead and tell you the price on this because I'm surprised no one's got it. 1970 Rockaway, VG Plus, $34.99. YOB, David Byrne, Route 66. We have Commander Cody. Also Boston, the Rolling Stones, Mamas and Papas, Phil Collins, Cosmos Factory, Little River, Donna Summer, Jefferson Starship, Styx, Donna Ross, Neil Diamond, Texas Harmonica Blues, Michael Jackson, and Lee Michaels. The slider is a $30 start. It's now up for bid. And let's go ahead and put up Santana. This is a Braxis, a half-speed master, a 1981 US half-speed master, EX edition, a $45 start. The slider is a $35 start. Santana is a $45 start. That's our next two LP auctions. Let me figure out just what I did with that sticky note. What happened to you, slider? I've already lost it. Oh, well. I think it's a 72. Yeah, it's this one right here. 72 Santa Maria. There we go. All right. There we have it. All right. Let's see what we have here. All right. Here. Okay, this, and this. All right. Yeah, give us I usually tell people 48 hours on messages. I mean, because Ed's looking at them. He's trying to figure out what he can reply to about orders. Paul's looking at them, trying to find collection leads. And if it's something that I need to answer, Ed will open it. He'll write it down and then tell me about it later. And then usually I have about 1 day a week where I can really focus and try to reply to everybody where I can make sense of it and I can engage in a conversation, usually on Sundays. That way, if I reply to somebody, they can reply back and I'm actually awake and y'all are awake. The problem is I reply at 3 a.m., then somebody wakes up and replies at 11 a.m., and then I'm asleep, and then it takes like a week. I try to do it like on Sunday where I can engage in the conversation and we can start replying immediately. Otherwise, it takes like a week to like get it done. That's why I just say ask for Paul. And Paul takes care of all those buying leads. He opens them if he thinks it's something we need. And then, of course, if he thinks it's something we don't need, he'll tell you we'll pass. We can't buy everything. But he will, but yes, he will reply to you one way or another. I've also told him, if it's something we don't need, go ahead and let some people know. People have records for sale, but some of it we just don't need. It's just the most common stuff. We've got thousands already here. I mean, y'all just seen not everything sells. Not just because it's a record, meaning it has value. Just because it's a record, even though it could have a really good name on it, like Michael Jackson. There's a Michael Jackson record in that crate right then that no one bought. So, all right. What is the T-Rex? T-Rex info, T-Rex Santana info. Here we go. Let's figure out what's going on. What is T-Rex? This is a 1972 U.S. Santa Maria original with the company inner sleeve, the slider, VG++ EX. This has one bid. It's supposed to be a $35 start. Michael Snared put $25. It's supposed to be a $35 start. So we'll say that doesn't have a bid right now. And then Santana is a 1981 U.S. half-speed master of Abraxas EX edition, a $45 start. Is the Thriller a reissue or original? That is actually a trick question, but I'll try my best to explain it to you. This was pressed probably in 1982 when it came out. It has the original sleeve. It's really nice. It's not the first jacket they made because the first jackets didn't say co-produced by Michael Jackson. So they made about 28 million of these. Most of them were made in 1983 and 1984. It's kind of hard to track them. This one's EX at $24.99. It's not a new copy, but it's technically not the first jacket. Now, if you were to look up a disc, the Matrix, it probably will show it's a first press. But sometimes the disc is the same in that jacket as it is in this jacket. So, like I said, that's kind of a trick question. If you're asking if this was a copy that was made 2 months ago, no, this was not made 2 months ago. This was probably made when Thriller was being played on the radio, and it was a hit song around 1983-84. That's a complicated record. So it's just like Abbey Road. Those albums that sold millions and millions of copies, it can get quite complicated on the pressing details. Boston, Fleetwood Macs, they were pretty much making those things nonstop there for several years straight, over and over and over and over. Okay, those all have bids. Here's another Hatchet Ed crate before I go into the other new Paul crate. Larry says he'll take MJ. Make sure that goes in for $24.99. This is sold to Larry for $24.99. I just said not everything sells. That time Michael Jackson did sell. First thing we have is Eric Clapton Crossroads. This is a 6 LP box set. It looks like it's sold at auction. It was supposed to, here, we'll auction it in just a second. There's no price on it. It still has the tag from Paul. How about I just set that right over there and we'll auction it? This don't have a price on it. How about I set it right over here and we'll auction it? This is some stuff that either got put back or probably didn't get paid for. Here we go, Chicago. This is sealed. It don't have a price on it. Okay, we'll do that one later. Okay. This don't have a price on it. Let's go ahead and show something that actually has a price. This is Creedence Clearwater Revival at Royal Albert Hall, sealed $24.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival at Royal Albert Hall, sealed for $24.99. We have Julie London, $19.99. Julie London, $19.99. Also, Camel, Moon Madness. Camel is VG Plus, $16.99. A note from Paul, Great Prague, $16.99. We have Greta Van Fleet, sealed on white vinyl for $36.99. And the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup with the original inner sleeve and the Goat Head Soup insert. Maybe. Is it in here as well? It is. $39.99. So a nice OG copy of the Stones Goat Head Soup. What is this crate? What is this crate? This is a, I'm trying to grab that piece of cardboard because that's a flake from that Alice Cooper box. What is this crate? How to describe this crate? This is a Hatchet Ed crate. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. So this has new stuff. This has vintage stuff. This has new sealed stuff. This has pre-owned sealed stuff. This has lightly used new stuff. This has auction putbacks. This has near mint. This has check condition. This has literally everything. This is going to be a record by record case basis. This is going to be one where I will have to tell the details of every single record every single time because there's new, there's sealed, there's check condition, there's OG, there's reissue, there's near mint, there's going to be VG, there's going to be sealed, there's going to be new and sealed, there's going to be pre-owned sealed, there's going to be OG sealed. This one could be quite complex. Santana has a high bid with Christopher Dean for $50. Final call. T-Rex. The last bid on my screen was Michael Snared at $40. Since then, Jason Short has not bid, nor has he said out. Ken Helplin got CCR. That is sold to Ken Helplin. That is sold. And then we have Greta Van Fleet. We also, I've already shown that. This is Bjork, Fossora. Bjork is sealed for $24.99. $24.99. NXS The Swing. That's sealed on blue vinyl, $24.99. But no 50% offer, no best offer. No, these are sticker price, no more, no less. I won't take less, and I also won't take more. For example, if you try to pay me $30 for this, I'll say no, it's only $24.99. Also, we have Coil. Coil is sealed on dark red vinyl for $29.99, and this is called Love Secret Domain, $29.99. That's sealed. Also, golf instructions with Arnold Palmer. Perfect for Masters Week. $29.99. Golf instructions with Arnold Palmer. T-Rex 43, T-Rex 45, and then Santana is sold to Christopher Dean for $50. Unfortunately, I lost Henry's Choice. There's the bid at $51. That is at $51 with Henry's Choice. I got down to the bottom. Henry's Choice is at $51. Give me 1 second, please. Christopher Dean. I had scrolled up to check your bid. When I scrolled back down, Henry's Choice bid was there for $51. I thought I lost you, Henry's Choice. He's back in, and that means Christopher Dean, you've been outbid. Now, Jason's out on T-Rex. Michael has it for $45. Moving on. I have Grace Jones. This is called Nipple to the Bottle. Grace Jones is $14.99. And Human League, Don't You Want Me Baby, $14.99 on Human League. Don't You Want Me Baby. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Give me 1 second on this. And I need some more 45s. Let me grab them from over here. This is this one, and this is this one. Let's grab these right quick. All right. There's that and that. Okay. We got some hardcore stuff here for sure. Anti-U maybe. And WWHH. WWHH. $5 start on that. Travis Wade on GJ. Grace Jones. Track listing on In Excess The Swing. This has Original Sin, Melting in the Sun, I Send a Message, Dancing on the Jetty, The Swing, Johnson's Aeroplane, Love Is What I Say, Face to Change, Burn for You, and All the Voices. Okay? Berlin, 12 Inches of Sex, $14.99. Berlin. Also, Adele 30. Adele is sealed for $14.99. And The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, that is sealed for $24.99. Lauryn Hill. And Jimi Hendrix, Live at Woodstock, triple LP, $49.99. Julie London title. Julie London is $19.99. Christopher Dean, if you're still out there, you were outbid on Santana. Let me know if you want back in for more than $51. The Julie London was the first record here. No Condition Notes Liberty, and I believe it's called Julie London. It is. It's self-titled, Larry. We got Kevin LeBeatty on Adele, Joey Sorge on Lauryn Hill, and now we can sell the T-Rex for $45, the Michael Snare. Now, let's do that Eric Clapton that I set to the side. I remember this. This was one of the most pristine copies I had ever seen of this. I just don't know why. I don't know what happened. I mean, it's perfect. I don't have to tell you anything else except this is one of the greatest Eric Clapton compilations. I think this came from the Blues collection. Yeah, if y'all remember how nice all that Blues stuff was. This is a 6 LP box set of Eric Clapton with the book, and it's spectacular. No further explanation needed. All the classic Clapton stuff. That includes Derek and the Dominoes and Cream and some of the John Mayall stuff. Yeah, Yardbirds, his solo career. Don't forget about the Blind Faith Project. $65 start. It's incredible. I think it sold for well over $100. Ed said we had a guy one night that seemed pretty legit that bought about 15 nice auctions and some other random stuff, and we never did. We never did get payment. So. One second, please. Speaking of that. One second. All right. Had to check off. Speaking of that, there's a couple things randomly hit me. Y'all know how that is. Like, whoa, I had to check on some other making notes to ask Ed about some people. Under Oath, they're only chasing safety. Under Oath is a 20th anniversary edition, mint and white blend colored vinyl, $34.99. Soundgarden, Bad Motor Finger. Soundgarden is sealed for $29.99. Montrose, now playing. Montrose is sealed for $19.99. And Band on the Run, a half-speed master, $39.99. And we have a waiting list for this. I need all the page and plants I can get, honestly. Let me put that right there. Let's do some more buy it nows right quick. Let's do some more buy it nows. Here we go. These are going to be $6.99. All first come, first serve singles. And we have Kim Carnes doing Betty Davis Eyes. Thompson Twins, Doctor, Alive and Kickin', Sunday Morning, and Tighter and Tighter. That's the hit song there. Great song by Alive and Kickin', Tighter and Tighter. We have Frida Payne doing Band of Gold, and Joe Tex, The Only Girl. Those are all $6.99. Here is where we left off. The Santana, for the longest, was at 51 with Henry's Choice. Robert bid 5 and 5 on those singles. Robert Tomic also bid 5 and then 7 on Anti-You. Christopher Dean did come back in on Santana at 55. So Henry's Choice, you were outbid on Santana. Clapton got bids for 65, 65, 80, 67. New bid on Santana for 56. We have not sold Sid Barrett, but I will sell Edwin Riviera Montrose, Kelly Vlodarchek on KC. That's for Kim Carnes right here, $6.99. Chris Bryan on Frida Payne for $6.99. George Samberez on Tighter and Tighter, Alive and Kicking. No, this is just the regular half-speed master Paul McCartney Abbey Road Studios press. Larry second on Kim Carnes. Pat Fratt wants Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. Paul Fritsch next on Tighter and Tighter. Clapton's at 82. So Thompson Twins is still available for $6.99. So is Joe Tex. Anti-U is now officially sold to Robert Tomick, and we can roll that one over to Robert for $7. WWHH is sold to Robert Warner for $5. The Santana has a new bid for $60, and Clapton has a new bid for $82. So Clapton's at $82, now $83, and Santana's at $60. Next is new and sealed Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd's 180-gram remaster, $36.99. Julian Baker. This is sealed for $19.99, and this is called Little Oblivious, sealed for $19.99. The Sound of Music with booklet. The Sound of Music with booklet. That is $19.99, about an EX record. Also, we have Sturgill Simpson, High Top Mountain, sealed for $19.99. And then John Cougar Mellencamp. This looks like one I priced on the fly. New and sealed half-speed master, DMM press. $24.99 on that. Now Eric Clapton's at 85. Now Santana's at 61. I still have to auction Iggy Pop, Fleetwood Mac, Pharoah Sanders, David Bowie, Ike and Tina, Bill Evans, Dwight Yoakam, Miles Davis, Lou Donaldson, The Beach Boys, Roosevelt Sykes, Manu Dibango, Zombie and Fila. We have Mad River, maybe. I don't know what that is. Sid Barrett, Wilson Pickett. Yep, that's some of the great auctions. I'll do Sid Barrett next. Clapton is now at 85 with Jetstream. Next record in here is Tyler Childers, Long Violent History. Tyler Childers is $19.99. And Sturgill Simpson, A Sailor's Guide to Earth. That is sealed for $19.99. Aaron Below put OF. I bet he meant PF for Pink Floyd. Santana's now at 65. Santana's now at 65. We have how much for the Sound of Music? Sound of Music was $19.99. Looked like it's an OG stereo copy with the book that it originally came with. That is available. We also have A Tribe Called Quest, Hits, Rarities, and Remixes. That is sealed for $29.99. Tribe Called Quest. Santana's now at 65. Henry Choice is out. And Jetstream has Clapton for $85. And we're moving that to a final call. Let me show this next record, then I'm going to put up some more singles. Dispatch, Circles Around the Sun, a 2012 press, $19.99. So Henry's out on the Santana. Christopher Dean has that for $65. Now, a final call. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Friday night. We are selling records. That's what we do here. If you didn't know that, then you're in the wrong place. Or maybe you're in the right place and you just found out we do sell records. We sell them every night. I'll be here again tomorrow. Paul will be here Sunday. And then I'll be here again next week. I'll be doing this from 5 o'clock-ish because I never can start at 5, but from 5 o'clock-ish until about 12 o'clock-ish or maybe 1 o'clock-ish a.m. Anywhere from 7 to 8 hours every night. Monday, I'll be here. I'll be here Tuesday. I'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'll be here. $6.99. Conway Twitty, The Clown, Picture Sleeve, The Boy Next Door. Aaron Neville, Tell It Like It Is. That's a great song. Nat King Cole, That Sunday, That Summer. We have Bob Seger in The Last Herd. That's pretty cool. Early Seger there. Percussion Smith. Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. And Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts. And Juice Newton, Angel of the Morning. Those are all $6.99 each there. The one I set aside, I'm about to auction, along with this Susie and the Banshee single. Uh-oh, never had that before. I'm about to put 2 new 45 auctions up as soon as we clear the board here. So first thing we have is Larry Smith on Conway Twitty. That's sold for $6.99. John Gollin on Figure. I'm not for sure what that is. And then Eric Clapton has a new bid for $90 with G. Bepco. Now 95 with Jetstream. Paul Fritch next on Conway. Pam Murray wants Angel of the Morning, Juice Newton. And then John Gollin said that was supposed to be for Seeger. He got autocorrect to Figure. Okay. And then Michael Roman says Thanks and Angel. I think he wanted Angel in the Morning, but if Thanks was supposed to be something else, let me know. Let's go ahead and sell Christopher Dean the Santana Abraxas half-speed master. That's sold to Christopher Dean for $65. So I have a delivery from Laura. Wow, I'm going to keep that sticker. No one can have that one, Laura. I'm keeping that one. I'm vetoing the next sticker. That's a cool one. It's the first thing I'm looking for now when Laura drops off the crate is not what's in the crate, but what the sticker is. That was for Juice Newton. Okay. So we still got Aaron Neville, Tell It Like It Is, Nat King Cole, Olivia Newton-John, and Juice Newton. Awesome. Okay. So our first single for a $7 start is Susie and the Banshees. This is Candyman. Susie and the Banshees, Candyman. $7 start. Looks like the sleeve has some damage right here. A little bit of damage to the corner. The B-side is Lullaby, 1986. That is an extremely nice Clapton box. I've always said if Clapton stuff is expensive, like his new album is a 2 LP, the retail on it's like $46, $48. If he put out a 6 LP compilation today, it'd probably be what, $300, $349.99. The LPs are dead mint. They are near mint minus. And then here's the next single, 9 Lives Shopping. 9 Lives Shopping and Dress for Success. That's a $5 start. I don't know where that came from, but $5 start. All right, Susie has bids for $7 and $15. And let's get back to the Hatchet Ed crate here. Bread, Guitar Man. Bread is VG plus $14.99. Bread is VG plus $14.99. Paul Fritch claimed Wilson Pickett. There's no Wilson Pickett record in here. He heard an auction preview. There's no Wilson Pickett record. We have Chris Christopherson, the Silver Tongue Devil and I. Chris Christopherson is $14.99. Air Supply in Shrink and Hop sticker, $9.99. And we have Air Supply, another one, for $9.99. Susie and the Banshees, let's take a closer look at the pressing and label. It is definitely a UK, made in England. She 10, 86 Polydor, clean. Nice. Okay. G. Bepco's out. Eric Clapton's at $110 for Jetstream. Going once, going twice. The high bid's $110 on the Eric Clapton 6 LP box. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. We have the Mickey Mouse Club, 36 songs, 14-page illustrated book. The Mickey Mouse Club, that is $34.99. Oh, sorry, was there glare? I don't really get to see what y'all are seeing. I kind of know where my screen cuts off. I think it cuts off about right in here. I've got to be close. And then I'm pretty sure y'all can see the 45s. Let me look at it. Yeah, about right here. So I can't see, though, if the glare has been fixed or not. So let me fix this right there. Sorry. But yeah, I really don't see what y'all are seeing. I just kind of know what's on the board. So, all right. So Susie's at 20 now, 22. 9 Lives 5. Kelly wants Mickey Mouse. And Clapton's has a new bid for $120. We need a new LP auction. And we have Barry's Truckers, a 1978 private press rock album. VG plus $14.99. Them, a 1969 US promo, a heavy psych record, EX condition, $36.99 for them. EX condition, $36.99. And a new sealed copy. Oh, I need another copy of that. All these Page and Plants are sold. I can't get enough of those. They keep sending me like 1s and 2s. And I have like waiting list. I'm trying to get them to everybody. Tom Rapp is a 1972 press, $24.99. And Tammy Wynette, Stand By Your Man and Bedtime Story. It's a double album release, $14.99. Susie's at $25. Susie's at $27. Jeremiah Lewis gets them. That's sold to Jeremiah Lewis. Appreciate that. Now, let's get a new LP. I said I'd do Sid Barrett next. Sid Barrett's going up for bid right now. And this is a 1987 UK press. No condition notes. $35 start on this. Sid Barrett, $35 start. There is a new bid on Clapton with Jetstream at $125. Paul Fritz, you're out. Jetstream has it for $1.25. I'm about to sell it to him. Susie's now at $27. This is a sticker price. This is a Hatchet Ed bin, just a second read through. So I'm trying to keep everything at sticker price right now on this. Just FYI, everything in this bin is sticker price. Yes. All right. Now, we have another Tammy Wynette. This album's from 1989. That's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Randy Travis, Always and Forever, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $26.99. 9 Lives is a buy it now for $5. Sid Barrett's a $35 start. We're about to sell Clapton for $125. Three Dog Night is $19.99. And Three Dog Night Golden Biscuits is $14.99. Also, Fleetwood Mac Tusk, EX, $32.99. Sherry Darnell said she'll take the Tammy Wynette album from 1989. That is sold for $9.99. And we have 16 Great Performances, Steppenwolf. This is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Steppenwolf, $19.99. Sid Barrett's at $35. Natasha Pickett on Randy Travis. This is sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you. That's sold. Outlaws Playing to Win is $19.99. Sid Barrett has a new bid of $40. Let's grab some 45 buy it nows right quick. And also, Clapton has a new box set. Clapton has a new box set. Clapton has a new bid. Sorry, my brain is my brain's not 100%. There's almost too much going on. It's one of those nights where there's too much going on. I haven't had enough caffeine. I'm like, what is going on? There's this way too much. There's been partial confusion almost all night, and then probably tons of bids, and it's just taken every ounce of brain power I have to keep up. Sid Barrett's at 40. Sherry Darnell on Steppenwolf. Sid Barrett 45. And then Eric Clapton Crossroads. And then what was the last bid on Susie? I also realized I got 2 SBs up. I got Sid Barrett and Susie and the Banshees. I don't think that helps either. Thomas had Susie for 25 and Travis bid 27. And Thomas went out and Travis Wade has that for $27. Now George Jones put SB. I'm pretty sure that's for Sid Barrett. And Aaron Below opened it, then George Jones. And then he bid 40, then 45, and then 50. Okay. Now, the Sid Barrett, I just had the sticky note. It was a 1975 UK. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. 87. 1987 UK. 1987 UK. Sid Barrett is a 1987 UK pressing. Clapton's at $140 of Jetstream. And I'm pretty sure the bid before that was Paul Fritch. He actually did bid. He put OK, amperstamp, 140 Clapton. So I'm assuming he bid 140 and then Jetstream just bid 140. Now, here's some buy it nows for $6.99. I Love Rock and Roll, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. That's $6.99. Also, Thomas Dolby, She Blinded Me with Science. Eurythmics, Missionary Man. ZZ Top, Velcro Fly, and Woke Up with Wood. Journey, Ask the Lonely. Linda Ronstadt, All My Life. And Steely Dan, Time Out of Mind, and Bodavistiva. And that's from Gaucho. Yes, Susie does qualify for a sale. Susie and the Banshees is sold to Travis Wade for $27. So Clapton has a new bid for $145. Paul Fritch, if you're still out there, you've been outbid. The Sid Barrett auction is a final call to George Jones for $50. Let's tag some of these. First is Pam Murray on Joan Jett for $6.99. Susie was second. Chris Bryant got ZZ Top. Susie was second. Sherry Darnell got Linda Ronstadt. That left Steely Dan, Journey, Eurythmics, and Thomas Dolby. She Blinded Me with Science. That's still available. Last couple records in here was Pink Floyd Ummagumma, a 1973 U.S. Winchester, VG Plus $29.99, and Portishead Dummy. And Portishead is new and sealed. Portishead is $44.99. All right, now let's grab another auction here. I also pulled this out. It was right behind Susie and the Banshees. And then I have... Ooh, those are going to be some great singles. Some great buy it nows. But first, let me show this. I have Sugaree and Eep Hour from Jerry Garcia. Nice. Green label with the matching sleeve. $7 start. And a deep purple picture sleeve that's really cool. Deep purple. My Woman from Tokyo and Black Knight. And this is going to be around VG condition. And we're going to start that for $7. It's definitely a German press. It's a foreign picture sleeve. And that's going to go up for $7. The vinyl is probably worthy of around a VG. That side's like VG Plus or better. That side's maybe VG. And as you can see, the sleeve is pretty worn. But I don't think I've ever had that before until right now. Okay. Now, Chris Knapp got Pink Floyd. Deep Purple and Garcia has bids. George Jones, you get Sid Barrett for $50. Also, Sherry Darnell wanted Steely Dan. I'm surprised no one bought Journey or Thomas Dolby. Sherry got Steely Dan. Chris Knapp got Pink Floyd. And we have Clapton at $150. Paul Fritch said, come on. Okay, seems like $150. I'm assuming that's a bid on Eric Clapton. And then Deep Purple's at $7 and Jerry Garcia's at $7. Now, I'm going to do a quick sort of the new stuff and from the pre-owned stuff that was in here. And there wasn't much. Well, there was a lot of new pre-owned stuff. There's only a few new records. These right here, like new straight from distribution. Is that a bid? Yeah, I think it is. I need to ask him again, though. Paul Fritch, are you bidding $150 on Eric Clapton? If so, I need you to actually put like EC for Eric Clapton and then your number. Otherwise, I just want to make sure. I think that is a bid, but I need to make sure that is an actual bid. So, if you could let me know. There was only a handful of new sealed stuff. I'm also about to go through this Laura crate, and then I have another Paul crate. And we're about to go through more new arrivals, okay? First is Portishead Dummy, new and sealed for $44.99. Band on the Run is $39.99. Half Speed Master. Under Oath is $34.99. And then Jimi Hendrix was the triple LP live at Woodstock, $49.99. That is a bid on Eric Clapton. The last bid on Deep Purple was $8, and the last bid on Jerry Garcia is $11. Now we need a new LP auction. And that next new LP auction is going up right now. Miles Davis Bitches Brew. And this is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute repress. This is a second label. It is a 70 Terre Haute. I think it came out originally in 70, but it was on a 2i label. Conservatively graded VG Plus EX. A $30 start. Now Clapton has a new bid for $155. Paul Fritsch, you've been outbid. Rod Burns wants Band on the Run. That is sold to Paul Fritsch. And then, how long do you have to wait before you can buy Unsold Record Store Day? They never release anything to me. Well, they do, but they don't announce it, and they don't really do everything. If they do allow me to order stuff, it's weird. The stuff they have allowed me to order is randomly, and they don't tell me. It just becomes available. And I think what they do is they make a decision. Hey, we are well overstocked on this, and we need to try to get rid of them. So they start sending them to anybody that will order them. Wholesalers, anybody. That's usually on the titles, though. Nobody else wants them. So, okay. And then here's the rest of this crate. We have Camel, the Rolling Stones, Greta Van Fleet, Bjork, Coil, Arnold Palmer, Human League, NXS, Berlin, Julie London, Julian Baker, Sturgill Simpson, John Cougar, Tyler Childers, Sturgill Simpson, The Sound of Music, A Tribe Called Quest, Dispatch, Bread, Chris Christopherson, Air Supply, Tom Rapp, Barry's Truckers, Tammy Wynette, Three Dog Night, Fleetwood Mac, and Outlaws. If anything comes out tomorrow for Record Store Day, I'm not getting it. This week, there was only like 5 records that I can order that comes out. This is kind of a wash of a week for new vinyl for Coletco because it's Record Store Day. There's 700 new releases, and there was only 5 that I really could get on there and order. So if you want something for Record Store Day, hopefully you're waking up in the morning and going to a store and buying it. If you can't get to a store, then you can blame Record Store Day for not approving us. That's why we try to get them to do it, so we can sell it here that night. Not only that, people can come to our store, but yeah. Tim Graham on Sturgill Simpson. I want people to come to our store and have a big Record Store Day event, but also that I think that next morning you can sell it online, and I see a lot of people do that. Tim Graham, the Sturgill Simpsons are $19.99 each. Let me know which one you want. Robert Warner wants Coil. Sound of Music is $19.99. NXS is $24.99. And Eric Clapton. So here's what happened on Eric Clapton. Jetstream bid $155. Paul Fritsch says he's out. And then Paul said $155. Now here's the problem. Is Paul, when you say you're done bidding, you can't bid again. And so once you say you're out, you're out. Plus the bid was already $155. And if I don't sell this to Jetstream right now for $155, he's liable to contract Hatchet Ed to come and shoot me. So I've got to drop the hammer. This was a long, lengthy battle, multiple bidders, multiple ins, outs, questions, confusion. This was a heck of an auction. I am dropping the hammer. I know Jetstream's going to pay for it, and he's going to love it. And this is going to the private collection of Jetstream for $155. It is done. That is sold. It's over. It's done. There's no more. It's finished. Tim Graham gets both Sturgill Simpsons. Okay? Susie Breedlove wants In Excess. Kenneth Jank wants the information on the Tribe. Tribe Called Quest is called Hits, Rarities, and Remixes. Sealed for $29.99. Bitches Brew has a bid for $35. Bitches Brew has a bid for $35. And now let's sell these singles. Whoever's the high bidder is the winner. Jerry Garcia is sold to Michael Butler for $11. And Deep Purple is sold to Kevin Brown for $8. All right. Now, Bitches Brews at 38 and 40. Let's introduce that. I couldn't even tell you what it is. I don't even remember. This is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute repress. It's on the second label, VG++ EX. It does have the inner sleeves. The high bid's $40, a classic jazz album. We're about to go through a new Laura crate and then a new Paul crate. So back-to-back crates of new arrivals. We're about to go through more 45s. I'm about to show you the 45s that didn't sell, and then I'm going to try to sell those and then bundle what doesn't sell. We've sold another tremendous stack of 45s. Let me go take these in here before they fall over. And we're back in business. I feel like I've had to kick the show down about to 2 gears to make sure I don't miss anything tonight. All right, and then who asked about Tribe? Kenneth says he'll take Tribe. That's sold to Kenneth. Next was Chris X wanting it. And now we're good to go. I'm about to swap out crates, so let's bring over this Laura crate. And let's do business. Let me see here. Let me go ahead and put the crate on the table first. Okay. As soon as I stretch, I was stretching. I want to make sure I was physically able to reach over here and grab this crate. This is a heck of a Laura crate sticker, though. I told her, y'all heard my reaction. I was like, nope, no one can have that. But I am going to give it away. Pikachu holding a record. Now, that's pretty cool if you're into Pokemon. All right, here we go. We need new auctions. And our next new auction is Iggy Pop, the Idiot. Iggy Pop is a 1975 U.S. Indianapolis OG, G+, VG-, $15 start. $15 start. Let's grab first some more single buy it nows. So before I do anything else, I'm going to go ahead and do some singles for some buy it nows. These are $6.99. Sticks, Lights, Crack That Whip, Devo. The Lion Sleeps Tonight, the Tokens. Thunderball from James Bond, Tom Jones. Chicago, Come In From the Night. And a classic 60s, the Cow Seals, The Rain, The Park, The Other Things, the Cow Seals. Let's do one more. The Crystals, Dadu Ron Ron. The Crystals, Dadu Ron Ron. All right. So, we left off by saying Miles Davis was with Kenneth Shank for $50. Empty Matt's out, so that's a final call. Iggy Pop at $15. And the first claim here, Iggy Pop 20, Tim Voldness on Devo for $6.99. Samuel H. Kopich on Thunderball for $6.99. And that leaves the Crystals, the Cal Seals, Chicago, the Tokens, and Sticks. If anybody wants those. New arrivals, the Laura Crate. Keith Moon, Two Sides of the Moon. EX condition, $14.99, and You've Been Mooned. That is Keith Moon, the drummer from The Who, his solo album, $14.99. America, their self-titled debut, I've Been Through the Desert on a Horse with No Name. VG condition, $9.99. The Rolling Stones, Tattoo You, Gold Stamp promo, Why Don't You Start Me Up, mastered by Bob Ludwig. RL and Dead Wax, $19.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles, VG Plus, $14.99. First thing is the Cal Seals, the Rain, the Park, the Other Things is sold to G. Bepco for $6.99. First on America is Kevin LeBeatty. He gets America. And the very rare, highly coveted, extremely valuable Laura Crate Hop sticker. Wow. Take a look at that. So to Kevin LeBeatty. Tim Graham second. Scott Oman on Keith Moon. Gregory Roberts on the Rolling Stones. Then Adam Bernardi. Then Kenneth Jank. Then Todd Saw. Bitches Brew is sold for $50. And this is sold to Kenneth Jank. And now, Iggy Pop is a final call for $25 to Donna Mitchell. I haven't heard back from Cyclone Doug. And we have filled up our fourth crate of vinyl tonight. With that being said, I've got to do a swap out. And while I'm doing a swap out, let me show these because we sold 2 tonight, but we have more. Does anybody need an Elvis 68 Comeback Special Funko? I have 4 left. Those just came in today. They're laying on top over here, so obviously I can't crush them. Don't want to crush Elvis, so let me take those off while I swap out crates for a second. That's a lot of vinyl because we've sold mostly pre-owned stuff tonight, which takes up a lot less space, which means even at 4 crates, we've sold a ton tonight. Now I'm grabbing a empty crate, and I just remembered I need to write down. Paul told me to order. I said the other day I was going to order more crates, and he was like, yeah, we really need to order crates. So let me order crates, or let me make a note to order crates. Where's my to-do list? There it is. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. I don't like opening my to-do list because it makes me want to stop the sale. All right, I gotta go do my other job, which is keep up with this job. My other job is keeping up with this job. All right, let's see who all gets an Elvis Funko. It looks like we've sold a few. So those 2 were already sold. And the next comment was Brent Robley. Brent Robley gets one. Susie Breedlove gets one. Stacy Metternich gets one. And Regina Tabor gets one. All the Elvis Funkos are sold. They're all sold. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list. The 68 Comeback Special Elvis has sold out. And here it is. You ready? Elvis has left the building. Now, Iggy Pop, Cyclone Doug's out. This is sold for $25 to Donna Mitchell. Where's Rebecca at? Rebecca commented on the post and said she was at a concert or nobody would have outbid her on that Iggy Pop. So, Donna, that's yours. Billy Joe, $14.99. The Record Company, Give It Back to You. EX, $14.99 for the Record Company. And Loretta Lynn, Don't Come Home a-Drinking. A 1967 US OG Mono, a white label promo with cover damage, $19.99. $19.99. These are record crates. Milk crates actually don't hold records too well. These are super designed, aka super crates, to hold vinyl and to stack them. Milk crates are actually not the best thing for vinyl to be stored in. We got some over here that we recently bought from some people that were stored in milk crates, and they're warped. A 1981 French pressing. This is David Bowie's debut album. It's a 1981 French pressing. VG++, really nice. A $35 start. David Bowie. That's now up for bid. Joe Tex, Live and Lively. VG with hype sticker. Atlantic, $9.99. Donald Fagen, The Nightfly. VG, $9.99. Donald Fagen, The Nightfly. VG, $9.99. And we have Steely Dan, A Countdown to Ecstasy. VG condition, $14.99. VG condition. What makes these much better is you can stack them. Of course, milk crates, the records are exposed. You can stack these. There's a lip where there's no pressure on the record. So we've got crates in the back stacked 7 high, which means the bottom crate probably has 500 pounds of pressure on it, and the records are nested inside with no pressure on them. And a traditional milk crate, obviously the lips are exposed, and that's how they get warped. People would try to pack them tight where they think that they can stack them. And then we've bought collections. You could just tell where people's had milk crates stacked on top of them full of other records, and like the entire seams are just completely just ruined. So these are kind of nested where you can stack them and make it work. Fleetwood Mac is the next auction. This is a 69 UK original. Wow. A 69 UK original Fleetwood Mac. And this is EX, a $45 start. Fleetwood Mac, Pious Bird of Good Omen. Yep, $45 start. Next is Bowie 35, Bowie 35, Bowie 40. We have Joey Sorge on Donald Fagen. That's sold to Joey Sorge. Speaking of Steely Dan, we just sold Donald Fagen. There's Steely Dan. We have Paris, Bob Welch's next band after Fleetwood Mac. Bob Welch is in this band. EX edition, $14.99. Terry Gerhardt gets Steely Dan. David Bowie's at 55. How much was the record company? EX edition, $14.99. Terry, I like your profile picture. I can barely see y'all's profile pictures, but it looks like Terry has a picture of number 12. Nice. I like your profile picture, Terry. Looks like it's a picture of number 12 there. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG Plus, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $14.99. And Keith Richards and the Expensive Winos. This is VG Plus, $19.99, red vinyl. Adam Bernardi says he'll take the record company. I posted my master's pictures on the way over here, and I think I took a phone call, and I didn't think they uploaded, and then I opened my Facebook earlier, and it looks like they did upload. Okay, good. They did. So, good. I had people asking, it's like, you ever going to prove that you actually was at Augusta? And I was like, okay, I'll do it this year. Next is Broken Hearted Blues, Ma Rainey. This is EX edition, $22.99. Broken Hearted Blues, Ma Rainey. Cool, it's on Riverside. EX edition, $22.99. Bowie 60, Bowie 75. Fleetwood Mac, does this have a bid? It's a 69 UK original. Wow, that's something we don't get very often. No bid yet. By the way, Bowie is at 75. Farmer Redman second on the record company. Next in this lower crate is Coco Taylor, the Earthshaker. Coco, EX, $12.99. Kristen Barnett on Mirage. Kristen Barnett on Mirage. Uriah Heep, look at yourself. We just had one of these earlier. Here's another one. VG condition, $9.99. Lily McCurry on the old Ma Rainey there. Thank you, Lillian. That's so to you. And we got Leonard Skinner's first and last. EX edition, $27.99. Lillian is also in on Fleetwood Mac. Tim Turner on Coco Taylor. My picks for the Masters, I said earlier, number 1 would probably be Scheffler. I'd like to see an American win, but Scheffler And then Roy's would be historical. DeChambeau, that's kind of, that's what I'm looking at right now. Those sound pretty good to me, plus they're leading. And those were my picks earlier in the week. And luckily, they've panned out and still leading or close to. They're in contention at least. So, Scheffler's just, all three of those guys are playing great right now. But Bryson, man, Roy had an incredible comeback today. That's amazing. I thought he dropped the ball, but shooting 6 under today, wow. That's amazing. Tim Turner on Coco. Farmer Redman says, I'm calling flag on Record Company. Adam Bernardi. Let's see. Price on Record Company. Oh, he did ask the price first. Adam, Farmer asked the price on Record Company. Then you asked the price on Record Company. So the Record Company goes to Farmer Redman. We need to change that. Adam, he actually, y'all both asked the price, and he asked it before you. So this is so to Farmer Redman. Nice challenge flag. Challenge accepted. Challenge won. You get to keep your timeouts. We already sold Coco to Tim Turner, right? Or have I pulled it yet? Sorry, I got distracted by the Masters again. I get very distracted by the Masters. So let's if y'all want to see me completely derail the show, keep asking me Masters questions. Richard Sawi gets Leonard Skinnard. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Lillian for $45. And then David Bowie is sold to Brent Robley for $75. All right, I was about to do some buy it now singles, so let's do it. Tony Bennett, autographed edition of Hits. I don't think it's actually autographed. $6.99 from Coca-Cola, from your friendly neighborhood who bottles Coca-Cola. Look at that. Look how cool that is. Tony Bennett Coca-Cola promotional giveaway. $6.99 in the original sleeve. 100 proof, somebody's been sleeping. Crazy Elephant, gimme good lovin'. Neil Diamond, Honey Drippin' Times in the original sleeve. Nancy Sinatra doing Lightning's Girl. Darlene Love, Wait Till My Bobby Gets Home. Stumble and Fall. Roger Miller, You Can't Roller Skate in a Buffalo Herd. And the Osborne Brothers, Mule Skinner Blues. And Lovely Told Me Goodbye. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99ers. $6.99ers. Those are available. All right. Now, we have Stacy Metternich on the Tony Bennett Coca-Cola record. Still got the Osborne Brothers, Roger Miller, Darlene Love from Phil Spector, Nancy Sinatra, Neil Diamond, Crazy Elephant, and 100 Proof. I'm going to put all those back there. If you change their mind, before we go any further in this lower crate, we definitely need some more new auctions. So how about we put up this album right here and this album right here. Boy, this album artwork, this always blows my mind. When I first saw this, I thought it was like, I've told this story before, like some kind of 80s new wave album. I mean, it does not look like this album should be from 1962. 1962, this is Bill Evans, Jim Hall, Undercurrent. And this is a 62 US Plastilite original. That's the pressing plant. VG. Some of these in Near Men have brought 300. This one's VG. We're going to start it at $50. A classic jazz album. Bill Evans. But that cover there, let me get it out of the sleeve with reduce the glare. Always, it's like, wow. They took a photograph like that from 1962. It's just hard to believe they photographed something like that in 62. All right. For an album jacket, Gatefold, very nice. And then we got Dwight Yoakam. This is an 87 Canadian original of Hillbilly Deluxe. An 87 Canadian original. No condition notes, a $25 start, near mint. All right, and then we have Lillian on Darlene Love and the Osmonds. There's Darlene Love and the Osmonds. Was there an Osmonds in here? I got Darlene Love, but I don't... Oh, Osmond. The Osborne Brothers, right? The Osborne Brothers, you got it. Uriah Heep is called Look at Yourself. This is in VG condition with the reflective mirror. There's my camera, if you can see it. There's me. I'm waving. You can barely see it. $9.99 is Keith Richards. The reissue is at the 180 gram. VG Plus, $19.99. It is on red vinyl. I don't know the original year it came out. The concert's from 1988, of course. This says 2020 Mindless Records, $19.99. $19.99 prog album. Yeah, it looks like something, you know. Of course, it fits jazz, but it also fits, you know, yeah. That's an amazing cover. That's got to be, you know, highly regarded up there. I would put it way up there. For the era it was presented in, incredible artwork. Dwight Yoakam, 25. So after I showed Uriah Heep, 2 other people wanted it. So Adam, if you want this, it's yours. If not, Edwin and then Dave VH. Savoy Brown, Looking In. Savoy Brown is VG condition. $9.99 for Savoy Brown, Looking In. We also have Nielsen, Pandemonium Shadow Show. Nielsen is a 67 U.S. original, a Rockaway press, EX condition, $32.99. And Jetstream does want the Keith Richards. Thank you, so do you. Now, let me put up some new 45 auctions. I've almost forgot about the auctions over here, but let's go ahead and grab this one. And let's grab this one. Let's grab some of the new, either Record Store Day or just new stuff. This looks like it's new Record Store Day. Batmobile, music on vinyl, a $7 start, and Kate Walsh. And this came new, but it's not in a sleeve, maybe. Maybe it should be. Let me put it back in this sleeve. Kate Walsh new was $20. Wow. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Kate Walsh, Light and Dark Trying, $7 start. I guess you could say it's open. I really don't know. And Bill Evans is at $60. And we have Uriah Heep is sold to Edwin Riviera. Okay. Dave VH, you were second in line then. All right. So next is the very best of Spencer Davis Group. EX condition, $14.99. Give Me Some Lovin', EX $14.99. Bill Evans is at $60. Roosevelt Sykes, Dirty Double Mother, a white label promo, EX condition, $27.99. A white label promo, Dirty Double Mother. Non-Dairy Creamer. This is a compilation from Warner Brothers. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Bill Evans is now at $72. By the way, that Dwight Yoakam just has one bid with Jeremy Dalton for $25, and I'm about to sell it. Mance Lipscomb, Texas Sharecropper, and Songster. A 66 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, $19.99. Mance Lipscomb, VG Plus, $19.99. And All Day Thumbsucker. That's another compilation, this time from the Blue Thumb label, which has artists such as T-Rex and Icontina and Fred McDowell and Earl Hooker. That's EX $12.99. David Byrne details from a couple crates ago. David Byrne. That was the Catherine Wheel. It was right here. David Byrne, the Catherine Wheel, is a Record Store Day, first time on vinyl, 2023 sealed, $24.99. The complete score for the first time on vinyl. Sealed red vinyl, $24.99. Batmobile has a bid for $5. Kate Walsh is a $5 start. No bids on those as of right now. Michael Butler on Mance Lipscomb. Bill Evans at $75.82. David Byrne sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have the Who Sellout. This is a 1988 UK pressing. An 88 UK pressing. Wow, $29.99. Dwight Yoakam, just one bid, $25. That's sold. Boy, before this album got reissued, this OGs used to sell for $50, $70. I mean, it was crazy the demand for these. But since then, they've been put in print, and now you can grab OGs much, much cheaper. I mean, seriously, before this album was in print, it was like we would had some of these sell for close to $100. Now the OGs have become quite affordable. Jeremy Dalton gets that for $25. Bill Evans is now at $90. Robert Gordon with Link Ray, $14.99. Michael Pertruanchi. Pertuancha. Let me just skip that one. $29.99 before I self-explode. Next is Pharoah Sanders. Love Will Find a Way. Love Will Find a Way. Not the Yacht Rock song. Who does that one? Is that Pablo? No. Yeah, that's Pablo Cruz, isn't it? Love Will Find a Way. This is Pharoah Sanders. It's a 1978 U.S. Santa Maria original, VG condition, a $15 start. Bill Evans is now at $98. Batmobile is sold for $5 to Craig Thomas, and Kate Walsh is a $5 buy now if anybody wants that. Nice. Bad Company, Shrink, Hop Sticker, Double Hop Sticker, and Laura says a 78 U.S. Richmond reissue, but it is a top copy in Shrink and Near Mint Minus, $29.99. Wow, that is beautiful. It's a vintage copy from 78 with the stickers, and it looks like it just got open. Pharoah Sanders is a $15 start. The details on the Bill Evans. The Bill Evans, let me give you the details on that again, is a 62 U.S. Plastilite OG. Plastilite. It's in VG condition. And then what is the sound? Mono stereo. I don't know if it actually says. Stereo, maybe? I'm pretty sure it's stereo. Yeah. Also about a VG cover. Yeah, stereo. All right. Pharoah Sanders got a bid for $15. Brett Mutzel, Michael P. Thank you. I don't have to say that again. MT Mac got Bad Company, then Jeremy Dalton. Now Bill Evans is at $118. All right, let's grab some more singles. I think it's time for more BIN singles. Let me do that first. And these are $6.99. Let's read through some of these right quick, okay? Carly Simon, Anticipation. Donna Summer, I Feel Love. The Stylistics, You Make Me Feel Brand New. Mouth and McNeil, How Do You Do? Arthur Conley doing Obla Di Obla Da. This is bizarre. Lee Andrews and the Neons. A Night Like Tonight on green vinyl. And a Atlantic Records, History of Rhythm and Blues, Volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4 sampler promo. That's from that huge box set. It was a box set and individual releases they did. They did them individually, then they put them. This is a promo sampler from that. That's all $6.99 each. $6.99 each on all those 45s I just laid down there. Those are all available. All righty. And that is a final call on Pharoah Sanders. No, there was new bids, 20 now 22. Let's keep going through this new arrivals bin. What's Funk? Grand Funk, $14.99 on Grand Funk. The Best of Canned Heat. And this is a 76 Canadian press. No condition notes on this, $24.99. Bill Evans is at $125. Some high-grade copies have sold for as much as $300. Lillian wants the Rhythm and Blues sampler for $6.99. We also have the Continental Club, and this is $14.99. The Bubble Puppy plays on here. The Continental, $14.99. Greg wants to know, can he see the Donna Summer? This is Donna Summer, I Feel Love, in the Casablanca sleeve. Nice, $6.99. The flip on that one was, Can't We Just Sit Down and Talk It Over? First on Canned Heat was MT Matt. Pharoah Sanders is at 22. The other bidder was Janet Gray. So, Janet, let me know if you want back in on that. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more 45s. And those 45s are going to go up right now. Let's grab, let's see here. Let me grab this one and this one for $5 starts. This is the Hypo Men Altamont Boogaloo for a $5 start, and the Mud City Manglers for a $5 start. Samuel, it looks like you're going to get the Bill Evans for $125. Final call to you. Next is Jimi Hendrix Band of Gypsies on red vinyl from the Capitol Vaults. Audiophile grade. That's really cool. Jimi Hendrix on colored vinyl. Official remaster. $24.99, or I should say a Capitol Vaults press. I don't know if those are technically remasters. Junior Wells on tap. Just because it's a new pressing doesn't necessarily mean it's a remaster. $29.99, Junior Wells on tap. My Labor's Nick Gravenights, a blues rock album. Nick Gravenights is $19.99, Columbia 2i. And Lindsey Buckingham, a Columbia Club copy. You may know him from Fleetwood Mac, $19.99. Pharoah Sanders is sold to Rick Barron for $22. Thank you, Rick. That's sold to you. Bill Evans is officially sold to Samuel Kopich for $125. And then those two records there, the Hypo Men and the Mud City Manglers, are $5 and $5 starts. No bids on those. Let's go ahead and grab a new auction. And we got Lou Donaldson and the Beach Boys. Lou Donaldson and the Beach Boys. Let's grab these right here. We have Lou Donaldson, Everything I Play is Funky. And that's a sealed copy. And Laura says this is anywhere from a 70 OG to a 73. Kind of like the Who record we had earlier. It's another sealed record. You can't pinpoint exactly what year, but we know it's sealed on Blue Note, and it's either OG, but it's no later than 1973. Lou Donaldson is sealed, a $25 start. And we have the Beach Boys Pet Sounds, a Simply Vinyl edition. A $19.99 UK sealed for a $45 start. Now, I'll tell you, anything that I've ever seen on Simply Vinyl has always been pricey and always pretty high quality. That's going to go up for a $45 start. These two singles are $5 each if anybody wants them. They're now buy it nows. Back to the Laura crate. We've got a new arrivals crate over here from Paul that he brought to me earlier, just FYI. Okay? First thing we have is Mighty Baby, a Prague Sock record sealed for $24.99. Mighty Baby. Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. This is sealed on orange vinyl for $19.99. Also, Bonnie Raitt, Taking My Time. Bonnie Raitt is $14.99, Taking My Time. Beneath the Gruff Exterior, John Hyatt and the Goners on gray and clear split-colored vinyl, $19.99. Sly and the Family Stone, Heard You Miss Me, Well, I'm Back. Sly's $24.99. Beach Boys has bids for $45 and $45. Lou Donaldson is a $25 start. Let's jump over here and put up some new auctions, okay? First thing I have is this and this. And we're going to put these up for a $5 start. This one had a sticker. Somebody had this priced at one time for $35. Ghost of a Roller Coaster, a Shrimper compilation. That's a $5 start. Somebody had $35 on that at one point. Might be a good one. And Siamese Twins, I'm in a Box and Stutter. Siamese Twins is a $5 start. Lou Donaldson does have a bid for $35 with David Hoy. George Samberez on Raitt. Bonnie Raitt. Lily McCurry was second. Los Lobos by the Light of the Moon. $14.99 on Los Lobos. Ghost has a bid for $5. Amazing Rhythm Aces. Burning the Ballroom Down. That's $14.99. Leon Bridges. Gold Digger Sound on gold vinyl and a gold bright foil cover. Lots of gold there. $19.99 on Leon. Also Dion. We had Leon, and now here's Dion. Stomping Ground. Wow, look at all these people that play on here. That's amazing. $24.99 on Dion, Billy Gibbons, Bruce, Boz, Eric, Martin Offler, Eric Burden. I used to be an animal. Sealed for $19.99. So Chris X, you're out on the Beach Boys. Aaron's bid came in first at 45, right here where my finger's moving. So you're out. David Hoy's the only bid on Lou Donaldson. And Robert's the only bid on Ghost, the Shrimper compilation. Dion is so to Lily McCurry. Thank you, Lily, and that is so to you. About to go through this Paul crate. I think Chad needs a V8. I'm definitely feeling it. I'm feeling a V8. I don't know about y'all, but I feel a V8 coming very soon. Very soon. Maybe like right now. Let me grab this and this. All right. Okay. Donaldson condition, sealed. It's never been open. It's a sealed pressing, never been open. Beach Boys has new bids. Lou Donaldson has bids. This is so to Robert Warner for $5. And if anybody wants Siamese twins, it's a $5 buy now. Okay, and let's swap out crates. Do I have room? Where's the other lower crate? There's the other. Okay, yeah, let's condense the two lower crates. Let's do that. And let's bring over this batch that Paul's got for us, okay? Oh, I left off a record. Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. This is $44.99. Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. The best members of Yes come together and do an album. John Anderson, Bill Bruford, Wick Wakeman, Steve Howe. Now, why wasn't it called Yes? There's no Chris Squire. There's no Chris Squire here. And they did this album, Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. It's $44.99. But no Chris Squire. It's an 89 US original. And legally, I think Chris Squire had the rights to the name Yes. And that's why they still had toured as Yes, even without John Anderson. So, forgot about that one. And then Lou Donaldson has new bids and Beach Boys has new bids. Now, the details of the Nielsen album. Was there a Nielsen album in there? Let me go back and find Nielsen here. Nielsen was Pandemonium Shadow Show. EX condition, $32.99. A 67 US Rockaway original. EX condition, $32.99. Pandemonium Shadow Show. And that's a 67 US OG. Beach Boys still getting bids, and so is Lou Donaldson. All right. Give me 1 second. PS info and current bid. This is Lou Donaldson. Everything I play is funky. It's either a sealed OG to 1973. We don't really know the exact pressing, but it is sealed, and it has a bid of 47. Beach Boys is a simply vinyl edition. 180-gram virgin vinyl classic album series. That was pressed in 1999, a UK, and that has a new bid for 50. I'm going to bring up the Paul crate as soon as I bring over a V8 energy drink, which I desperately need. So let me go grab it. Oh, I forgot about the other Hatchet Ed crate, too. We have another Hatchet Ed crate, too. We have 2 more crates of stuff to go through. Let me mute my mic right quick. Sorry. I had to grab a snack and a V8. Chad's energy level had plummeted. Y'all have kept me extremely busy tonight, as usual. And I ate earlier in the day, so my food regimen got off greatly. I usually show up and have like food here at the store. I ate like at 1 o'clock when I was watching the Masters. So that means I ate about 4 hours earlier than I normally do. So Chad needed some crab chips. And I wish I hadn't started on a bag because I could eat about 3 bags full right now, no problem. So I apologize. But we're back. David Hoy, I'm selling you Lou Donaldson for $47. I'm selling Aaron the Beach Boys for $50. Derek Clark says Mighty Baby is a 1969 psych blues album from this UK band in the last crate. Another vinyl gem somebody should pick up. Hiram wants to see the Savoy Brown again. No problem. That was also in the previous bin. Savoy Brown. This is called Looking In. VG Condition, $9.99. Savoy Brown has the original company inner sleeve, which is Parrot, which is a subsidiary of London. So, yes, it does have the original London Durham inner sleeve. All these artists are Durham, London, and Parrot artists. So some labels like Parrot are part of other bigger labels like London. And then London also owned Durham. And Durham had stuff like David Bowie and the Moody Blues, etc. All right, so I'm back. Sorry for the delay. And let's go through. Let's take a poll. Let's make sure everybody's awake. And let's take a poll. Do we want to see the Hatchet Ed crate next or Paul crate next? Because here's kind of my agenda. I'm going to do either Paul or Hatchet crate next, and then probably try to squeeze in a couple of discount bins. I can't believe we're already at 11 o'clock tonight. It is Friday night. As long as everybody's still buying, I'll keep going. But just got to take a poll on what we want to see next, and we'll see who wins. Right now, the only no bid of the entire night is ABBA, and it's only $15. And then let's do a bundle deal on some 45s. So we got, these is going to be a bundle deal. Siamese Twins, the Mud City Manglers, the Hypo Men, Kate Welsh, 9 Lives, the Leg Hounds, and Steve Miller Band promo, Take the Money and Run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Instead of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 7 times 3, $21. $21 if anybody wants those. $21. So let's go back and see who we have, or see what happened. Next is Hiram said he will take the Savoy Brown. Sell this to Hiram Aponte. And then we have votes for Paul Hatchet, Hatchet Paul, Paul Hatchet or Ed, Hatchet Paul, Paul Hatchet, Hatchet Paul, Paul Hatchet Paul, Hatchet Hatchet, Hatchet, ABBA. ABBA is sold to Alonzo for $15, Hatchet and Paul. And then Dave Soretna put Ben. Does that mean you want these? If not, it looks like Tim Voldness does. Okay? If not, it looks like Tim Voldness does. I don't know who won that. I think that's pretty even. I wasn't keeping a tally, but that's got to be pretty even. Man. No. Okay, so these are sold for $21 to Tim Voldness. I tried my best, Charles, last night to sell that Steve Miller band. Kirk wants Mighty Baby. Kirk. I don't know a Kirk. Kirk? Is that a last name? Kirk. Kirk wants Mighty Baby. Chris Kirkley? Oh, Chris Kirkley. Okay. I was like, Captain Kirk? William Shatner's watching? Chris Kirkley. Of course. Chris Kirkley. How could I forget about him? He's here every night. He's been with me since the beginning. He's here every night. Chris, how long have you been watching? 5 years? And then thanks, Craig Thomas, for the crab chips. Chris Kirkley, Mighty Baby. Yeah, thank you, Craig Thomas, for the crab chips. I'm going to put them away. I could demolish the rest of these. These are so good. Oh, my gosh. That's one of the first things I go and eat when the show's over, to try to just get my energy, my level back up. Who won? Paul? Ed? I don't know who won. I need a coin to flip or something. Let's go through the hatchet crate. Let's go through the hatchet crate. I don't know. I couldn't keep up with it. And that means y'all know we got, that way we know no one's going to go anywhere because they're going to want to see the new arrivals from Paul. Okay? So that's going to be good. I've had some hardcore fans and customers. They'll be like, yeah, I'm down in the Bahamas on vacation on the beach watching you. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Even on vacation. All right, here we go. So, all right. Here we go. So this is stuff that either got put back, didn't pay for, or we got mistagged. Mostly stuff that got put back and didn't get paid for. I know exactly what this is. This is Garth Brooks, the Legacy box. And these are $49.99. Garth Brooks has 4 of his original albums. No Fences, The Chase in Pieces, Fresh Horses, and then Triple Live. That is $49.99. $49.99. I have one of those. New and sealed. This is Obscura Sonication. Now, I just discounted one of these last night for $19.99. So if anybody wants this, I just discounted one of those last night for $19.99. Alabama Shakes is sealed on silver vinyl for $19.99. Let me pause there, and let's put up some new auctions, okay? Let's do that right now. First thing we have is Wilson Pickett and Roosevelt Sykes. I still got auctions over here that hadn't been tagged or hadn't been put up. Wilson Pickett, unfortunately, though, is a 67 USOG VG minus. The Wicked Pickett with Mustang Sally. Wilson Pickett's a $15 start. And Roosevelt Sykes in Europe is a 1969 U.S. original, sealed, mostly sealed. Does have a few tears. It is sealed, though, a $15 start. Garth Brooks is sold to Justin Garrett at $49.99. Adam Bullock gets Obscura for $19.99. And Sherry Darnell on Alabama Shakes. All right. Next is Tom Petty's Southern Accents. Don't come around here no more. Nice with the original on her sleeve. No condition notes. $34.99. New and sealed, the Cars. MoFi, Shake It Up. $44.99 for the Cars. Aerosmith and RTI pressing. New and sealed. $29.99. The Wildlife soundtrack. $19.99 with Bananarama, Peter Case, Andy Summers, Eddie Van Halen doing Donut City. Yes, Eddie Van Halen as in Van Halen. $19.99. And Opeth, Blackwater Park, a 20th anniversary edition, sealed on white and black marble vinyl. Opeth is $39.99. Now I think we need some Buy It Now 45s right quick. I'm almost done with our whole box from tonight. And I have run across a couple auctions to do too. So let's grab these and see what we can come up with. Paul Crate's coming up next, yes, which is new stuff. Jeremy Dalton on AS, and that's Aerosmith. MT Matt on Opeth. And here's some Buy It Nowers for $6.99. We have the Marquees last night. Chicago, does anybody really know what time it is from their first album, Chicago Transit Authority? How about Ear Make My Eye, Cheech and Chong? Sammy Hagar, let's put that one up for auction. She's Gone, Hall & Oates. That's a promo copy. Brenda Lee, I Want to Be Wanted. That's a Decca, nice picture sleeve. Wow. Early, too. Brenda Lee. Reba McEntire, a promo record from 1978, Last Night, Every Night. Reba McEntire, Only in My Mind, another promo. And let's put George Michael up for auction. So there's our next two auctions. Let's put Sammy Hagar up for a $7 start. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Him covering Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. Sammy Hagar, $7 start. Steve Cropper playing guitar. Leland Sklar on bass. Wow, that's a all-star lineup. And then George Michael, I Want Your Sex. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. George Michael. All right. Now, Cheech and Chong is sold to Chris Bryant. Then Susie, then Lillian, then Tim. And that left Reba, Brenda, Hall & Oates, Chicago, and the Marquees. Next in the Hatchet Ed bin. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. $29.99. Original on her sleeve, nice. Every Little Thing She Does is Magic. Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. Hey, there's another one. I told somebody tonight those would pop up tonight because we've sold so many. We had a waiting list earlier, and I was like, I promise they'll show up because we have sold so many. There's bound to be somebody put one back or not pay for it. I think I've sold about 100. Taj Mahal, Recycling the Blues and other related stuff. Taj Mahal is $19.99. Very clean record, Taj Mahal. Chris X on The Police. George Michael 7, Sammy Hagar 7. Also, The Far Side, Lab Cab in California, sealed for $34.99. They bundle all that together. Jeff Beck, Truth, with Rod Stewart on vocals. It's a VG copy, but that is the first label. Nobody bid on Wilson Pickett. It's a buy it now for $15. It's a 67 US original, VG minus. And nobody bid on Roosevelt Sykes. It's a 69 US original sealed for $15. Next is Amel and the Sniffers, Comfort to Me. Amel was $24.99. And as soon as I read that, I started having to sniff. What's the odds of that? Poco is $9.99. Hope I don't run across any Death albums. Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $14.99. And Masters of Rock, Pink Floyd, VG Plus, $29.99. Masters of Rock, Pink Floyd, $29.99. Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles, sealed, $29.99, new and sealed. Also, Quincy Jones, The Dude, $19.99. Talks of Ravens wants Amel and the Sniffers. That is So Do Talks with Ravens. Next is who? Evergray, Hymns for the Broken. And that is sealed on cream-colored vinyl for $34.99. Aaron Below on TR for Todd Rundgren. Lily on Pink Floyd. Jeremy Dalton next. Sammy Hagar, just that one bid, so to Chris X for $7. Thin Lizzy is $34.99. Now, if you went to go buy this right now from Vinyl Me Please's website, I think they're $45 plus shipping. So we have them for $34.99, and that is a orange vinyl remaster art print. And I'm sure y'all have seen that album if you watch on a regular basis, but we don't get OGs too often, and Thin Lizzy is just such a great band. So, like, I'm going to be promoting the heck out of that album for a long time because we don't get OGs too often. There's another version in print on black vinyl, and it's nothing like the quality of this, and it's $2 more. So until these I can't get any more, and they're forever sold out, you're going to be seeing that album almost on a nightly basis. And I can get more. We have sold 3 additional copies last night. I had some last night. We just keep selling them. I'm going to try to get everybody a Thin Lizzy. I mean, it's such a great album. It's such a great album. The Boys Are Back in Town, Jailbreak, Emerald. It's such a great album. And it has an art print with it. And, I mean, it's highly regarded as Vinyl Me Please is one of their best. I love this biography back here. It talks about how they came after, like, Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath, but they were right in that next generation. You know, it's pretty cool. I mean, it has a lot of liner notes and stuff. And if anybody else wants one, I'm going to order more. Chris X wants one. Hattori, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for next week. We've had 2 waiting lists tonight, but I keep finding them. They keep popping up in crates because I've, as y'all know, bought and sold so many. George Michael got up to 10. Janet wanted The Police, but I think Janet, the Police album already got grabbed. George Michael, 10. How much is Evergray? Hiram, that was sealed for $34.99. Hattori on the waiting list. Dale said he'll give $20 for these. Sell these to Dale for $20, 10 and 10. Sell those for 10 and 10. George Michael's now at 11. And then Justin Garrett, I don't have any more Thin Lizzies, but if you want one for next week, I can take care of you. Hinder, Lips of an Angel, 20th anniversary on Blackberry colored vinyl. That is called Extreme Behavior. That has their big hit song on it, Lips of an Angel, $39.99. Hattori said no waiting list. Lillian wants on a waiting list, though. Wow, you got to see Thin Lizzy. I would have loved to be able to see Thin Lizzy in their prime. I was watching I was listening to a deluxe box set deal. I don't know if it's available on vinyl. Let me look that up. There's an awesome live version that I've been listening to of Jailbreak. It is so crisp. It sounds like it's studio. Where's that from? I don't know if there's a box set for Thin Lizzy. Let me see here. BBC session. Yeah, it's from BBC. This version here, that's awesome. I've got to find out if that's available on vinyl. It's a BBC session track from December 2nd, 1976. And I got to find out if that's on vinyl because that's one of the greatest live cuts of... that's one of the greatest live cuts I've heard. Okay, sorry. Let's go back to the top. So we have a Thin Lizzy waiting list starting. First is Lily McCurry, and then George Michael, 12. How much was Jeff Beck? That was in VG condition, $9.99. Justin on the waiting list. Jeremy Dalton on Under, which was... Oh, Hinder. That's sold to Jeremy Dalton. Chris Kirkley wants a Hinder. Chris, I have more right here. Right here's one. Sell Chris Kirkley a Hinder. I've got one Hinder left, unless there's somebody else next in line. David V on Thin Lizzy. And not only that, I don't think I'm having any problem selling them right now, But not only that, they're on orange vinyl. Let me read you the hype sticker in case anybody else is on the fence. And by the way, if you want to get this through Thin Lizzy's or through Vinyl Me Please's website, they are they're $45 plus shipping. Thin Lizzy's Breakthrough 1976 Tour de Force featuring The Boys Are Back in Town and Jailbreak. Lacquers cut by Kevin Gray, and if you don't know what that means, that's a good thing, at Coherent. Pressed on 180 gram over master orange vinyl, and it has liner notes, art print, foil cover. Awesome. All right. Susie also wants on the Thin Lizzy waiting list. Tawana Bennett wants Jeff Beck. Lillian wants that last copy of Hinder. And Hiram wanted Evergray. I think, yeah, Hiram wanted Evergray. George Samberes also on Thin Lizzy. All right. Next is Dream Theater. Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory. This has the Dance of Eternity on it. $39.99. $39.99. Dream Theater. Okay. Dream Theater. Adam Bernardi also on Thin Lizzy. Hattori, are you sure you don't want on there? Mike talked Hattori back into it. Leonard Skinnard, pronounced Leonard Skinnard, a 2LP, 45 RPM, analog productions, $64.99 for Leonard Skinnard. I'm going to go ahead and put it back here with the other one. I've got two of them in stock, but if anybody wants it, it's going back there. Jeremy Dalton on Thin Lizzy. We're selling the heck out of Thin Lizzies. I guess next week I'll sell a bunch more of them. Those should be back in like on Tuesday or Wednesday. Love, DiCapo. Love is in VG condition, $24.99. DiCapo, are we done on George Michael? Jeremy went out, so let's go ahead and sell this to Chris X for $12. Thank you, George Michael from Wham. And then we also have Wishbone Ash. This is EX $17.99, Wishbone Ash. The Pretenders, MoFi, new and sealed. That has, I've got brass in pocket, numbered 6663. $44.99 on the Pretenders. Oh, wow. Somebody's about to get extremely lucky. Wow. That in the putback bin is wild. I don't even have to say anything else. I hope somebody's paying attention. That is now out of print, out of production. They're finished. $36.99. Jimmy Page and the Black Crows. That is insane. I didn't even know that was in there. That's probably an auction-worthy record at this point because these are now out of print and out of production. The indie exclusive. Has anybody checked theirs in on Discogs since they've came in? I don't know if they've like really... Yeah, they're not super expensive, but they're selling for around $50 now. So, yeah. Last sold $51.58 or $51.80. So, yeah, I had a feeling. So, yeah. No more colored vinyl. No, they've deleted the SKU. They might press it on black vinyl, but no, they're gone on indie. Yep. It's like Tracy Chapman. They've deleted the SKU. They're not going to make anymore. Okay, so we got Love. Love from Aaron Below. Hiram got that. Talks of Ravens, Thomas, Susie, Burt, Lillian, Farmer, and those are all gone. Now, next was an auction item. And by the way, speaking of the box set, I do have 2 box sets left. So, the box sets are in, and I have 2 left. This is the 6LP version, $149.99. So, if you want, like, everything, there's an opportunity. Here was an auction that didn't get paid for. Pink Floyd for $55. That's OG. It's around EX. It's got some scuffs on it, though. That's why I'm calling it EX. $55. So that is a buy it now if anybody wants it. That was sold at auction. That's what it sold for. That sounds about right. Next is Pink Floyd. Again, $75. That's that candy stripe tower label. Also, let me check the other side. Also around EX, the most nasty scuff is right there. That actually might bring it down to VG+. It's a non-feeler, but it's there. But I love that tower label. Oh, it's a promo too. Promotional, not for sale. I didn't catch that. That's camouflaged in there. Promo as well. That sold for $75. And Bob Marley sold for $25. So that was the only 3 auctions they didn't get paid for. Okay? Now, Wes, you're first on Pink Floyd. I'm assuming you won't Wish You Were Here for $55. That's going to be a great pickup. Also, Lillian wants a box set. Thank you, Lillian. And I have one more left if anybody wants one. I don't know how much relatively these are available, but they're in stock right now if you want one. I at least have one more. Okay? And then Janet Gray got Bob Marley. Don't forget, we're about to go through a new arrival crate from Paul. Janet got Bob, then Susie, then Aaron, and then David, and then Gregory. Wow, that was a great Hatchet Ed bin. We sold almost everything out of there. That was a great one. It was not great that we had that much put back or not paid for, but it was great that we just sold it all. So let's run through it one more time. First thing left in here was Tom Petty, Southern Accents, $34.99. The Cars, Mo-Fi, Shake It Up, $44.99. The Wildlife soundtrack, $19.99 with Bananarama and Eddie Van Halen. Taj Mahal was $19.99. I need to put up a couple more auctions. The Far Side was sealed from Kraft Records, $34.99. Poco, you may recognize some of these guys. Richie Furay and Timothy B. Schmidt and Jim Messina, like from the Monkees. The other animal, the Eagles. Poco, $9.99. Rage Against the Machine, that's a new sealed copy for $29.99. Quincy Jones, The Dude, $19.99. Quincy Jones. Dream Theaters, $39.99. Wishbone Ash is sold to MT Map. And then we had Mo-Fi Pretenders for $44. And here's the deal on Pink Floyd for $75. That was an unpaid for auction. The price right now is $75 unless somebody wants to make an offer. If not, this and the few others from tonight, I'm going to give to Laura. She'll re-clean them, re-research them, and we'll sell them either tomorrow or next week. All right. There's that. Let's bring over the next Paul crate on that. Non-payers, if they don't have a long-standing, if they're new people and they don't pay us, that's an immediate block. But if it's a customer, a long-time customer, we're obviously, stuff happens. Hey, I lost my job. But in the near future, I might be able to buy from you again. We're going to be like, no problem. We'll cancel the invoice. Come back when you can afford vinyl. Because obviously, you may have lost your job. You can't afford vinyl right now. That's okay. That's not a problem. Car breaks down. Hot water heater. Got to take the dog to the vet. Your refrigerator blew up. Stuff happens. But if it's somebody like brand new and, they buy and then we never hear back from them, we just go ahead and I take them out of the group. We block them. But no, Ed has full control over it, but he works with everybody. Okay. Or, hey, I can't pay this week. Something's happened. But if you give me 2 more weeks, I'm going to pay you. And if I keep buying, I'll be able to pay for everything. And we're like, I'm okay with that. The Far Side, $34.99. That is new and sealed, $34.99. So it worries a lot of people because they obviously don't want to miss out on future Coletco. But, you know, if you, the way I always say it, if you do us bad, then we're not going to let you buy from us again. Like you run up a bunch of stuff and not pay us. But we also realize that things are going to happen. So, all right, let me grab this Paul crate. We still got new arrivals to go through. This could get quite interesting. So, but we also ask, feeding your 8 kids, yeah. Yeah, once you have bought from us for 5 years and you've spent, $80,000 with us, then we'll cut you some slack. I mean, some of y'all have invoices every single week, and Ed's like, so-and-so have told me they can't pay. And I was like, well, they've only been buying from us for 4 years straight. I think we can let them miss an invoice or something. Or, some people just want more time. They want to pay later, and they think that it needs to be canceled. I'm like, no, we can let you wait a couple more weeks. We just don't need to cancel it all. We can, but we just don't need to make it a habit. We like getting paid on Monday. Obviously. That way we can get it out and get it shipped. And same thing for locals. If you're local, if you want to go ahead and pay, that's awesome. That way we can get the stuff and come pick it up. There's some locals we've almost offered to ship their stuff so that we could get it out of here because we are cramped on space. So it's more so storing the stuff and trying to get it out of here. It's like we got to get this stuff shipped and boxed up, and because here comes another week, and a whole nother week is a whole nother cycle and more thousands of LPs. So buy your lunch. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the top. I lost all my golf clubs. Far side. Let me see what else I have here. Stereo system, feeding your kids. Adam Bernardi. What was the Pink Floyd? And did you see my offer on more for Pink Floyd? I didn't. More. So we had a couple offers. Somebody already offered $65 for Pink Floyd. I'm going to take it. So this is sold for $65, and I'm not going to turn down an offer on the far side. Let's go ahead and sell that to Adam Bernardi for $30. All right, I'm going to let those roll. Here we go. So those are sold for $65 and $30. And then somebody asked about Pink Floyd again, and then somebody made an offer on Pink Floyd, and here we go. Is it going to be Madhouse tomorrow if I try to come by and pick up? I don't know. I don't. Well, we're always busy on Saturdays, but I don't know, Dale. I hadn't been here in the store on a Saturday in 2 years, so I haven't been here during store hours all year, pretty much. So I don't know what goes on here. I'm in here when the doors are locked. So, but if you want to show up, I'm sure my mom can try to take care of you. I hope. As usual. All right. Here we go. New arrivals from Paul. Where are we in Tennessee? We're in Lebanon. Lebanon if you're from out of town. Lebanon if you're local. One syllable. Lebanon. Southern accent pronunciation. That is about a half hour east of Nashville. All right. And Hiram says, bill him for the Jimmy Page Black Crowes record and send it to Susie Breedlove. Wow. Nice gesture. Susie, you just got a free record. Susie will take it. I guarantee it. Appreciate that. Next two auctions. Will have mom have pimento? No, but I'm about to eat some pimento cheese and some crab chips as soon as we wrap up this sale tonight. Here's Icantina review live on Kent Records. Cool. A 64 US mono original. Unfortunately, it is VG minus, but this is tough to come by. It is low grade though. VG minus, a $10 start. And we got Soul Makosa, Manu de Bongo. And that's a 1973 US Presswell, still in shrink, VG condition. $15 start on that. Let's see what Paul has for us. I have no idea. Wow, we're off to a great start. John Coltrane, Blue Train. A 1985 U.S. direct metal mastering pressing with Blue Note poster. $34.99. No condition notes. Wow. So that is an 85 DMM press with a Blue Note poster. I'm curious what the poster looks like. I've never seen a Blue Note poster. Oh, I have seen this before. Yeah. I have seen this before. It's shaped like the Blue Note logo. Yeah. That's pretty cool. I have seen that before. Masters. Oh my gosh. I ate a lot. I ate every sandwich. I ate everything. Roy Gallagher tattoo. A 1973 US, $29.99. Wow. Again, Roy Gallagher tattoo, red polydor, beautiful copy. No condition notes. A 73 US, $29.99. This is a great crate so far. The White Stripes, the complete John Peel sessions, BBC. A 2016 record store day on red and white vinyl, $34.99. The White Stripes, the complete John Peel sessions, $34.99. John Coltrane sold to Aaron Below. Roy Gallagher sold to George Samberez. Aaron Below was second. Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid, $24.99. Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid. Another beautifully clean record on the yellow Epic label, $24.99. Emily Ferguson on White Stripes. So far, we're 3 for 3 on this bin. Buddy Guy, Live at Legends. That is sealed, a 2013. It's on blue and white split-colored vinyl. It's unopened for $39.99. Also, When Women Sang the Blues. Blues Classics, number 26. Look at all these old signs in the windows. Amazing. $19.99 on that. When Women Sang the Blues. We have, this is $19.99. Terje Rapadal, Miroslav Vitros, and Jack DeJohnette on the ECM Jazz label. That's $19.99. Final call on Manu Dibango, a VG OG for $15. And the VG minus I Cantina is a $10 start. I'm about to make those buy it nows. Blues Classics is sold to Aaron Below. Lily McCurry was second. Also, we have Agnetha as an Agnetha folk song from ABBA. And this is a 2023 pressing on white vinyl. That is $24.99. John Coltrane, Giant Steps. A 1975 press well. Awesome. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. $44.99, a 75 press well. We got Johnny B and the Bad Boys, Dirty Leg. A 1984 U.S. pop rock, pub rock album. In shrink, $14.99. And Robert Pete Williams, Roosevelt Sykes, Blues from the Bottoms, $49.99 on that. Speaking of 45s, I think it's about time we put up some more. Let's see what else I got here. I have another George Michael, and I have a Jackson's. And Elvis. Is this an original? Wow, that's in good condition. Check out this. Elvis, Love Me Tender. Wow, that's a beautiful sleeve. VG Plus on the vinyl. Love Me Tender Elvis in the picture sleeve. $10 start on that. And then George Michael, a different corner. George Michael's going to go up for a $7 start. All right, I Cantina is a $10 buy it now. Manu Dibango is a $15 buy it now. That's our next couple auctions there. Next in this Paul crate is Sonny Boy Williamson, One Way Out. Sonny Boy Williamson is $19.99, One Way Out. That is an 84 US. Marcus King, El Dorado, $24.99 on Marcus King, El Dorado. Real Big Fish, Candy Coated Fury. A 2023 Red Flames Colored Deluxe pressing, sealed for $69.99. Little Milton, If Walls Could Talk, an 88 US sealed copy, $19.99. And the Blues in St. Louis, Daddy Hotcakes, an 84 US, the only time released. It was recorded in 1961, $79.99. George Michael has a bid for 10, looking for a $10 start there on Elvis Presley. $10 start on Elvis Presley. Next, Wild Child Butler, Lick and Gravy, $19.99 for Wild Child Butler. Melting Pot, Blue Mink, a 69 US white label promo, a prog record with a promo pressing sticker. That looks interesting. Blue Mink, Melting Pot, $19.99. Nice. The name of the band's Nice, with Keith Emerson. $19.99. Has a demonstration stamp sticker on the back. No condition notes on this one. $19.99. Melting Pot. That was a quick grab by Rob Fordham. Thank you. Easter Everywhere, the 13.4 Elevators. A sealed reissue. $29.99. If it was a sealed original, it would be $899. This looks interesting. The Seeds in Concert, $24.99. It's a 79 Pickwick, Merlin's Music Box, and Ron Alive. I think it's a compilation. $24.99. Marcus King again, Youngblood. Marcus King is on yellow vinyl for $34.99. Another George Michael sold for $10. And unbelievably, Elvis is just a $10 buy it now. Love Me Tender. Elvis Presley. That's a $10 buy it now. We have the Seeds sold to Aaron Below. Next in the bin is Bill Evans. And this is $19.99. It's titled Verve Return Engagement. $19.99, 2 LP on Bill Evans. And Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. $24.99. Black vinyl, 2 LP. Spackle Tab gets the Elvis for $10. I think it's time for some Buy It Now singles. Let me go ahead and grab what was my next handful here. Let's do some for $6.99. We've almost went through a whole box tonight. We have Count 5, Psychotic Reaction. That's pretty cool. Will It Go Round in Circles? That's a great song from Billy Preston. The Fifth Beatle. Shotgun, Junior Walker on the All-Stars. And the flip is Do the Boomerang. Grand Slam. What is this? A promo sampler? Yep, a promo sampler with Jeff Beck, Johnny and Edgar Winter, Southside Johnny, and Charlie Daniels. Linda Ronstadt Skylark promo. Tom Jones, Ain't No Love, and Gone at Last. Paul Simon, Phoebe Snow, and Paul Simon, Take Me to Mardi Gras. Those are all $6.99 each. Larry Smith next on Elvis. Bill Evans is on what label? It should be on Verve. It's called Verve Returned Engagement, but yeah, Black Verve, technically MGM, I think, at the time. Count 5 is sold for $6.99 to Aaron Below. Talks with Ravens was second. Larry Smith on the Linda Ronstadt. Lillian wants the Grand Slam promo sampler. Those are all $6.99. Here's what I plan on doing with 45s, other than like New Orleans auctions I'm about to put up. This stack back here in the corner, I'm going to try to read through those one more time tonight before we do a bundle deal on them, because the stuff from the beginning, I'm sure people hadn't got to see in a while. Mike Strauss gets Mammoth. In the meantime, if you want anything here, please let me know. So we still got Paul Simon, Tom Jones, Shotgun, and Billy Preston. Those are all still available. Next in the Paul crate is Mom's Mabley, live at Sing Sing. Has an adults-only sticker, $9.99. I think that's one of those raunchy Mom's Mabley albums. Here is next couple auctions. I still got 3 tagged auctions from the night that we hadn't put up. Here's the next one. This is a Psych album, a reissue of it, sealed. It's called Mad River. It's Sundays. It's sealed. I think OGs are kind of tough to get, if not really pricey. It's a $15 start on Mad River. It's a sealed pressing. And we have Zombie, Fila Enku Apoko Kuti and the Africa 70. And it's called Zombie, Fila and the Africa 70. This is a Vinyl Me Please pressing. It's a 2017, limited to 750 on green vinyl, numbered 704 of 750 with insert. It's still in shrink. Some of these have sold for as much as 103. That's a $35 start. Lillian got Mom's Mabley. Aaron Below's in on Mad River for 15. Next is Sorry But I Can't Take You, Women's Railroad Blues, $24.99. What an interesting compilation there. Women's Railroad Blues. Let me step over here and see what's next in this box of 45s here. Here's a Record Store Day single, and let's run these two. I think these are Record Store Day singles, but they look pretty good just based on the titles here. It said this was new, $28. John Cage Meets Sun Ra, the complete film. It's a DVD and single, it looks like. $7 start, Record Store Day 2019. And then here is the New Pornographers, or the New Pornographers. And this is new. It's called Stand Up, and that is a $7 start. $7 start. That's now up for bid. We have Aaron Below on Railroad. That's sold to Aaron Below. Next in this new Arrivals crate is Eric Dolphy, Out to Lunch with Freddie Hubbard and Bobby Hutcherson. 2014, Paul says one of the best jazz albums. Out to Lunch. Richard Davis on here, Anthony Williams, $24.99. Final call on Mad River for $15. Final call to get a bid in on Zombie for $35. John Cage Meets Sun Ra is $7. And the new, sorry, I had to pop my neck there. The New Pornographers is a $7 start. Yusef Lateef, The Doctor is In and Out. An original 1976 PRC Richmond Press. No condition notes, a $44.99 price tag on that one. John Cage is at $7. That's going once, going twice. Kenny Burrell and John Coltrane, an 87 US, $39.99. Burrell and Coltrane, that is extremely nice, $39.99. Larry Coryell and the Brubeck Brothers, Better Than Live. That's a cool cover. It has a Super Disc sticker, $19.99. Also, Young, Gifted, and Black, Aretha Franklin, a 2021 pressing on yellow mustard colored vinyl, and that is $39.99. Is this Friday Music? Who did this? $39.99. Aretha Franklin. Final call on the John Cage. We have Camel, a live record. Camel is a 78 Dutch import for $24.99. Aaron Below on LC. And LC was for Larry Coryell, Jetstream second. Zombies, a $35 buy it now. Mad Season sold for $15. And that was to Aaron Below for $15. Junior Wells, In My Younger Days, $19.99. John Cage has a new bid for $8 with Jim B. Robert, You're Out. Buddy Guy, A Man in the Blues, an 87 US, $34.99 on that. Zombie is sold to Jim B for $35. That's sold to him. And the New Pornographers is a $7 buy it now if anybody wants that. Let me jump back over here to some buy it nows for $6.99. We're first going to start right here with a Chubby Checker picture disc. A picture sleeve. And this is called Let's Twist Again with Chubby Checker. That's $6.99. Willie Nelson and Ray Price, Faded Love, $6.99. Donna Summer, Bad Girl, $6.99. Awesome. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Hugo Montenegro, $6.99. We'll auction Elvis. There's a Fats Domino for $6.99. There's Billy Ward for $6.99. And there's Phil Collins and Marilyn Martin doing separate lives. And that is $6.99. Those are all available. All right, give me 1 second over here. Let me click on this, and this, and this. Okay, so next is Larry Smith on CC. And CC was for Chubby Checker. He also got Fats Domino. Donna Mitchell on Hugo Montenegro, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly from Clint Eastwood's film. Still got Phil Collins, Billy Ward, Donna Summer, and Willie Nelson, Ray Price. Tim next on Good, Bad, and the Ugly. John Cage with Sun Ra's now at 10. And we also have Lily McCurry on Phil Collins. That's sold to Lillian for $6.99. Back to the Paul crate. Luther Allison, Not Life, $29.99 on Luther Allison. Bo Carter, 1931-1940. A 72 US, $29.99. That's My Story. John Lee Hooker Sings the Blues. A 2015 a Newberry Comics exclusive on yellow vinyl, sealed for $34.99. Grin, $14.99 for Grin. And Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, $49.99. A Barnes & Noble exclusive on red vinyl, $49.99. The John Cage is at $10 of Jim B. Robert, it goes back to you. Time for our last tagged auction over here. Give me 1 second, please. All right, this is going to go up for a $10 start. It's another Psych album. It's Hap Hash and the Colored Coat, featuring the Human Host and the Heavy Metal Kids. A Psych Rock album reissue, EX condition. You can tell from the cover. $10 start on that. John Cage, is it sealed? Yeah, it's new. I mean, it doesn't come sealed, but yeah, it's never been opened. It's in a resealable baggie. Yep, it's in a resealable baggie, it looks like. All right. So Michael Butler we're not done with this crate either. John Lee Hooker, that went to Michael Butler. And then the last two records was Robin Ford and Bill Evans, 2022, $24.99. Lillian McCurry got Camel, I think based on Derek Clark's recommendation. Thank you, Lillian. Also, Brand X Livestock, EX $14.99. And James Gang Newborn. James Gang is $19.99. James Gang Newborn, $19.99. All right. Now, that other record back there, Hap Hash, is a $10 start. Let's see what else I got over here in the Buy It Now department. All right. First is I Ran So Far Away, Flock of Seagulls, Love Roller Coaster from Ohio Players, Incense and Peppermints, that's pretty cool, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Jonah Jones, Muted Jazz in a capital EP sleeve from probably the late 50s, early 60s, and Richard Chamberlain sings True Love and I Will Love You. Next is John Cage is at 12, Adam Bernardi wants the Robin Ford, and Jackie Reynolds gets the Grin album. So those are sold and sold. Now, we have FS, Flock of Seagulls, sold to Susie Breelove for $6.99. Susie also got the Ohio Players for $6.99. Michael Butler gets Incense and Peppermints for $6.99. John Cage is sold to Jim B for $12. That leaves Jonah Jones and Richard Chamberlain. G. Bepco next on the Ohio Players. Another fantastic crate that Paul has prepared for us. Let's go ahead and sell Richard Chamberlain to Lily McCurry for $6.99. How much was Ben Harper? This was a fantastic crate from Paul. Let's read through these a couple more times, or one more time. This is a Barnes & Noble exclusive on red vinyl, $49.99. Ben Harper of Charlie Musselwhite, $49.99. Somebody already bought Phil Collins. Phil Collins already got grabbed. Hap Hash is a $10 buy it now. Hap Hash is a $10 buy it now. We need more 45 auctions. Let's go over here and revisit those. I found this one, the Stranglers. Let's put the Stranglers up for a $7 start. The Stranglers is on like pinkish, marblish vinyl. Very cool. And that's going to go up from 1977 too. Wow. Unusual to see something like that from that era. That's going to go up for a $7 start. It's a 4-track EP. And then I've got another really nice looking Elvis picture sleeve here, and it's another original. I need a $10 start on it. It's called I Beg of You and Don't. Vinyls VG Plus. $10 start on Elvis. Okay. Next in the bin was Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid. A 68 Pittman, no condition notes, $24.99. Stranglers already has a bid for $7. Buddy Guy, live at Legends. Buddy Guy is sealed on blue and white vinyl for $39.99. Farmer Redman got Hapash for $10. Thank you, that's so do you. Now the Stranglers is at $10. Adam second on Hapash. Stranglers $8. Stranglers $10. Elvis is a $10 start. We have Dak, I'm just going to call it Jack DeJohnette. $19.99 on that one. Terje is the other name on that one. Agnetha folk song. That's $24.99. John Coltrane, Giant Steps. Coltrane is $44.99. John Coltrane, Giant Steps, very nice. And that was a 75 Presswell, $44.99. Regina is in on the Elvis at $10. We have Johnny B and Bad Boys, an 84 US pop rock, pub rock, $14.99. Stranglers 8. Stranglers now at $15. Stranglers out with Aaron. Robert Pete Williams and Roosevelt Sykes, a 73 UK mono, $49.99. And Sonny Boy Williamson, One Way Out, 84 US and shrink wrap. That was featured in the Led Zeppelin documentary. I remember that scene where Sonny Boy Williamson singing. Very cool. We have Jetstream getting Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid. Looks like he said never mind, so let's give him to Adam Bernardi. Adam Bernardi. I think we got two people tied on the Stranglers at 15. We do. Chad bid 15, Lillian bid 15, and then Craig was at 12. So that's where we're at. Final call on Elvis Presley for $10. Next is Marcus King, El Dorado. That's $24.99. Now the Stranglers is at $20. We have Real Big Fish, Candy Coated Fury, $69.99. That's sealed. Michael Butler on Sonny Boy Williamson. Thank you, Michael Butler. Little Milton, if walls could talk. Little Milton is sealed for $19.99. The Blues in St. Louis, Daddy Hotcakes. And that is an 84 US, but it was the very first time this was on vinyl. The recordings are from 1961 from Folkways, $79.99. Let's go ahead and sell Regina Elvis for $10. Now the Stranglers at $20. It's really just up to Chad Sauls now. Let's put up another Elvis, playing for keeps and too much. Elvis 47-688 or 6800. That one's a little bit better on the vinyl. EX and a nice sleeve. Elvis is a $10 start. Stranglers a final call for $20. Michael Butler does want hotcakes. And we have Wild Child Butler, Leaking Gravy, $19.99. We're about to do a discount Laura crate next. I found one over here. I found one over here. I don't think we've gone through a second time for best offers. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I think we can fill up at least one more crate. I think we can finish up this last crate, and then if we can sell a bunch of 45s here at the end, both at auction and buy it now and do some bundles, I think the night would be extremely successful. So, Michael got hotcakes. Kenneth Jank on Marcus King. That sold. Lillian second on hotcakes and Michael first on Wild Child. Next is Nice with Keith Emerson. I feel like somebody's overlooking this because it's such a nice record. I love those pink immediate labels. $19.99 on that. Stranglers is sold for $20, and that is with Lily McCurry. Elvis is at $10 with Regina. We have Easter Everywhere, 13-4 elevator sealed, $29.99. Nice, Rob. Thank you for getting the nice. Marcus King, Young Blood. That's on yellow vinyl, too, a 2 LP, $34.99 on Marcus King. Bill Evans is $19.99. Also, Eric Dolphy is a 2014 Jazz, $24.99. Michael Butler second on Nice. And Yusef Lateef, let me pause there, $44.99. Sounds like we need another new auction. Maybe go ahead and slip in some buy it nows right now. Let me grab this last little handful here and see what's in here. First, for $6.99 is Kim Wilde, Kids in America, $6.99. Eddie Rambo, Concrete and Clay. Nat King Cole Love. Buddy Holly and the Crickets, that'll be the day. The Kinks, A Well-Respected Man and Set Me Free, back-to-back hits. Patsy Cline, I Fall to Pieces, and Crazy. We all know Crazy by Patsy. Also, Elephant's Memory, Crossroads of the Stepping Stones. And Ty England, It's Lonesome Everywhere, 1996, Ty England. Ooh, that's going to be an auction. That'll be an auction. And I'll pause there because I've already shown too many. By the way, my mic is flashing red. If I look over, I can tell when my mic's about to die. Yep, it's about to die. It's on red. So let me swap out my mics right quick. All right. Yes, and thank you, Derek Clark. If y'all don't notice, Derek Clark, one of our great customers up in Canada, he constantly sends recommendation on some of this. Some of it's not too bizarre, but a lot of bizarre stuff that I don't know as much about. I would consider him an expert on it. And then a lot of the obvious stuff that I forget to hype up. So like Camel and The Nice, just great prog and rock albums that I take for granted because I've got copies already in my collection. I've listened to them so many times, and I kind of see them and I just flip by them. And then Derek makes great recommendations to remind me and everybody else how great some of those albums are. And if you watch for his comments, you'll get a lot of great tips. And because some of the stuff I like, especially the rock from the 70s and 60s, especially the prog and blue rock, I already have them, or, I just kind of forget how to hype them up, if that makes sense. Marcus King on Susie Breedlove, and then we have Kim Wilde sold to Michael Ruttman, or I don't have time to hype them up. Chris Bryant got Patsy Cline, Michael Peveler on Buddy Holly, and then hold on a second. Chris Bryant got Patsy Cline, Michael Butler on Buddy Holly, Michael Butler second on Patsy, Leslie second on Kim Wilde, and there we go. So Elvis has a bid for $10, right? And that is $10 to Regina Tabor. Now, Derek, what did you used to do? He was a radio DJ, right? Was you a radio DJ? And by the way, he sent me some posters. Have we bought those from you? I forgot. There's so much that goes on here. I can barely keep up with what I eating for breakfast, much less everything our customers send us and do for us sometimes. So, but I think he used to be a radio DJ. I'm sure he'll let us know, but that's how he's so knowledgeable. Boy, if you were a radio DJ, you have a lot of knowledge on music. All right, here's some next auctions. Here's some ones I elected to run for bid because they look bizarre. And this one is cartoons. It looks like cartoons. Cartoons, Cave Records, $7 start. And Jeff Healey Band. I elected to run this. 1990, Jeff Healey Band, Full Circle, From Hell to Pay. That's a $7 start. Jeff Healey. All right, finishing up this Paul crate. Kenny Burrell and John Coltrane, $39.99. Aretha Franklin's $39.99. Eric Dolphy, that's sold back here to Adam Bernardi. We have Junior Wells for $19.99. Buddy Guy's $34.99. Luther Allison was $29.99. Bo Carter, a 72 US, $29.99. These are $7 starts here. Brand X Livestock, EX $14.99. And James Gang's $19.99. Holy Grail album. Holy Grail album, Led Zeppelin's debut, the turquoise lettering, the original UK press. I've got one locked down. I've just got to work out a trade with a guy. I know a guy that has 5 or 7 of them. They run anywhere now from $2,000 to $5,000, depending on what pressing you want and what condition. I got to get one of those. I mean, I'm a major Led Zeppelin fan, and I don't have that. Second on my Grail list. I mean, at this point, everything I want's just crazy expensive. It's just a matter of me biting the bullet and deciding I'm about to drop $3,000 for a record, because at that point it's a collectible, but almost like an investment. So I got to be careful, like what I'm buying. I'm sure, like if y'all were doing the same thing, before you decide to spend $3,000 on a record or $5,000. You know, if you're willing to spend that kind of money on a record, it's like, well, what else could I buy? You know, or where else could I put my money? So that kind of expensive stuff, I got to be careful. You know, what else do I really want? So I'm sure some of y'all are in that same boat. It's like, do I really want to spend that much on one record? Or do I want to get a different record or a bunch of records? At this point, for me, it's like picking certain rare things that I need. I don't know. I have to sit down and think about it. Obviously, I've acquired a lot of stuff. There's a lot of 45s I want. So there's a lot of rare 45s that I want that, you know, if I don't buy them online, I may never see them. So I'd love a true first state butcher. I'd love a true first state butcher, but that's one of those that's like major investment. That's like, you know, you're putting up a lot of money for something. But I mean, it's at that point, it's the same as buying a Mickey Mantle rookie card or a key comic book or a rare coin. If you're spending the money on a Beatles butcher cover, a real one, a first state, that's the same as buying. You know, like I said, an investment grade collectible. At that point, it's not really for listening. It's like, do I want to invest a huge amount of money in something, hopefully, that I can enjoy, but also, if I go to sell it in 20 years, it's going to be highly still sought after. And I think a butcher cover will still be highly sought after. The Beatles fan base, you know. So the second thing, I've got into autographs, so I'm looking for autographed albums, which is truly a treasure hunt. I'm looking for signed albums by Led Zeppelin. I'm looking for signed Jimmy Page, Led Zeppelin albums, John Bonham, signed Beatles albums, signed, you know, stuff like that. So there's a certain point of, besides buying a James Gang album to listen to and collect, this is no problem. $19.99, you can listen to it for years. It's yours. And there's a little bit difference, I think, when you're spending huge amounts of money on like something crazy like that. I bought one real expensive autographed album, and I made a decision. I'm like, well, John Bonham is a legendary drummer. He's always going to be legendary, and Led Zeppelin's fan base is so big and so young. I mean, there's a lot of older fans, but Led Zeppelin has so many people following them that's my age. So, okay. Here we go. Let's do some buy it now best offer. What happened here? Jeff Healy's at 12 with Susie. Did Cartoons get a bid? It didn't, $7. Here we go. Watch and collect code while camping in line for record store day. Awesome. Well, maybe wherever you're at, you'll find some people who don't know who we are, and you can tell them about Collectco. So, but my most prized possession, I have a Led Zeppelin 2 signed by John Bonham. That's my prized record. I have a Led Zeppelin 2 signed by John Bonham. It will probably never be for sale unless I could work it in, getting an additional signed, like if I could upgrade to where one is signed by all four, and I had to use that as like some sort of trade piece. But if y'all don't know by now, a signed Led Zeppelin album is like 35, 50 grand. So it's huge money. It's ridiculous. So it's like you got to be very prepared to acquire something like that. Susie gets Jeff Healy for $12. Okay, that's sold to Susie. Let's go through some new stuff here. I think this is the crate I want to do. I hope so. Wait a minute. Well, I don't know. We'll go through it again. I might have condensed it. Either way, what's going to show something. Everything in here can be bought now or best offer. We have Dirty Nile or Dirty Neil. This is unopened for $14.99. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. I'm going to start showing more 45s. The last half of this show, the last hour of the show, is going to be discount records and 45s. Mostly 45s. Hope everybody has ready for lots of 45s. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, brain salad surgery. This is sealed for $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. Arab strap, the week never starts around here. That is sealed for $19.99. Arab strap. NOS is sealed for $19.99. King's Disease 2, NOS. And I have Belliard. And Belliard is unopened for $14.99. GMB says DN for $10. Dirty Nile, sell that to GMB for $10. That is sold. We have Pearl Jam on black vinyl. That's called Dark Matter, new and sealed for $24.99. You can buy these or make an offer. And let's pause right here with the Weakerthans. And this is live at Burton Cummins Theater, sealed for $24.99. Here's some more 45s. We have Bill Conti, Gonna Fly Now, the theme from Rocky. Master Jacks, 4 Jacks and a Jill. Band on the Run, Paul McCartney. Lulu, Oh Me, Oh My, I'm a Fool for You, Baby. Also, Count Basie Swings, Joe Williams Sings. That's really cool. We have Best of the Beach Boys Volume 1. We have Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart. And the Monkees, Listen to the Band. Now, George or anybody else, I have 2 butcher covers in stock. Second State. I have 2 Second State butcher covers if anybody's interested. I have those in stock. Of course, the First States are extremely, I've never seen a First State. I don't know what those really, let me see if I can find out. I'm sure Heritage, let's see here. I don't know if they've sold one recently. I've also got my eye on a lot of rare posters, but man, they just keep concert posters. The ones I'm following, the ones that I'm always looking for, they just keep getting more and more expensive. Like Led Zeppelin stuff. Every time that I pass on one, the next time another one sells, it sells for more money, which means the market is obviously growing and increasing. So, First State slab, yeah. So First State, so a First State. The last First State that sold a graded one, mono, 35 grand. So yeah, that's a big purchase. That's a big one. So yeah, that's the last sold price of a First State butcher. But I do have some Second States. Okay, let's go back to the top. We got Stacy on Band on the Run. Band on the Run. This is sold to Stacy Metternich. Right here. And then Talks of Ravens on Lulu. You Were First on Lulu. And then Susie Breelove on TD. And TD was Taylor Dane, then Adam Bullock. And then we have still got the Monkees, Listen to the Band. And Someday Man, the Best of the Beach Boys, Count Basie, Master Jack, and Bill Conti. But if anybody's interested in a Second State, I have 2 Second States in stock. The Weakerthans Details. This is sealed, a 2 LP, $24.99. Other than that, I don't have any other information on it. NOS 14 and 14. Sell these to Jim B for $14 and $14. We have the Builders and the Butchers, Dead Reckoning. That is sealed for $19.99. I have several of those. Memphis Slim, Traveling with the Blues. Memphis Slim is sealed for $19.99. And we have Professor Longhair. This is New Orleans Piano, unopened for $24.99. Weakerthans for $20. Sell one to Adam Bernardi. Does anybody else want a Weakerthans for $20? And I have Sass Jordan, Rebel Moon Blues. Sass Jordan is sealed for $24.99. And we have Kiss Off the Soundboard. This is sealed, $39.99. The only recording with Mark St. John, sealed for $39.99. Michael Butler on Memphis Slim. That's sold to Michael Butler. And now, the 45s that I have in the back left, I'm going to show probably the bottom half of this stack one more time. Okay, so let me cut this stack in half. Let me put these on top. And we might do the other kind of bottom, but that way we're doing the oldest stuff first now. And let's show some of these for $6.99. Starting on the bottom, Ambrosia, The Biggest Part of Me. That's a hit song from Ambrosia. The Dillards, Close the Door Lightly. Also, Spanking Our Gang, Like to Get to Know Ya. We have Natalie Cole, This Will Be. We have Wendy from The Association. Julian Lennon, Well, I Don't Know. And Lou Rawls, You'll Never Find Another Love Like Me. Next is The Weaker Thins' Punk New Wave from Western Canada. Thank you, Derek Clark. Professor Longhair, sold for $20 to Preston Rose. Do you still have Rocket 88? No, that one got grabbed. Kiss is on black vinyl. Kiss is on black vinyl. Audio Slave, just $29.99. That's already a great price. Chris Cornell, Tom Morello. We have Late Night with Shabazz 3. Shabazz is sealed for $24.99. We have two of those. And we have Halo. That is the new album by Bakar. And that is sealed for $24.99. All these are still available for $6.99. I'm going to put them right back here. And then we have Carly Simon, Nobody Does It Better, from the James Bond film The Spy Who Loved Me. Yeah, sorry. I was questioning my own James Bond knowledge. Another Spanking Her Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. I like that one. Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., You Don't Have to Be a Star promo. Jefferson Starship, No Way Out. Carla Bonoff, Personally. And Minnie Riperton, Loving You. Those are all available for $6.99. Next in this bin is this record here, Edgar Froese, Ages, which is sealed on colored vinyl. That's $19.99. We got two of those. We got three of those. This is Jay Bennett, Where Are You? Sealed for $24.99. And one copy of Claudia de Bregy, and that's unopened for $9.99. Chris Farrar wants Lou Rawls from the previous stack. That's sold to Chris Farrar for $6.99. All these are still available for $6.99, which was Minnie Riperton, Carla Bonoff, Jefferson Starship, Marilyn McCoo, Spanking Her Gang, and Carly Simon. What I'm going to do, there's a lot back here. I'm going to finish showing some more of those and then try to make a bundle deal and try to do them in smaller bundles so we don't have as big of a bundle here. My phone is still over here playing music where I had tried to listen to Thin Lizzy earlier. Luckily, it's muted or we would have been booted by now. Aaron Below wants Jay Bennett. Let's pull that for Aaron Below. And does anybody else want to make an offer on anything left in there? Took a little chunk out of that crate. That's always good. These lower crates with all this like new sealed stuff, trying my best to make sure we have shown them before we start taking the time to list them elsewhere, a.k.a. Discogs, which some of the stuff's going to sell right away when we list it on there. We would just rather sell it to y'all because most of y'all have combined orders, meaning y'all have bought multiple records. And if we sell all these individuals on Discogs, that's more time, more packaging. I'd rather sell them to y'all and just go ahead and get it done. Aretha from the last crate for $30. I'd like to keep most of those sticker price, but if you want it, I'll split the difference with you and sell it to you for $35. Just because it's a new arrival and it hadn't been shown anywhere else yet. Saz or Shabazz for $20. Mike Allspaw, is that for this right here? Sass for $20. If so, that's sold to you. MT Matt offered $33 for Kiss. You got it. That's sold to MT Matt. Edgar Froese is Tangerine Dream Main Man. Awesome Scent Spice Electric Product. Thank you. I didn't know what that was. And David Shelton, I just sold Kiss. Right before you asked, MT Matt already made an offer. Anybody else? So this is the main front man here from Tangerine Dream. Thank you. Ages, an essential classic masterpiece of progressive rock music. And those are sealed, just $19.99. How about we mark them down to $15 and see if we can get somebody else, see if we can sell all three. Sass Jordan. Oh, Sass Jordan, not Shabazz. Sass Jordan. And what'd you offer, 20? Let's go ahead and sell that to Mike Ospaw for 20. Now, if anybody wants a Shabazz, I'll take 20 for those too. Well, how about we mark down Edgar here for $15 and see if we can get them sold for that. I mean, new sealed, record store day, just 2 LP. How much of those costs on record store day? $35 probably. Now just 15. All you got to do is buy it now and be happy later. Adam Bernardi says he'll take one. Susie Breelove says she'll take one. Aaron Below says he'll take one. See how easy that was? All gone. And I'm assuming, Susie, you did want one. Rob Fordham was next. What else can we discount? If y'all want to make some offers, Jim B takes a Sass Jordan for $20. That's our last one. Man, surely somebody buy Audio Slave if I say it's $25. Surely. Show Me How to Live. Like a Stone, Set It Off, I Am the Highway. That right there should have sold it. Those 4 tracks. Let's lay down some more of these 45s back here. For $6.99, I got Sweet Georgia Brown from the Harlem Globetrotters. Bruce Hornsby in the Range, The Valley Road. We have Paul Anka, Put Your Head on My Shoulder. We have Nancy Sinatra, Sugar Town. Peter and Gordon, A World Without Love. Dave Clark 5, Reelin' and Rockin', and The Love Generation, Groovy Summertime. Jessica V, because I'm not for sure how to say your last name. It looks like Vassos. I'm sorry. If you're a first-time buyer, let me know. This is sold to you for $25. Thank you and welcome to CollectCo, and then I need to get you registered if you're a first-time buyer. Pearl Jam is their newest album. By the way, we've already discounted a Weakerthans. If anybody else wants one for $20, that was already discounted. And then we had Pearl Jam here, and Pearl Jam was $24.99. Sacred, Scared of Fear, React, Respond, Wreckage, Dark Matter, Won't Tell, Upper Hand, Waiting for Stevie, Running Something Special, Got to Give, and Setting Stun. That's sealed for just $24.99. All right. I'm enjoying my anti-stress mat that the Vloddercheck sent me. Thank you for that. It's really helped out, I think, lately with my fatigue. Matt gets Pearl Jam for $20. Jessica's a first-time buyer. She came in the store today. Thank you. Welcome to CollectCo. Thank you for visiting our store. Now, if anybody told you here, 99% of what we have for sale is shown here every night. We still got a lot of cool stuff out in our store, but if you want to buy records from us, this is the best place to watch and the best place to buy. Make sure you contact our page. If you want to come pick up locally, you can. If you need shipping, let them know. And then we open up on Wednesdays. And if you're going to come in and pick up, make sure you let us know that you're coming and that your order's ready. Or we can ship for $7. Regina gets Sweet Georgia Brown for $6.99. And then the last record was Bell Yard. And then we have Arab Strap, and we still got Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery, which is a new sealed copy. Another prog record there, $29.99. Here's the last few records. Mendo Singo by Sir Douglas Quintet. Petula Clark, Color My World. Every Mother's Son, Pony with a Golden Mane promo. And in the year 2525, Will Man Still Be Alive? Zager and Evans. Scary song. We're now only 5,000 years away from that. Vasovsky. I may call you Jessica S. Vasovsky. I don't have a trouble with that. I never have trouble saying words. It's just kind of remembering how to say them, right? I think I can say anything if I get the phonics. I just got to remember how to say it. Vaskovsky. Like Robert Vloddercheck. See? I learned that one. I had to practice a lot. Vloddercheck, 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 Vloddercheck. I would wake up every morning and just start saying it. I'd get ready for the show. I'd start rehearsing. Vloddercheck, 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 Vloddercheck. Susie got year for $6.99. Some of y'all are unfortunately still an abbreviated name, and it may never change. All right, let's try to do a bundle deal. So these were all $6.99, right? Let's try to do a bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 16, 18, 21. 21 records there. There's 21 records there. If you buy those in a bundle deal, I will sell them for the low price of $65. Just a little over $3 a piece, and that will be basically a half-off bundle. That would be a half-off bundle. So 45 bundle, 21 records, $65. We've cleaned them. We've put them in new sleeves already. They're in company sleeves. They're in matching original company sleeves as well. William Drugovich. Oh, no. Not Dragovich. I guess that is a U, isn't it? Drugovich. William Drugovich. Drugovich. What is that? Russian? Drugovich. German? Russian? I know it's not Chinese. That's bundle opportunity number 1. Okay? Perfect. Let's see what else we can find. Slavic. That means not from Tennessee. My best deal on Emerson, $23. Easy name. Stephen Riley. Boom. Easy. Stacy Metternich. Easy. MT Matt. Easy. Rob Gates. Easy. Chad Williams. Easy. I would be so mad if I had a tough name. Of course, I don't think I'd have any trouble saying it, but all righty. How about we do something in the way she moves? Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold for $23 to MT Matt. I think I said 23. Charles Smeather. Siebert. My name is pronounced Mike Smith. Wow. I've been way off. Still have the Gene Kelly. Well, I actually, honestly, Kenneth, I think I have a bunch. And I'll have to remember. Are you talking about, was it posted in, oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the one posted in the group, right? This. You're talking about this Gene Kelly autograph. You're talking about this signed Gene Kelly, right? I have autographs everywhere. Let's see if this is the one you're talking about. All right. So this is sold. Give me 1 second. Trying to find it and find the price for you. Gene Kelly. Gene Kelly. Gene Kelly. Gene Kelly. Gene Kelly. You probably can find the price faster than me. Gene Kelly. Um, sorry for the delay, everybody. I'm trying to figure out. It'd probably take me longer than I realized to try to find this now. I can't scroll and get there. That'd take forever. Can I not search? Can I search in the group maybe? Gene Kelly. I don't know if I shared it to the group or... Okay, I'll have to do some scrolling. I usually have a file where I have all these prices, but... All right, I'll find it later. Sorry, I wanted to find it so I could show y'all... I wanted to show y'all this stuff so I could show you some other autographs I had right quick. I'll go through. I'll have to scroll through some posts and figure out how to track that down. It's going to take forever to... I don't know why I didn't mark these. I think that this and Lauren Green from Bonanza, and these are the only ones I didn't mark because they were awkward sizes. But yeah, I'll find it. It's somewhere over here. I'll have to scroll through here. So, but yeah. So this is so to Kenneth Jank. Do a price check with me before we tag it. Let me make sure this is the right JSA card. So what they had to do, Kenneth, is JSA had to pop this open so they could put the sticker. The sticker has to go on the autograph. Okay, so we can't just put... You wouldn't want the sticker on the back of this. The sticker has to go on the autograph. And this is the card that goes with it. So if you end up framing this, you might want to like glue that back down. Or it's fine the way it is. That way you can see the sticker. Or if you want to cut this out and reframe it. But I think it's fine the way it is. And I'm going to pop that down in there like that, okay? So that's so to you. Thank you. But anytime you get these authenticated, the sticker is got to be put on the autograph. Like, see how Lauren Green's done? Lauren Green's a cut. And this was authenticated before we bought it. So, Mr. Ben Cartwright. Okay, and then, could I get on the Siamese Dreams? I didn't receive an invoice this week. Star one invoice. Okay. Now these just came in this week, so if those come in, those just came in this week. So if you think you pre-ordered, they hadn't been invoiced yet. If you think you pre-ordered, they hadn't been invoiced yet. I'm thinking about going through a crate of stuff from tonight, one of our last crates. My brain is starting to check out. I know when my prime time's over. Just like these golfers that are announcing retirement from the Masters, like Bernhard Longer, he knows it's time. About every time I'm doing these sales, I know when it's about time. Otherwise, my brain is in left field for the rest of the night. So, I think what I wanted to do is go through a crate of new stuff, like from no pre-order. Okay, so this is sold to Cameron Lingefelt. I think I wanted to go through the lower crate from last night, which had really good stuff in it, and then I think I condensed the first half of the Paul crate in it. So this is the lower crate from last night, condensed with the first Paul crate for tonight. All right. And now all these are going to be buy it now or best offer. And as of right now, The only auctions that hadn't sold are cartoons for $7 and new pornographers for $7. And if anybody wants those, I'll do $10 for both of them. And then if anybody wants Manu DeBongo for $15 and I Can Tina Turner for $10, I would sell those or entertain an offer for both. That way we can say all that's sold. The Chad Williams autograph, those are rare and highly desirable. Let's go through this crate, buy it now, best offer. First thing I have is John Lennon Mind Games, which is a 1980 U.S. reissue. Talking about those mind games with John Lennon. VG Plus $14.99. Kenneth Jank wants the I Can Tina. That is sold to him for $10. Thank you. That's sold to him for $10. Also, I've got Al Cooper, You Never Know Who Your Friends Are. EX condition, $12.99. Jack Bruce at his best. Jack Bruce is EX $17.99. That is a 2LP. TT for Lillian, I think that was I Can Tina, maybe. We also have Pentangle, Cruel Sister. EX condition, $12.99. A Solemn Choir 2, Leon Russell, Mark Bueno. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. VG condition, $9.99 on that. And Maynard Ferguson, Carnival. Maynard Ferguson is VG, $9.99. Professor Longhair, Crawfish Fiesta. EX condition, $14.99. Montrose, that is EX, $17.99. Jerry Joseph and Little Women. Life's Just, BITCHIN. Not really a bad word, but we don't want to pollute Facebook here. We have Apollo Theater. That's VG Plus $14.99. Michael Butler on Pentangle for $10. That's sold to Michael Butler for $10. Triangle by the Beau Brummels, a blue vinyl mono edition. The Beau Brummels, and that's sealed for $19.99. Roy Gallagher Tattoo. We sold an OG earlier tonight. This is a 2011 red vinyl pressing. $19.99 on Roy Gallagher. $19.99 on that. We have the Best of the Memphis Jug Band, American Epic, and that's a series that Jack White and Third Man Records did. This is the Best of the Memphis Jug Band. I think a $19.99 sealed. I think he compiled a lot of rare blues type and early Americana type music, folk and just, rare stuff, and pressed it to vinyl and brought it to a larger audience. Michael Butler was first at 15, then Kenneth Jank. We have George Harrison, Cloud 9. I've got my mind set on you. Really nice copy with the original under sleeve. $24.99 for Mr. Harrison. Nielsen, The Point. Nielsen is VG Plus, $19.99 on the tan RCA, and it has the book with it. We also have Otis Clay, Trying to Live My Life Without You. EX edition, $14.99 on old Otis there. Run, The Ballad of Todd Rundgren. Run is EX edition, $12.99. And The Trout. That's a folk psych group. The Trout, EX edition, $12.99. Group Therapy, that's actually a psych record. EX edition, $17.99. 37 minutes with Group Therapy. Tim Buckley, Greetings from L.A. That's Jeff Buckley's dad. EX edition, $9.99. And Texas Boogie Blues, Ray Sharp, contains the hit Linda Lou. That is sealed for $19.99. Aerosmith Remastered, sealed, $24.99. Now, I just told somebody last night those were $24.99 and no less. And I think I'm going to keep them at that because we just seen a copy earlier tonight that was $29 of the same record. And if I had to order them new, they're $36.99. That is a great price on a remastered new Aerosmith self-titled. Just saying. So I'm going to keep those at $24.99. Foo Fighters on black vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. This is a pretty cool set here. Daptone Super Review, live at the Apollo. It's a 3LP on translucent seal vinyl. That is $34.99. We have Paul Simon Graceland. You Can Call Me Al, $29.99. Paul Simon Graceland. Nick Bargeron said Nielsen 4. I think he meant 14 on Nielsen. If so, Nick Bargeron, that's sold to you for $14. I have the Who's Next, a 2008 pressing for $19.99. Baba O'Reilly. Bargain. I'm confused here. Is there a song missing from here? See how that side's, it looks like it's blank? Or there's a, is there something supposed to be here? Barbara Riley, my wife. No, that's everything. Getting in tune. Going mobile. I've just never noticed that blank right there. Yeah, that's all the songs on that album. I've listened to this 10,000 times. Boy, Bargain's great. Behind Blue Eyes. Going Mobile. Acid Queen. Acid Queen's on Tommy. You got to have Who's Next. All right, we have Detroit Emeralds. You want it, you got it. Detroit Emeralds is a 1972 US VG Plus 1999. Street Corner Symphony, Little Funk Machine, VG 999. Kenny Vaughn EX 3699. Carla Deraroche on FF for 15. And FF was Foo Fighters. That's sold to Carla for 15. You got it. We have Shore, and that is Fleet Foxes. VG Plus 34.99. Who's Next is tough to beat. Man, I love a Bargain. Behind Blue Eyes. This song is over. I don't know if I've never noticed that picture. I think this is a different type of jacket. I don't know. Where's Derek Clark at? Is that the picture that's usually on the back? This just looks different to me. I don't know what's going on with it. What Aerosmith? Aerosmith. It's Aerosmith by Aerosmith. ADC Campbell, the baddest cat on the block. An 85 UK EX condition, $17.99. John Barleycorn Must Die has some pretty bad cover damage. Promo sticker. Vinyls VG, $9.99. Van Morrison Wavelength, VG condition, $11.99. I have Nat McCoy Soul. Nat McCoy is a 79 soul album, VG Plus $34.99. Little Milton, We're Gonna Make It. By the way, this is Buy It Now Best Offer, and this crate was shown earlier tonight. $17.99 on that. The Sidewinder with Lee Morgan, VG Plus $34.99. The Isley Brothers, EX $12.99 on the Isley Brothers. We have Frank Zappa Hot Rats, a German press, VG Plus $34.99. Junior Parker, I Tell Stories, Sad and True, 72 US, VG Plus $19.99. Gil Evans Orchestra, Out of the Cool, VG $24.99. Freddie Hubbard was VG Plus $34.99. And we have Coco Taylor, EX $27.99. Lillian says, okay, Derek, Todd sold. Thank you, Derek, and thank you, Lillian. Lillian wants the Todd Rundgren. All right, I'm going to grab a new crate. If you want to see anything in there again, just let me know. Those are right here behind me. I'm going to keep this rolling. You know, we only went through one crate of new vinyl that was intended for tonight as a recap, and I said I had like 5 over here, which I do. And I might go ahead and try to show some of these so I can also show them again tomorrow as soon as I can squat down and get them. Whew, there we go. Show some stuff in here. Of course, this is all new and sticker price. We have an offer on Milton for $14. I think that was right here. We're going to Make It, and that's sold to Kenneth Jank for $14. Let's see what else I got in here. All right, so first is, these are sticker price. Slayer, World Painted Blood, $36.99 on Slayer. Testament, Souls of Black, $39.99. Pink Floyd Live, Wembley doing Dark Side of the Moon, $34.99. That's an official release. Linkin Park Live, Auburn Hills, Michigan, $29.99. Pearl Jam, self-titled, the Avocado album, $38.99. Pink Floyd, the 3LP, Delicate Sound of Thunder, box set, $79.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theories, $33. The Verve, Hermit Hymns, is $59.99. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes. Now, this is a completely different concert than the Greek Theater. This is Jones Beach, Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99 for each volume. And that will be a complete Jimmy Page, Black Crowes concert. I've got Volume 1s and Volumes 2. Trina Long wants the Dark Side of the Moon live, Wembley. Thank you, that's so do you. We also have Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On red vinyl, $34.99. Luke Bryan, Number Ones, Volume 1. Luke Bryan's $29.99. U2, Boy, U2's $29.99. XTC Drums and Wires 200-gram remaster, $33.99. Pat Benatar Icon, $38.99 on colored vinyl. King Crimson Red 200-gram, $33.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band with Trey Anastasio, Layla live at Laughlin, 3LP blue vinyl with etching, $46.99. So triple LP. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, double LP purple, $39.99. Rat out of the cellar. And yes, you're not on acid. That cover is changing colors. Rat is $49.99. The Sundays, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic, $36.99. Godsmack, self-titled, $39.99. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, $34.99. And Judas Priest, Ram It Down, $29.99. That was a lot of great new vinyl right there. That's why I wanted to show it again. And hopefully y'all decide you want to buy everything left in there. Put down Lillian on a waiting list for the Pink Floyd Live, Wembley, Empire Pool. That's a great live. That's them doing Dark Side of the Moon live. A long-anticipated final vinyl release of that. Pompeii's coming out next week, right? I think the new Pompeii's coming out next week. I think. That's a big one. Pompeii. If you're not on the pre-order, let me know. I can share the link. I got Judas Priest, Albert King, Godsmack, Sundays, Rap, Black Label, Tedeschi, King Crimson, Pat Benatar, XTC, U2, Luke Bryan, Marvin Gaye, Jimmy Page, The Verve, Linkin Park, Pink Floyd, Pearl Jam, Linkin Park, Testament, and Slayer. How about I go ahead and show a couple more handfuls of 45s that I didn't get to for Buy It Nows. And let's see what we got here. Let's see who's still awake and who's paying attention. I see the Tommy Boy label. That's usually pretty good. Tommy Boy, that's usually like hip-hop, rap type stuff. We got Force MDs. Here I Go Again. Miami Sound Machine, Bad Boy. It's Another. Manic Monday, The Bangles. Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, If You Leave. Yvette's Red Now, that's Stevie Wonder. STEVIE-WONDER, Stevie Wonder backwards. That is a promo copy, $6.99. Danger Zone, Kenny Loggins. Bob Seger doing Fortunate Son. And Journey, Girl Can't Help It. Oh boy, West End Girls. I can't talk as fast as he does, but that's a great song. Those are all $6.99. How about I'm Addicted to Love by Robert Palmer. New Shoes, I Can't Wait. I've never showed any of these before. Boys Don't Cry, I Want to Be a Cowboy. And In Excess, What You Need. Wow, that's all great singles. Hope everybody's paying attention. Those are all $6.99. First thing we have is, let's put down, hold on a second. Can you order Kiss Polo picture disc? I need Gene, Ace, and Peter. So you don't need Paul. Yes, let's put down, David, they're $38.99 each if you want them, but I can get them, yes. $38.99 each if you want them. $38.99 each if you want them. Talks of Ravens, let's put Talks of Ravens down for Pink Floyd Live, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon Live, and then Pompeii waitlist for the pre-order. Talks of Ravens for both of those. Robert Vlodarchek on OMD, Orchestra Movers in the Dark, Sold to Robert, $6.99. Susie on Bad Boy, Miami Sound Machine. Susie Breelove on Danger Zone, Kenny Loggins, Sold to Susie. Next is Lily McCurry on Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder, Yvette's Red Now. That is sold to Lily McCurry. Shane Devers on RP, Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. Susie Breelove, West End Boys, You Got a Gun to Your Head. That is sold to Susie Breelove. Shane Devers on BS. Bob Seger covering Fortunate Son, sold to Shane Devers. Charles Siebert next on Robert Palmer. Susie next on Robert Palmer. Susie first on NXS. Robert Vlodarchek on Manic Monday. That's sold to Robert Vlodarchek. And that leaves the following. Boys Don't Cry, I Want to Be a Cowboy, 1985 on Profile. New Shoes, I Can't Wait. Journey, Girl Can't Help It from Raised on Radio. And Force MDs, Here I Go Again. If anybody wants those, they're available. All right. I like that. Let's do some more. Anybody else got West End Boys stuck in their head now? Son of them bum, bum. I don't know what he's saying. Arnold wants Want to Be a Cowboy. That's so to Arnold Adams. All right, here we go. More singles coming at you. More singles coming at you. Where should I put the no sales? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a bundle deal. Monu de Bongo, if you buy that for $15, I'll give you the new pornographers, the new pornographers, and I'll give you cartoons for free. Buy mono, go get those 245s. That way my board's cleared over here. I hate having leftover auctions. All right, this is a great, easy sale right here. Sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel, $6.99. A great song from the Animals, Inside Looking Out. Stand, that's Sly and the Family Stone. Nah, nah, hey, hey, kiss him goodbye. Ooh, that might be a good one. I'll have to wait on that one. And then Warren Zevon promo, Let Nothing Come Between You. Chubby Checker, Let's Limbo Some More. How about Raparta and the Delrons, Whenever a Teenager Cries. Poco doing Crazy Love. Peter, Paul, and Mary, The Cruel War. Robert John, Sad Eyes. Neil Diamond, Hanky Panky. And Rick Springfield, State of the Heart. Those are all $6.99 each. And I'll check on this one that I said over here. If it's not what I thought it was, I'll go ahead and show it. But you never know about these here when they're a promo. And I'll show it to you as soon as I look it up. It's Uncle Albert, Admiral Halsey, a promo of it in mono. You never know sometimes about these Beatles related. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's about a $60, maybe as much as $150 record. I knew that was a good one. Mono promo. I saw mono on something from 73 as a promo, and being Paul McCartney, that's a pretty good one. Now, if somebody wants to buy it, I'll price it to you. There's a near mint one listed for $150 and a VG listed for $50. This one has the Apple sleeve. It is VG Plus EX. If anybody wants it, I'll sell it for, what did the last one sell for? $60, $50. I'll sell this for $49.99 if anybody wants it. $49.99. Big difference from $6.99, but I had a feeling that's a good one. So the ones that I think are worth substantially more than $6.99, you'll see me set them aside. Now, I'm sure I've let some slip through that, and I wouldn't really care. If we looked one up and they last sold on Discogs for $20, that wouldn't matter to me. But if we have one that's like $190, if it slips through here, that's my fault. But also, some of the stuff I auction, like Elvis picture sleeves, Led Zeppelin, and then stuff that catches my eye that looks bizarre, like New Orleans, we put them up for auction. But as y'all know, stuff has slipped through here all the time. We can't look all these up. That's why we've accumulated. I had a policy like, let's not sell anything unless we look it up. Because as y'all know, 45s, they can easily be worth $2,000. A random, no name, you don't know what it is, $800. I just sold one on eBay for $1,750. We just sold another one on Discogs for $800. So you just never know. Peter Gabriel is sold to Jessica for $6.99. And then we have Tommy Boy. That was Force MDs. Here I Go Again and Here I Go Again instrumental. Nobody on any of these. We have Rick Springfield, Neil Diamond, Robert John, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Poco, Raparta, and the Delrons, Chubby Checker, Warren Zevon, Steam, Sly and the Family Stone. What's the flip side? That's a double-sided hit. I Want to Take You Higher. There we go. And then the Animals in the original company sleeve. So, like I said, I don't mind handing out deals, but it's a lot different when it's a $50, $100. Like, Paul could bring as much as $100, honestly. That's a lot different selling that for $7 than something selling that sells for $20. I don't mind at all selling a comped record, a 45, for $6.99 because we just can't list all these. Do y'all realize how time consuming that is? Just unbelievable how time consuming it is. I mean, if you had to list all these individually on Discogs, well, first of all, it wouldn't be really worth your time because some of these selling them for $7 and $5, you would be here all your whole life listing all these. It would take forever. This is sold to Michael Butler for $6.99. Here's some more. We got Sam the Sham of the Pharaohs, Little Red Riding Hood, Level 42, Something About You. Mungo Jerry, In the Summertime. That should be an easy sale. We got Starship, It's Not Enough. I've never seen that before. That's later. What year is this? 1989 on Starship. We have Peter, Paul, and Mary, Old Coat. Dino, Desi, and Billy, 2 in the Afternoon. Glenn Fry, The One You Love. Hall & Oates, One on One. And Pat Benatar, We Belong Together. Why are some 45s so valuable? Rarity. Well, first of all, the stuff that sells for that kind of money is usually killer music. It's usually really killer music, and it's rare. I mean, most of those kind of records, like the one I sold, Dan Nix. Let's see if I can find it here. The one I sold on here, I think, the one hadn't sold in like 5 years. So it's going to France too. Where's it at? Yeah. Yeah, so there's probably, I don't know, there could be less than 50 of these in the entire world, and how many still survive? Like, they might have made 50 of those originally. Who knows? So let's say they made 50, and you have a small group of collectors that want them all over the world. Like, that's going to France. All of a sudden, the price is way up there. Susie on Pat Benatar for $6.99. And MJ is sold to Susie for $6.99. And MJ was Mungo Jerry. But, yeah, it's pretty incredible, honestly. There's a reference you can use called Pop Psych. And, well, actually, you could go to eBay probably. If you go to eBay and search these two words, you'll be amazed at what some of these, and most of these people here you've probably never heard of. But if you search Northern Soul on eBay, that's a genre. That's a rare, that is usually obscure black artists that never really have like a huge records. But just like right here, the first couple, Tommy Rogers, $185. And the Valentinos, $395. Like, that's the first couple here. Anybody ever heard of the Valentinos? Anybody ever heard of Tommy Rogers? $185 and $395. But if you want to see crazy stuff, let's see here. James Marsh, $5,000. This is recent stuff in the last couple months. Nat Hall, $4,250. Who is this? Step by Step, $3,006. Bernie Williams, $2,922. Benny Harper, $2,442. Liquid Fire, $2,425. Anubis, $2,311. Unknown Artist, they don't even know who the artist is, $2,247. Psychedelic Frankie, $2,125. This is on the Stax label. Stax, The Astors, $2,102. Willie Hutch, $2,054. The Elegance, $2,025. And you can see it just keeps going and going and going. We're still up in the thousands. Records selling for over 1,000. And now we're getting into the 900 range. And then this is just Northern Soul. And then you've got Garage and Psych. All these sold 800, 770. So that's why we always got to be really careful with 45s, because you just never know. And that stuff's quite rare, but we have so many, we find them quite often. So we said this the other night, there's a whole different world of records for 45 collectors. And that doesn't count rare Pink Floyd records, rare Psych records, rare Beatles records. There's a whole world of 45 collectors internationally, worldwide, that's buy this kind of stuff. So Lillian on Beatles sold. Lillian, I don't think I had a Beatles. No Beatles here unless you're seeing something else that I'm not aware of. But I do have more 45s here. Gordon Lightfoot, Baby Step Back. Paul Davis, Cool Night. Janet Jackson, Nasty. Berlin, Take My Breath Away from Top Gun. Wham, The Edge of Heaven. Sting, Be Still My Beating Heart. Sting, We'll Be Together. And Bangles, If She Knew What She Wants. Skid Row. Dude, Skid Row. Now, are you asking, do I have any Skid Row records? Is that what that means? Is that what that means? I think that's what that means. So, yeah, very interesting. And I'm telling you, I have had a lot of those before, and they're killer soul music. And so up in Northern Soul meaning it's really like upbeat dance music. And I have found so many rare tracks that are killer songs that never made it to big labels. And a lot of people collect it over in the UK. They were played a lot in the 80s and 70s at like dance clubs around the UK area. So if you look up the history of Northern Soul dance records, you'll find all this incredible stuff, not only music, but the history of how DJs came to America looking for those records, and they play them over in the UK. And there's this amazing footage of people dancing to all this rare American obscure black soul music. And people will pay thousands of dollars for some of these records. Most of them have never been reissued. Most of them's never been comped. And so they're really rare and desirable. It's called Northern Soul. Most people don't know about it. You're not going to hear me say, here's a Northern Soul 45 too often. Susie Breedlove on Gordon Lightfoot for $6.99. Tim Graham on Take My Breath Away by Berlin. Susie Breedlove on Janet Jackson. Susie Breedlove on Wham. And we have this. You want the Paul McCartney. She wants the Paul McCartney for $49. Make sure that goes in for $49.99. Thank you. That was honestly a pretty good price from what I just seen on Discogs for those. So that left the Bangles, Sting, and Paul Davis. But most of that stuff is over in the UK. That's why the ones that you see on here sell. The last two I sold both went to the UK, or they both went to Europe. They went to France and England. So most of these that sell here in the United States. But right here, look, I mean, here's Chubby Checker. Chubby Checker. This Chubby Checker 45 sold for $720. You just don't know ultra rare. I don't know. I've never seen that before. Chubby Checker. That's a good one to be on the lookout for because that could come through here pretty easily. Chubby Checker, You Just Don't Know Me. That sold for $720. And that's a Northern Soul. Now, he's pretty well known, right? But there's some artists that have Northern Soul. I have this record right here, the Temptones. I have this one. Or is that's not mine? Did somebody resell the one they just bought for me? I have that one. We have it listed for sale, the Temptones. That's Hall. That's Daryl Hall, H-O-H-L. That's Daryl Hall's first band from Hall & Oates, the Temptones. We have a copy of that. When did that sell? When did that sell? That just sold when? March. They had two. They sold one March 15th. That's recent. Where's mine at? Hold on a second. I have that for sale. Yeah, there it is. There's mine. Yeah. That one just sold on there for $6.99. I got mine on there for $7.50. But that's Hall. That's Daryl Hall. I know it's spelled differently, but that's his original name. That is the first record and first band he was in. It's a very rare Soul 45. Susie wants both Stings, $6.99 and $6.99. What do you think the only guitar signed by all four Beatles will be worth now? My guitar teacher sold guitars and met with the Beatles. Came to U.S. at selling song. Wow. Well, that would be an astronomical piece. I would really like to see a picture of it because I think, to my knowledge, nothing like that exists. But if it does exist, then it would be an incredible find. Like, it would probably make like news headlines. I would really like to see a picture of it because, to my knowledge, they never signed an instrument. But if it's out there, that's a six-figure item. It especially depends on the kind of guitar, too. But to my knowledge, the Beatles never signed an instrument. All right, here's some more 45s. I mean, just a signed Paul McCartney bass sells for like $15,000. So that's an incredible item. I don't know if that actually, not questioning your teacher, but I think among the world of collectors, nothing like that exists. Genesis Invisible Touch, $6.99. George Michael Father Figure, $6.99. The Ides of March Vehicle, that's a great track there. Vehicle. The Love and Spoonful, Did You Ever Have to Make Up Your Mind? It's a Wonderful Day for a Daydream. Bobby Bloom, Montego Bay, Bobby Bloom. Paula Abdul, Crazy Cool. The Dales, I Wish It Was Me You Loved. Huey Lewis and the News, Give Me the Keys and I'll Drive You Crazy. Sam and Dave, You Don't Know What You Mean to Me. And Robert Plant, A Tall Cool One. And White Clean and Neat, $6.99 on that. All right. All right. Ooh, sorry. Also adjusted my neck and looking through some more 45s. I wanted to wait and show these when there's a little bit more people watching, so we didn't have as many leftovers possibly, but I might show them again later on these. So, all right. Let's tag some of these. Sign with gold ink pen. Tony Sachs or Sachs, am I teaching? Huh. Well, yeah, I'd have to see that because I just don't know. There's been some tall tales. I'll go ahead and let you know. There's some tall tales with Beatles autographs, okay? And just some of that just doesn't really add up. I would have heard about that by now. I mean, I know the people at JSA pretty well now, and we just had a Beatles discussion. I would have to see that. It would be highly unlikely that's real, but I would love to see a picture of it. And then if we can get that checked, I would believe it's real. But that would be a very unlikely situation for that to have happened. The Beatles were under complete lockdown when they were here in America. Nobody could get to them. Nobody could get to the Beatles. Just their true inside people, and they didn't sign hardly anything. So there's a record of everything signed pretty much by them. And I just don't know. I've never heard of a guitar signed by them, especially in silver or gold pen. Those things really weren't around back then. And most of it was signed in pen or pencil, early Beatle autographs. Susie Breeluff on Robert Plant. Lily McCurry on Huey for $6.99, and Michael Butler on Love and Spoonful and Love and Spoonful ×2. Thank you. Okay. We have Laughing Dogs. This is a promo. Get I'm Out of Town. Michael LeGrand, Brian Song. That's from Screen Gems TV, Brian Song. Julian Lennon, Velotte. Dean Martin, Bouquet of Roses. Breezy Song, that is a white label promo. The Kingston Trio, Hit and Run. Steve Martin, Dentist. Steve Martin, a promo. And this is Terry DeSerio with KC. Yes, I'm Ready from Moonlight Madness. Those are all $6.99. Wow, YouTube is filtering that comment. Which comment are they trying to filter? Tony Sachs Beatles guitars. I'm going to write that down so I can look it up later. I'm actually going to go ahead and search it. And then that way it's here on my phone when I look at it later. So I would like to see it, though. And then, the thing about that stuff is even then you've got to, let me see if I can pull it up. But I'm just telling you, there's some tall tales. Some people have stuff they've kept for 50 years, and they've tried to tell people for 50 years it's real. But I'll definitely look into this. I'll have to look into that. I'd have to make sure. There's a guy that's an expert on beetle stuff. His name's Frank Ciazzo. I think that's how you say his last name, Cazzo. And basically, you can go to his website and look up everything significant that the Beatles ever signed. Steve Martin and so did Vicky Allison. That's 45 selling for Billy Joe, Look for Love. I'll have to check that out. There's some more cool 45s. Let's grab another handful. We might go ahead and knock out this box here. Frank Ciazzo. But yeah, you can go to his website. And so like my Paul McCartney autograph has Ciazzo, COA with it, Beckett, and JSA. And really, I wouldn't recommend anybody buying anything signed by the Beatles that Frank Ciazzo hadn't authenticated. If it's not Frank Ciazzo, and if you were to email him and be like, hey, did the Beatles sign this? And you send him a picture of that, I think he'll charge you a little bit, or if you're just corresponding, he may even have that on his website, but I don't recall ever seeing that before. I'm looking at it right here. I'm about to look at it a little bit closer. The Ohio Players, Fire. The Ohio Players, Merle Rush, Sunshine and Roses. The Royal Teens, Shorts. How about this Les Paul Mary Ford, Via Con Dios? That's an early EP. That's $6.99. And Eric Clapton, I Shot the Sheriff. Eric Clapton, $6.99. I see what you're talking about here. Does it have any? I'd like to see. Right here it says Beatles. There's not any good pictures of it. I'm not seeing any like, you know. Interesting. I'll have to read through this. Gold tape. Yeah. These wild Neil Aspinall, but was signed by Neil Aspinall. Oh no, Tony was not present. See, yeah, Neil Aspinall is a Beatles. Neil Aspinall, this guy right here, he can forge, or he used to could forge, but he worked for the Beatles and he could sign their name. And Tony was not present. See, yeah. It's possible. I have to look at that. Sorry, you caught my attention because I didn't know that. But yeah, from what I'm seeing right here, it's kind of questioning if it's actually authentic. I don't think that exists. That would be, like I said, a rare piece. But I doubt that guy ever made it to the actual Beatles. It said he wasn't in the room. So I'm telling you, nobody got to the Beatles in 60. When they came to America on that first trip, nobody got to them. That's why their autographs are so rare. Nobody could get to them. You couldn't get anything signed. I mean, you've seen those footage, right, of them running outside and like just swarmed. They're not stopping and signing autographs. So that's why the stuff sells for huge money. Gary Lewis and the Playboys. This looks interesting. It says Doing the Flake. It's a promo picture sleeve, $6.99. Buddy Rich, Swinging New Big Band. Styx, Lady. Mick Jagger. This is Just Another Night, a promo. The Jaggers, the rapper, and Warren Zevon, Werewolves of London. Warren Zevon, $6.99. course, if it's real, Tony's guitar is the only one in existence. Yeah, I was about to say. There is, no doubt, there is a signed guitar there, but I wouldn't buy it if I wouldn't buy it. I'll just say that. If it come up for sale, I wouldn't bid on it. That's a tough story. All right, here's some more 45s, probably the last handful, and then I'm going to do a final call. We have Green River CCR for $6.99, Up Around the Bend for $6.99. So back-to-back CCRs. Moody Blues, The Story in Your Eyes. Jan and Dean, Drag City. Hank Williams Jr., Long Gone, Lonesome Blues. And Dionne Warwick, Heartbreaker. So Dionne Warwick, Hank Williams Jr., Jan and Dean, Moody Blues, CCR, Werewolves of London, and we have the Rapper, Mick Jagger, Styx, and what happened to Warren Zevon? Right here, Werewolves of London, sold to Vicky Allison for $6.99. $6.99 on that. All right. Sold to Vicky Allison. Thank you. Does anybody have any last requests? Who's all still hanging out with me? Anybody willing to say hi or bye or good night, Chad? We got 40 on Facebook, 56 on YouTube. I bet everybody's just probably been listening to me talk about these Beatles autographs. That's one of my most intriguing studies is Beatles autographs and other rare autographs because 95% of them are forged and not real, or there's some sort of bogus story. And I'm telling you, I know some people who have stuck with, I've met a couple people. They have some Beatles stories. And they've been telling them their whole life. And some of them may even be forged, or fake stories, but they will stick to it till death because a lot of it's like their life. Or they've met a Beatle and then they engross the story. Yeah. Selling country compilations. Yep. No, I'm usually this late. I've been stopping at 1. Yeah, so we got Tim Graham, Ed Riviera, Leslie, Charles Siebert, David Bader, Phantom, Robert Vlodarchek, John Griffin. At least some people's willing to say hi and bye. But yeah, we're going to wrap up there. But my advice on autographs, I've always told people, you can have me look at them. I mean, I don't work for PSA or JSA, but I can tell you, yeah, it's good. I feel confident if something you want to buy. I've had some people send me expensive stuff they're about to buy, and I'm like, no, don't buy that. I think somebody just sent me an autographed Eagles album not too long ago, and I was like, no. It was only $375, and I was like, no. You don't understand. If that's real, which it's not, I can tell you right now, that would be like $15,000. You know, $12,000, $8,000, something crazy. Depends on who all signed it. But, and then we have some pretty good connections where I can have stuff pre-checked, and I'm talking with some customers right now. I got to get back with Stephen Riley. Stephen, I don't know if you're still listening, but I got to get back with you probably tonight. You got to keep reminding me. But it's just got to have a strong provenance. So these big auction houses, before they sell something for $100,000, it's got to have strong provenance or great authentication with it. It's got to have multiple letters from big professionals, or it's got to have a great story. Like, where did it come from? Do you have any photo evidence, et cetera, et cetera. So, because one of the most incredible set of Beatles autographs that recently sold was they got them to sign this right here. This was signed on the airplane. It's the back of a Pan Am menu from the airplane ride when they were on their way to America for the first time. Let me see if I can get this zoomed in here. There's the Ciazzo autograph. So it actually came from the estate of a lady. So this is the back of a Pan Am like menu from one of those old flights in the 60s. Literally the flight the Beatles took over here. It's got amazing provenance. There's McCartney, there's Ringo, there's John, there's George, and then Cynthia signed it. I think, let's see, who all signed this here? But that sold for $100,000 about a year ago. Who all signed it? So there's a list here. But yeah, I mean, something like that, for that to bring that kind of money, and I think they even got some pictures of them here, yeah, holding Beatles albums. It was signed by some other people on the flight, but that's one of the greatest sets of Beatles autographs that's known to be real. That's one of the greatest sets there known to be real. That was signed on the flight on their first trip to America. That's just historically incredible. You know, and they're perfect. They're beautiful. McCartney's one of my favorite signatures. It's a work of art. He uses it for his logo. I mean, literally, McCartney's logo is his autograph. If you've ever noticed, it's a beautiful signature. So, that's an incredible set. That's just known to be real. And of course, if you got those on the album, it's just incredible. And the albums that are signed, that it's in existence, they're not U.S. pressings. So, uh, 45s, understand, good night. What happened here? Who bought 2 more 45s? GM from the last OP in this crate. GM from the last crate, OP from this crate. GM from this crate and OP from the last crate. GM. I might have to have some explanations there. GM. I see Brandon in Delaware. He put GM from the last crate, OP from this crate. Now that is, I may have to have an explanation. And I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock, and we'll have John here. I think Paul's here, and Laura's here again. And Susie Breelove, oh my gosh. She said she just shot the sheriff. Well, I hope you didn't shoot the deputy. The Jeopardy. You can tell I'm getting sleepy. George Michael and Ohio Players. Okay, thank you. That helped me tremendously. So CCR, Moody Blues, Jim and Dean, Hank and Williams, Styx, Mick Jagger, The Rapper, Jerry Lewis. Susie got I Shot the Sheriff. I hope you didn't shoot the deputy. And then we had Ohio Players. And that is sold to Brandon in Delaware. And then also George Michael. Oh, man. George Michael. Are you sure that's still available? Yeah. Father figure. Okay, those are both sold. And with that, the show has concluded. I got to go home and get caught up on Masters coverage. I got to sleep so I can wake up and watch Masters coverage before the show starts tomorrow. And then hopefully I'm not too distracted while Masters coverage is going on. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in again tonight. Always fun. Speaking of autographs, we have literally thousands. We have literally thousands ourselves that are authenticated. And we got to get back into selling those very soon. They're coming up. I've got albums. I've got cuts. I've got Kiss. I've got some very expensive stuff like thousands of dollars. I've got some stuff that I'll probably let go for $35 authenticated. So we got to get back in the swing. I haven't let anybody else really do autographs that works here except me. Eventually, I'm going to have to let other people do it because I just don't have time. But we have about 2,000 authenticated autographs that y'all have never seen before. Everything from index cards signed by Waylon Jennings to posters autographed by Buck Owens and Stevie Nicks. I've got guitar picks signed by members of KISS. I've still got sports memorabilia. And I just kind of like that stuff myself, so I'm never in a hurry to sell it. We're done. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and end the feed. Thanks for hanging out, chatting with me, listen to me talk about autographs. I could probably go and do a daily podcast just on records, and then probably a daily podcast just about autographs and legitimacy of them, history of them, authenticity of them. Gene Simmons is coming. I know. I've already had people send me that and see if I think for the price, if I could get some stuff signed, maybe, and that'd be pretty cool to have a photo with him if he's doing photos, but I know he's pretty pricey individual. But it'd probably be pretty cool to do that. Some of those expos, you can have stuff signed and, you know, you can almost make money off of it. So I don't know if you can do that with Gene. I doubt you can do it with Gene. I'm sure he's got all of his stuff strategically priced. All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Good night, William Dragovich. And I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5. Thank you.